Physical capabilities aren't everything, my lord. Humans have a remarkable ability to. Enough. Drake's tail swished in irritation. I didn't call this meeting to discuss anthropology. We're here to plan a conquest, and I've already decided on the perfect strategy. He pressed a button, and the display changed to show images of the Dominion's pride and joy. They're war beasts, massive creatures from 100 worlds, each one enhanced with cybernetics and covered in battle armor. There were six-legged predators from the gravity wells of heavy worlds, serpentine hunters from gas giant moons, and aerial killers that could dive at supersonic speeds. We'll drop the war beasts during their harvest season, Drake explained, his eyes gleaming. Their communities are spread out, focusing on gathering crops. Perfect hunting conditions. He zoomed in on the agricultural regions of New Eden. The beasts will devastate their farming communities, and their primitive militia won't know how to respond. General Cross, a veteran of 3 campaigns, raised a concerned hand. Why not simply bombard them from orbit, my lord? Drake's expression turned sly. Because we need this world intact. New Eden is perfect for colonization. Rich soil, breathable air, and established infrastructure. Why destroy what we can simply take? He smiled, showing rows of sharp teeth. Besides, this approach will minimize casualties among our own forces. The war beasts are expendable. The council members nodded appreciatively. It was a clever strategy, they thought. Use biological weapons that would leave the infrastructure intact while terrorizing the population into submission. Dr. Wells made one last attempt. At least let me show you the data about human hunting patterns throughout their history. Their species has experience with. Dismissed, Doctor, Drake said coldly. Save your concerns for your research papers. As the council members filed out, Drake remained behind, studying the colony's agricultural maps. He focused on one region in particular, the Bennett Valley, where most of the grain was grown. We'll start here, he muttered to himself. Drop the largest predators first. These farmers won't stand a chance against beasts that could tear through metal. In her office, Dr. Wells pulled up her research files on human history. Images flashed across her screen. Ancient cave paintings showing humans hunting mammoths. Historical documents about species humans had driven to extinction. Studies about their evolution as persistence hunters. She began typing quickly, preparing one final report. They're making a terrible mistake, she whispered to herself. These simple farmers are the descendants of the most successful predators Earth ever produced. But she knew Drake wouldn't read her report. Like so many others, he saw only what he wanted to see. A primitive colony ripe for conquest. The war beasts were being loaded into their drop pods, and the invasion of New Eden was about to begin. The Dominion was about to learn why underestimating humans was a deadly mistake. The morning sun rose over Bennett Valley as Bill Cooper drove his harvester through the golden wheat fields. It was a massive machine, but he handled it with the ease of someone who'd spent 20 years farming on New Eden. Through the harvester's front window, he watched his grandson Tommy running alongside the machine, pretending to race it. That's when the sky turned dark. At first, he thought they were meteors, bright streaks cutting through the morning clouds. But meteors didn't slow down before impact, and meteors didn't roar when they hit the ground. Tommy, Bill shouted through the harvester's speakers, "Get back to the house. Now." The boy ran as the first pod crashed into the wheat field half a mile away. The impact sent waves through the golden crop like ripples in a pond. Bill switched on his radio, already hearing the panic in the emergency broadcast channel. Unknown objects dropping across Bennett Valley. A voice crackled. All farmers returned to safety points immediately. Bill turned his harvester around, but it was too late. Something massive burst from the fallen pod, sending twisted metal and dirt flying in all directions. Through the dust, he saw a creature straight out of humanity's darkest nightmares. 12 feet of muscle, armor, and teeth, moving on 6 legs with frightening speed. But Bill Cooper hadn't survived 30 years of farming on the frontier by panicking. He grabbed his emergency rifle from under the seat and did something the Dominion's war planners hadn't expected. He charged straight at the beast in his harvester. The creature was built to hunt prey that ran away. It wasn't prepared for a human driving a 30-ton farming machine straight at it. "Eat steel, you ugly bastard," Bill yelled as he rammed the harvester into the beast. The impact dented his machine but sent the creature tumbling. Its armor cracked, showing vulnerable flesh underneath. All across Bennett Valley, similar scenes played out. Jane Wilson, whose family had been hunting on 3 worlds, took down one of the flying beasts with a precise shot from her old rifle. The creature's cybernetics might have been advanced, but its brain was still in the same place as most flying animals. At the Miller farm, 3 generations of family members turned their irrigation systems into weapons, trapping a serpentine beast in the mud before their oldest tractors ran it down. The creature's armor was tough, but it couldn't match the weight of human farming equipment. Tom Walker, watching from his front porch, saw something the others didn't. "They're hunting in patterns," he said to his wife Mary, who was already loading their shotguns. "Just like the mountain lions back on Earth." The emergency channels were filled with voices now, not of panic, but of farmers organizing. People who had spent their lives working the land, dealing with dangerous animals, and surviving on the frontier were sharing information. They don't like the sound of the harvesters. Their armor is weakest at the joints. They're avoiding water, use the irrigation systems. In the colony's emergency control center, Governor Richards listened to the reports with growing pride. The aliens had expected terror and chaos. Instead, they got organized resistance from people who carved a living out of wilderness worlds. "Send word to all settlements," she ordered. "We're not evacuating. We're hunting." Back in space, Lord Drake received the first reports with disbelief. The war beast's casualty rate was far higher than expected. These simple farmers were fighting back with primitive but effective weapons, turning their agricultural equipment into tools of war. "Impossible," he muttered, watching another beast fall to what appeared to be a combine harvester converted into a battering ram. "They're just farmers." Dr. Wells, standing quietly in the back of the command room, finally spoke up. "No, my lord. They're humans. And you just dropped predators onto a planet full of humanity's most resourceful pioneers. The kind of people who've been dealing with dangerous animals and harsh conditions their entire lives." The reports kept coming in. The war beasts were deadly, yes, but they were about to learn why humans had always been the most dangerous animals on any world they inhabited. Tom Walker stood in the morning mist, studying marks on a fallen tree trunk. Around him, a group of farmers and local hunters listened carefully as he pointed out the claw patterns. "See these scratches? They're marking their territory, just like Earth predators," he explained, running his fingers over the deep grooves in the wood. "These beasts might have fancy armor, but underneath, they're still animals. And animals have patterns." Behind him, his old truck had been modified with steel plates and reinforced bumpers. In the back, a captured piece of beast armor was being studied by Mary, his wife, who had spent 15 years as a veterinarian before moving to New Eden. "The armor has weak points near their joints," Mary said, tapping the damaged piece. "And look at these marks. They need to breathe. There are vents in the armor we can target." The group had grown from a few neighbors to an organized hunting party. Each person brought something valuable. Farmers knew every inch of the land, hunters understood tracking, and mechanics could modify their equipment into weapons. They hunted night. Bill Cooper added, his harvester now sporting makeshift armor and a reinforced ram. "But we got something better than night vision. We know our land by heart." Tom nodded, then pulled out a roughly drawn map of Bennett Valley. Red marks showed where the beasts had attacked, blue marks where they'd been spotted resting. "They're following the creek lines," he pointed out, "just like mountain lions used to do back on Earth. They use the water to hide their scent, and the banks for cover." He drew a circle around several points. "But that means we can predict where they'll go. The hunters split into teams, each taking different sectors of the valley. They didn't have fancy weapons or advanced technology, but they had generations of hunting knowledge and a deep understanding of predator behavior. Jack Thompson, an old trapper, showed others how to set up snares strong enough to hold the beasts. They're big, but they still need paths through the woods, he explained while setting up a reinforced cable trap. And big animals make predictable paths. The first success came that afternoon. The six-legged beast, following the creek as Tom had predicted, stepped into a hidden pit trap. The walls, lined with harvester blades, damaged its armor before it could leap out. When it finally escaped the pit, Bill Cooper was waiting with his modified harvester. "Just like handling a mean bull," Bill said afterward, looking at the fallen creature. Except this one had more legs and a worse attitude. By nightfall, they had developed a system. Spotters in high places would track the beast's movements. Trappers would set up choke points using farming equipment and modified vehicles. Hunters with high-powered rifles would target the weak points Mary had identified. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards received regular updates. 6 beasts down in the last 12 hours, her aide reported. "The hunting parties are getting better at this." "Of course they are," Richards smiled. "We're not just fighting back, we're learning. That's what humans do best." Up in orbit, Lord Drake watched with growing concern as more war beasts fell. The creature's built-in cameras showed him everything. And what he saw disturbed him. The humans weren't running from his beasts. They were systematically hunting them down. "My lord," a junior officer reported, "we're getting strange readings from the beast's cybernetic systems. The humans aren't just killing them, they're studying them, learning how they work." Dr. Wells, who had been quietly monitoring the situation, finally spoke. "Did you know, my lord, that before humans built spaceships, they hunted animals larger than themselves to extinction on almost every continent of their homeworld? Not with advanced weapons, but with simple tools and understanding of animal behavior." She pointed to a screen showing humans setting up another trap. "Those aren't just farmers and colonists down there. Those are the descendants of Earth's most successful hunters, and you just gave them new prey to hunt." The war beasts were learning a hard lesson. On any world humans inhabited, they were never the apex predator for long. The ground shook as more drop pods pierced the evening sky above Bennett Valley. Lord Drake had doubled down on his strategy, sending in his largest and most aggressive war beasts. But this time, the humans were ready. "They never learn, do they?" Tom Walker said, watching the pods descend through his binoculars. He keyed his radio, now part of a network spanning every farm and homestead in the valley. "Heads up, everyone. We've got new guests coming to dinner." The response was immediate but calm. No panic, no chaos. Just the smooth operation of people who had been preparing for this moment. "North Sector ready," came Bill Cooper's voice. His harvester, now practically a tank with its reinforced armor and mounted weapons, waited in a camouflaged barn. "South Sector in position," reported Jane Wilson. Her hunting platforms, built high in the valley's old trees, gave her team perfect firing positions at the beast's weak points. The first pod crashed through a wheat field. Its door blew open, and a massive creature emerged, bigger than the previous ones, with thick armor plates and what looked like energy weapons mounted on its shoulders. It raised its head and roared, expecting to terrify its prey. Instead, it triggered a trap. Hidden speakers around the field blasted out a specific frequency that Mary Walker had discovered while studying the captured beasts. The sound wasn't harmful to humans, but it played havoc with the creature's cybernetic systems. "Their fancy technology is their weakness," Mary explained through the radio as the beast staggered. "Natural animals adapt. These things can't change their programming." The creature stumbled into the wheat field. Its targeting system scrambled. That's when the humans struck. Harvester machines emerged from hidden positions, their normal cutting blades replaced with strengthened rams. They didn't need to kill the beast, just hold it in place. Like handling a mad bull, Bill shouted over the radio. Except this bull's got a computer for a brain. From her tree platform, Jane took careful aim with her rifle, now modified with armor-piercing rounds designed by the colony's engineers. Targeting the left shoulder vent, she reported calmly. Just like taking down a charging bear, hit them where they breathe. The shot rang out. The beast's armor cracked at its weakest point. More shots followed from other platforms, a coordinated attack that brought the massive creature down. Similar scenes played out across the valley as more pods landed. The humans had turned their entire farming region into one giant trap. Irrigation systems could flood areas in seconds, creating mud that fouled the beast's joints. Modified drones, originally used for crop spraying, now dropped nets and smoke bombs. In the colony's command center, Governor Richards watched the tactical display with pride. "Send the data from this sector to all other regions," she ordered. "Every farm, every village. Show them how we're beating these things." Up in orbit, Lord Drake's command staff watched in horror as more war beasts fell. These weren't random victories. The humans had developed systematic methods for dealing with each type of creature. "My lord," a junior officer reported, "they're adapting faster than we can send new variants. They're teaching each other. Every beast we lose, they learn more about how to kill the next one." Dr. Wells, still watching from her corner, smiled slightly. "Humans have a saying, my lord. The more things change, the more they stay the same. 10,000 years ago, they were sharing hunting techniques around campfires. Now they're sharing them through radios and data networks. But the principle is the same. They learn, they adapt, they survive." As if to emphasize her point, another war beast fell on the tactical display. The humans hadn't just learned to survive against the beasts. They'd learned to win. And they were teaching each other how to do it better with each passing hour. Lord Drake stormed into the research section of his command ship, his tail lashing with anger. The screens around him showed more failed attacks, more dead war beasts. How were simple farmers defeating his perfect weapons? "Dr. Wells," he shouted, "I want answers." The small scientist looked up from her desk, surrounded by historical documents and biological data. "I tried to give you answers before the invasion, my lord. Perhaps now you're ready to listen." She pressed a button, and the room's main display lit up with images from Earth's history. Cave paintings showed tiny human figures taking down massive creatures. Archaeological records displayed the bones of ancient predators. "This is what I tried to tell you about," she said, pointing to the images. Humans didn't become Earth's dominant species because they were the strongest or fastest. They did it by being the best hunters their world had ever seen. Drake watched as she brought up more records. "These simple farmers you dismissed, their ancestors hunted creatures called mammoths, beasts larger than our biggest war creatures. They did it with stone spears and wooden tools. But that was primitive technology," Drake protested. "Our beasts have armor, cybernetics, which makes no difference." Dr. Wells interrupted, showing footage from the current battles. "Look how they hunt our beasts. They study the patterns, find the weaknesses, work together. It's exactly how their ancestors hunted." She displayed a new image, an ancient human hunting party tracking the large predator. Next to it, she put a current image of Tom Walker's group planning their attacks. "Nothing has changed," she explained. "Humans were never the strongest species on their world. They weren't the fastest. They didn't have natural weapons. But they had three things that made them deadly." She held up one finger. "First, they can observe and learn. Look how quickly they figured out our beasts' weaknesses. A second finger, they share knowledge. Every success is taught to others. A third finger, and they can outlast any prey. Their ancestors would chase animals until they collapsed from exhaustion. They called it persistence hunting." On the screens, more footage played from New Eden. Humans methodically wearing down a war beast, following it, never letting it rest, until they could strike at its weak points. "The colony's governor just sent us a message," a junior officer reported, entering the room. She says they're willing to accept our surrender. Drake's scales flushed with anger. Surrender. To farmers. To hunters, Dr. Wells corrected. The most successful hunters in known space. Did you know humans drove over 50 major species to extinction on their homeworld before they even developed powered vehicles? Not because they wanted to, but because they were too good at hunting. She brought up one final image, a map showing human expansion across Earth, followed by a map of their colonial expansion into space. Every world humans settle, they become the apex predator, she explained. Not through strength, but through intelligence, cooperation, and persistence. Your war beasts never stood a chance. Drake stared at the casualty reports. Hundreds of war beasts dead. His perfect weapons, hunted down by humans using modified farming equipment and simple projectile weapons. If you had read my reports, Dr. Wells said quietly, you would have known. Humans turned hunting into an art form thousands of years ago. These colonists, they're the ones brave enough to settle new worlds. The ones who still remember the old skills. And you gave them the perfect opportunity to prove that humans are still the greatest hunters in the galaxy. Outside the research section's windows, New Eden turned slowly below them. Down there, more war beasts were being hunted, tracked, and taken down by descendants of Earth's most successful predator species. The Dominion was learning a lesson that Earth's ancient animals had learned long ago. Never underestimate humanity's ability to hunt. Mary Walker stood in the colony's main research lab, surrounded by pieces of war beast armor and control systems. On the table before her lay the brain of one of the creatures, its cybernetic implants exposed. Look at this, she said to the team of engineers and scientists gathered around. The control system isn't just giving them orders. It's suppressing their natural instincts. She pointed to a glowing section of the neural interface. These animals aren't naturally this aggressive. They're being forced to fight. In a reinforced pen outside, a captured war beast paced back and forth. Unlike its rampaging companions, this one had been carefully tranquilized and partially freed from its control systems. It was one of the six-legged predators, but its behavior had changed dramatically. They're pack hunters by nature, Mary explained, watching the creature through the observation window. The Dominion turned them into berserkers, but that's not their true behavior. She turned to face Governor Richards. We can do better. The governor raised an eyebrow. You want to turn them to our side? They're just animals, Mary said. Very smart animals. And humans have been taming smart animals for thousands of years. In the lab next door, Tom Walker and Bill Cooper worked with the colony's tech experts to crack the beast's control codes. They had gathered dozens of intact control units from their successful hunts. It's like breaking a wild horse, Tom said, examining the control interface. First, you have to earn their trust. Show them you're not a threat. The breakthrough came 3 days later. Mary's team managed to completely disable the control unit on their captive beast. The creature's natural intelligence emerged, and to everyone's surprise, it was far more sophisticated than the Dominion's brutal programming had allowed. They turned these beautiful creatures into weapons, Mary said sadly, watching their test subject gently take food from a handler's hand. But we can show them a better way. Word spread quickly through the colony. More war beasts were captured alive now, carefully tranquilized, and freed from their control systems. Mary and her team worked around the clock, developing a new, gentler control interface that worked with the creature's natural instincts rather than suppressing them. High in orbit, Lord Drake received the most disturbing report yet. My lord, his tactical officer said, voice shaking. The humans, they're not just defeating our beasts anymore. They're taming them. The tactical display told the story. Freed war beasts were now fighting alongside the humans, their natural pack hunting instincts making them far more effective than they had been under the Dominion's brutal control. In Bennett Valley, Tom Walker led a hunting party that included 3 former war beasts. The creatures moved silently through the wheat fields, using their enhanced senses to track their still-controlled brethren. Easy, big fellow, Tom said, patting the flank of the largest beast. The creature's armor had been modified, stripped of its weapons but enhanced with better protective plating. Let's go find your friends. The hunting party moved like a well-oiled machine. The freed beasts would locate their targets, while the humans would move in to disable the control systems. More often than not, the controlled beasts surrendered once they sensed their freed companions. The Dominion made a mistake, Governor Richards said, watching the latest successful hunt on her tactical display. They thought these creatures were just weapons. But humans know better. We've spent our entire history working with animals, understanding them, forming partnerships. Dr. Wells, watching the same feed from the Dominion ship, couldn't help but smile. First, they learned to hunt the beasts, she said to no one in particular. Then they learned to understand them. And now, she gestured to the screen showing humans and freed war beasts working together. Now they've done what humans always do. They've turned their former enemies into allies. Lord Drake stood before the Dominion High Council, his scales pale with shame. On the massive display behind him, footage played from the failed invasion of New Eden. The council members watched in stunned silence as scenes unfolded, war beasts being hunted down by farmers, creatures being turned against their masters, and finally, the humiliating retreat of Dominion forces. "Let me understand this clearly," the High Chancellor said, her voice cold. "You lost our entire war beast program to farmers." Not just farmers. Dr. Wells stepped forward, now officially summoned to testify. Colonists, pioneers, the kind of humans who choose to settle new worlds. She gestured to the screens. In other words, the most adaptable and resourceful of an already resourceful species. News of the defeat spread across the galaxy like wildfire. On 1,000 worlds, beings gathered around screens to watch the footage. They saw humans in modified farming equipment taking down cyber-enhanced predators. They watched in amazement as colonists turned the feared war beasts into allies. Back on New Eden, the celebration was in full swing. The town square of Bennett Valley had been transformed. Alongside the parked harvesters and hunting vehicles stood reformed war beasts, their armor painted with the colony's colors. Children rode on the backs of creatures that had once been sent to terrorize them. "Never thought I'd see something like this," Bill Cooper said, watching his grandson Tommy feeding treats to a 6-legged beast that now helped guard his wheat fields. "Turns out they're pretty good at herding cattle, once you show them how." Tom Walker stood with Governor Richards, looking over the changed valley. "The Dominion did us a favor, really," he said. "Those beasts are better suited to farm work than fighting. Strong, smart, and now that they're free of the control systems, surprisingly gentle." Mary Walker was busy teaching other colonies how to free and rehabilitate any remaining war beasts. Her veterinary protocols had been shared across human space, just in case the Dominion tried their strategy elsewhere. "The funny thing is," she told a group of visiting reporters, "these creatures were never meant to be weapons. The Dominion took beautiful, intelligent animals and tried to turn them into monsters. We just helped them become themselves again." In the galaxy's diplomatic circles, the story became a cautionary tale. Videos of humans hunting down war beasts with primitive weapons and modified farm equipment became popular viewing. Military analysts studied the footage, learning hard lessons about underestimating humanity. "The humans didn't just beat the war beasts," one alien general noted. "They understood them, freed them, and turned them into friends." Who else would look at a cybernetic killing machine and think, "I bet that would be good at herding cattle"? Dr. Wells, now promoted to head of Sinological Studies, gave her final report to the Dominion Council. "The mistake wasn't just attacking humans," she explained. "The mistake was forgetting what made humans dominant on their homeworld. Not technology, not strength, but their ability to adapt, learn, and turn enemies into allies." She showed them one final image, a human child riding on the back of a war beast through a wheat field, both seeming perfectly happy. They've already started breeding programs, she added. Within a few generations, these creatures will be as loyal to humans as Earth's dogs. That's what humans do. They don't just survive, they thrive. They don't just win, they change the game entirely. The story of New Eden became legend, told and retold across the galaxy. How farmers and colonists defeated the most feared weapons in known space. How humans proved once again why they were the most successful predators in history. And most importantly, how dropping more beasts on a human planet became known as the greatest military mistake in recent galactic history. In Bennett Valley, life went on. The wheat grew tall, the modified harvesters worked the fields, and the reformed war beasts helped guard the crops. Just another day on a human colony world, where the descendants of Earth's greatest hunters had once again proven why you should never, ever underestimate humanity's ability to adapt. The message arrived on a quiet Tuesday morning. In the 50 years since humanity had reached the stars, they had never received anything like it. The giant screens at Earth Defense Command headquarters lit up with strange symbols that quickly transformed into English text, an invitation to join the Galactic Council. Ambassador James Thompson stood at the window of his office, looking out over the gleaming spires of New Washington. At 62, he had spent his entire career preparing Earth for this moment. His weathered face reflected in the glass as he watched the morning sun paint the sky in shades of orange and gold. "They're really inviting us?" he asked, turning to face General Adams, who sat rigidly in one of the office's leather chairs. "Yes, sir. After 50 years of watching us from the shadows, they finally decided we're worthy of consideration." The general's tone carried a hint of bitterness. "Though I must say, their timing is interesting." Thompson knew what he meant. In the past decade, human colonies had expanded rapidly, pushing into resource-rich systems that the Council had previously ignored. Now, suddenly, they wanted to talk. "The President has chosen you as our representative," Adams continued, sliding a data pad across the desk. "You leave in 3 days." Thompson picked up the pad, scanning through the mission details. The Council station orbited a neutral star, far from both human and Council space. A fitting place for first contact, he supposed. That evening, Thompson sat in his garden with his wife Mary and their daughter Lisa. The artificial weather controllers had created a perfect spring night, with just enough breeze to rustle the leaves of the oak tree they had planted 20 years ago. "I don't trust them," Lisa said, her hands wrapped around a mug of coffee. At 28, she worked in Earth's diplomatic corps, following in her father's footsteps. "We've sent 17 requests for diplomatic contact in the past 5 years. Why respond now?" "Because we're finally strong enough to matter," Thompson replied, watching a shooting star, probably a defense satellite, cross the sky, or dangerous enough to worry them. Mary reached over and squeezed his hand. "Just be careful, James. We know nothing about these beings except that they've been watching us for half a century without saying hello. That's not exactly neighborly behavior." Thompson nodded, thinking about the classified reports he'd read. The Council claimed to represent 37 spacefaring species, but humans had only ever encountered their automated probe ships and warning beacons. Something about that had always bothered him. The next 2 days passed in a blur of briefings and preparations. Thompson memorized what little they knew about Council protocol, studied the basics of 6 different alien languages, and reviewed Earth's negotiating positions on everything from trade rights to colonial expansion. On the morning of his departure, Thompson stood in the launch bay of the diplomatic vessel, Hope's Journey. The ship was Earth's finest, a perfect blend of elegance and hidden strength. Like humanity itself, it appeared less capable than it truly was. "Final checks complete," Ambassador Captain Miller reported, her uniform crisp despite the early hour. "We're ready when you are." Thompson took one last look at the farewell party. Mary and Lisa stood with the President and Joint Chiefs, all trying to maintain professional expressions. He smiled, gave a simple wave, and turned to board the ship. As the airlock cycled, Thompson thought about humanity's journey to this point. From their first hesitant steps into space to their current network of thriving colonies, humans had proven themselves resourceful and determined. Whatever the Council's true intentions, he would make sure they understood that humanity had earned its place among the stars. The ship's engines hummed to life, and Thompson felt the subtle shift as artificial gravity engaged. Through the viewport, he watched Earth grow smaller, its blue-white surface gleaming like a jewel against the black of space. Course plotted for Council Station, the navigator announced. Transit time, 6 days. Thompson settled into his chair, already planning his approach to the negotiations ahead. He had no way of knowing that in less than 2 weeks, his death would spark the greatest war the galaxy had ever seen. The Council Station hung in space like a giant metal flower, its silver petals stretching out for miles. Thompson stood at the viewing window of Hope's Journey as they approached, trying to calm his racing heart. Something about the station's beauty felt wrong, like a Venus flytrap waiting for its prey. Docking permission granted, Captain Miller announced. They're directing us to Bay 47. As Thompson walked down the arrival tunnel, he noticed the air had a sweet metallic taste. 2 tall aliens waited at the other end, their blue-tinted skin and long necks marking them as members of the elder races. They wore elaborate robes covered in blinking lights. Ambassador Thompson, the taller one said, its translator making the words sound flat. I am guide first. This is guide second. We will show you to your quarters. Thompson nodded politely, but his diplomatic training screamed warnings at him. No welcome ceremony, no other ambassadors, no media. This wasn't protocol. This was something else. The halls they walked through were strangely empty. Thompson saw cleaning robots and automated systems, but almost no other beings. For a station that supposedly housed representatives from 37 species, it felt like a ghost town. Your quarters, Guide first announced, stopping at a plain door. The first council session begins in 6 hours. Do not leave until summoned. Once alone, Thompson activated his secure communicator. Captain Miller, are you receiving? Yes, sir. Signal is clear, but something's interfering with our other systems. Half our sensors have gone dark since docking. Keep the engines ready, Thompson said quietly. I don't like this. A soft knock at his door interrupted his thoughts. Outside stood a small, green-skinned alien with large eyes. Ambassador, it whispered, looking nervous. I am Representative Third of the Rim Worlds. May I enter? Quickly, please. Thompson let the alien in, noting how it checked the hallway before entering. I came to warn you, Third said, its translator barely above a whisper. The elder races, they are angry about your colonies. The new ones in the spiral arm. They had plans for those systems. Those systems were empty, Thompson replied. We searched thoroughly before settling. Third made a sound like sad laughter. Empty because they were being saved. The elder races, they take systems with good resources, keep them empty until needed. Your people took 12 such systems in 3 years. Thompson felt his stomach tighten. Are you saying this invitation isn't about membership? They will offer you a choice in the council session, Third continued. Abandon the colonies or face sanctions. But the alien looked around fearfully. I have seen their private sessions. They want to make an example. They think humans are too dangerous to be allowed to grow stronger. Thompson walked to the window, looking out at the endless stars. Why are you telling me this? Because my people were once like yours, Third said. We expanded too quickly. They made an example of us too. Now we live on resource-poor worlds, barely surviving. I cannot stop what they plan, but I can warn you. After Third left, Thompson spent the next few hours sending coded messages back to his ship and Earth. He detailed everything he'd learned and everything he suspected. If Third was right, humanity needed to be ready. When the summons finally came, Thompson straightened his uniform and checked his emergency beacon one last time. As he walked toward the council chamber, he noticed more beings in the halls now, all watching him with expressions that ranged from pity to barely hidden satisfaction. The council chamber doors looked like they were made of solid gold, stretching 3 stories high. Guide first and second waited beside them. "Remember, Ambassador," Guide first said as the doors began to open. "The council's decisions are always unanimous and final." Thompson took a deep breath and stepped forward. The chamber beyond was vast and circular, with raised seats holding representatives of the most powerful species in known space. All of them looked down at the single small platform where he would stand. As the doors closed behind him with a heavy thud, Thompson realized he could no longer hear the station's air circulation systems. The council chamber's lights dimmed as Thompson stood on the small platform. Above him, hundreds of alien faces looked down from their elevated seats. Their eyes glowed in the darkness like stars, cold and distant. Ambassador James Thompson of Earth. The high speaker's voice boomed through the chamber. The creature's long, serpentine neck rose above the others, its scaled skin reflecting the dim light. "You stand before the Galactic Council seeking membership for your species." "That is correct," Thompson replied, his voice steady despite his racing heart. He could feel the weight of the data crystal in his pocket, the one containing all the evidence he'd gathered in the past 6 hours. "Before we proceed with your petition," the High Speaker continued, "do you have anything to present to the Council?" This was it. Thompson took a deep breath. "I do, High Speaker. I wish to present evidence of Council violations of its own founding laws." A murmur ran through the chamber. Thompson pulled out the data crystal and held it up. The projector beam caught it, and suddenly the chamber was filled with floating images and text. "These records show systematic suppression of developing species." Thompson's voice grew stronger. "Deliberate resource hoarding, staged accidents to eliminate competition, forced relocation of populations." He pointed to specific documents floating around him, all signed and approved by this council. "You dare?" One of the elder race representatives stood, their robes flashing angry red patterns. "This is an insult to..." "This is the truth," Thompson cut in. "And humanity will not be another victim of your corruption." "We..." The High Speaker's voice sliced through the growing chaos. "Guards, seal the chamber. It seems we must make an example." Again, heavy metal shutters slammed down over the chamber's doors. Thompson's hand went to his emergency beacon, but nothing happened when he pressed it. "Your primitive devices have been disabled," the High Speaker said, almost gently. "Now, let us show you what happens to those who threaten the order we have maintained for 10,000 years. Thompson heard a hissing sound. The air took on a strange, sharp smell. "Captain Miller," he called into his communicator. "Are you receiving?" "Yes, sir." Miller's voice crackled with static. "We're picking up dangerous chemical readings in the chamber. We're trying to override their systems. But broadcast everything," Thompson ordered, feeling his skin begin to burn. "Make sure Earth sees all of it." The air itself seemed to catch fire. Thompson could see his uniform starting to smoke, could feel his flesh beginning to blister. But he forced himself to stand straight, looking directly at the High Speaker. "Remember this," he said, his voice raw but clear enough for the communicator to pick up. "Remember what they did. Remember why. And when the time comes..." He stumbled but caught himself. "When the time comes, remind them why humanity survived every challenge we ever faced." The pain was beyond bearing now. Through streaming eyes, Thompson could see the council members watching him passively as his skin blackened and peeled. None of them moved to help. None even looked away. "Hope's journey. Get out of here," he managed to gasp. "Get the recording to Earth. That's an order." The rest of his words were lost in a scream as the chemical fire reached his lungs. His last thought, as consciousness faded, was of Mary and Lisa. At least they would know he died standing up for what was right. Up in the observation rings, Representative Third watched with horror as Thompson's body finally collapsed. The human had known this might happen. Third's warning had made that clear. But instead of running, he had chosen to expose the Council's crimes to every human observation ship in range. As Third watched the Earth ship Hope's Journey make a desperate break for open space, pursued by Council vessels, a strange thought occurred to them. Perhaps the elder races were right to fear humans after all, but not for the reasons they imagined. Because Third had seen the look in Thompson's eyes at the end. It wasn't fear or pain or even hatred. It was triumph. The recording of Thompson's death played on every screen on Earth. In homes, offices, and public squares, billions watched in stunned silence as their ambassador burned alive. When it ended, that silence turned to rage. Admiral Robert Wells stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching as emergency signals lit up across human space. His weathered face showed no emotion, but his hands gripped the command rail so hard his knuckles turned white. "Sir," his communications officer spoke up, "we're receiving responses from all colonies. They're asking for war authorization." Wells nodded. He'd known humanity's response the moment he'd seen Thompson's final moments. "What about the Council?" "They've sent a message, sir. They say..." The officer's voice shook with anger. "They say this was a legal execution of a disruptive element, and that humanity should learn its place." The main door slid open. The president walked in, followed by the leaders of Earth's major powers. Their faces were grim. "The vote was unanimous," the president said. "For the first time in human history, every nation, every colony, every settlement agrees. We're at war." Wells turned to his tactical display. "They think we're primitive. They think we're weak. Let's show them how wrong they are." He pressed a button, and a new image appeared. Blueprints labeled Project Phoenix. "We've been preparing for something like this for years," Wells explained. "The Council relies on energy shields, AI-driven ships, and advanced targeting systems. But we found their weakness." The display showed simple nuclear weapons, modified for space combat. Their shields can't handle old-fashioned nuclear blasts. Their AIs can't predict primitive ballistic trajectories. And their targeting systems. He allowed himself a small smile. They never developed countermeasures for kinetic weapons. Why would they? It's too primitive for their taste. "How long until we can launch?" one of the world leaders asked. "Our forces are already moving," Wells replied. "We started the moment Hope's Journey broadcast Thompson's warning. Every colony is activating its defense systems. Every shipyard is switching to war production. And our sleeper agents in Council space are about to wake up." The tactical display lit up with hundreds of red dots, Council military installations, and supply lines. Next to each one, a small note detailed their weaknesses, their patrol schedules, their defense capabilities. "Thompson didn't just expose their crimes," Wells continued. "He confirmed what our intelligence suggested. The Council is corrupt, complacent, and completely unprepared for a real war. They haven't fought one in thousands of years. They just bully younger species into submission. And now they've tried to bully us," the president said quietly. "Yes, sir. But unlike those other species, we're ready to hit back. Hard." The display changed again, showing the faces of other alien representatives, species who had suffered under Council rule. Many had already sent secret messages supporting Earth's cause. "The Council thinks this will be a simple punishment operation," Wells said. "They'll expect us to cower, to abandon our colonies, to submit like all the others did. Instead," he typed a command, and the display showed Earth's full battle plan. "Instead, we're going to tear their corrupt empire apart." In orbit, the first waves of Earth's ships were already moving out. Not the sleek diplomatic vessels the Council knew about, but heavy warships that had been built in secret, deep in asteroid belts and hidden shipyards. On every colony world, missile silos opened. Defense platforms powered up. Civilian ships began converting to military use, adding the weapons they'd carried hidden behind false panels. In her office at the diplomatic court, Lisa Thompson watched her father's final moments one more time. She touched the screen gently when it showed his face. "They thought killing you would break us, Dad," she whispered. "Instead, you gave us exactly what we needed. Proof of their crimes, proof of their weaknesses, and a reason to strike first." Across human space, a simple message flashed on every military channel. Remember, respond. The war had begun. The Council's largest supply depot hung in space above a gas giant, its massive storage rings glowing with shield energy. The facility's AI systems monitored space for thousands of miles around, ready to detect any advanced ship drives or energy weapons. They weren't looking for rocks. The first asteroid hit the outer shield at 20% of light speed. The impact overloaded the shield generators instantly. Before the facility's automated alerts could even sound, 50 more followed, each one precisely aimed. Admiral Wells watched the attack feed from his command ship, hidden in the shadow of a nearby moon. Status: direct hits on all primary targets, his tactical officer reported. Their shields never stood a chance against kinetic impacts at that speed. Their AI didn't even recognize the asteroids as weapons until impact. Wells nodded. Similar attacks were happening across Council space. Humanity's ships had spent weeks positioning simple chunks of rock, using basic thruster pods to aim them. No complex drives, no energy signatures, just physics and patience. Second phase, Wells ordered. Across the system, hundreds of supposedly civilian mining ships dropped their fake outer hulls, revealing missile batteries and gun ports. They'd been hiding in plain sight for months, dismissed by the Council as primitive resource gatherers. The depot's remaining defenses targeted the approaching ships, expecting energy weapons. Instead, the human fleet fired old-fashioned nuclear missiles, technology so ancient that the Council's defensive AI had no recognition protocols for them. Their automated defenses are trying to adapt, the tactical officer reported with grim satisfaction. But they can't predict the missile paths. Their targeting systems are designed for energy weapons and smart projectiles, not ballistic trajectories. The nuclear explosions turned space into false day. When the light faded, the Council's greatest supply depot was a spreading field of debris. Wells opened a channel to all human ships. Phase 3. Begin resource capture. Specialized teams moved in, collecting the scattered supplies and raw materials. Everything would be used to fuel humanity's war effort. On the other side of Council space, similar scenes played out. Humanity struck 60 major targets in the first hour alone. Supply lines shattered. Communication relays went dark. Defensive stations discovered that their mighty energy shields meant nothing against simple kinetic weapons moving at relativistic speeds. In the Council's emergency session chamber, the High Speaker raged at his military commanders. How are they doing this? They're primitives. Their technology is centuries behind ours. That's exactly the problem, one commander admitted. Our defenses are designed to stop modern weapons. These humans, they're using technologies so old we never thought to defend against them. Nuclear weapons, kinetic strikes, even their battle tactics are unpredictable because they're not using AI combat systems. Another explosion rocked the chamber. On the main display, a Council battleship died under a swarm of simple nuclear missiles. Its advanced targeting systems, designed to track energy weapons, couldn't lock onto the primitive ballistic weapons. "We've lost contact with the outer ring colonies," a communications officer reported. "Human ships are using our own supply lines to move undetected. They're attacking everywhere at once." The High Speaker slumped in his chair. In just 6 hours, humanity had done more damage than any species had managed in 10,000 years. Back on his command ship, Wells received word of another successful strike. He looked at the tactical display, watching as more and more Council positions went dark. "Sir," his communications officer called out, "we're getting signals from some of the younger Council races. They're offering to join our side. They say humanity has shown them that the Council isn't invincible." Wells thought of Thompson's final message, "Remember, respond. Tell them we accept their help," he ordered. "And send word to Earth. Phase 1 is complete. The Council's outer defense ring is broken. We're ready to push toward their core worlds. The war was only beginning, but already the galaxy's balance of power had shifted. Humanity had remembered, and their response was just getting started. 3 months into the war, the Council finally realized the true extent of their mistake. They had thought humanity would fight like other advanced species, with energy weapons, shield systems, and AI-controlled fleets. Instead, humanity fought like survivors, using every dirty trick and forgotten weapon they could find. Admiral Wells stood on the bridge of his command ship, watching as another Council battle fleet fell into a human trap. The massive alien vessels, each one large enough to hold a small city, moved in perfect formation towards what they thought was a weakened human colony. They took the bait, Wells said quietly. Launch the mines. Thousands of simple nuclear devices, hidden in debris fields, activated at once. The Council ship's sensors, designed to detect energy weapons, had completely missed them. Confirmed direct hits, his tactical officer reported. Their shields are down. Moving to Phase 2. Small human ships appeared from hidden positions in nearby asteroids. These weren't the huge warships the Council used, but converted civilian vessels, mining ships, cargo haulers, even old space tugs. Each one had been stripped down and packed with weapons. Remember, Wells transmitted to his fleet, hit and run. Don't let them adapt to our patterns. The human ships struck from all directions, firing primitive but devastating weapons. Rail guns launched metal slugs at near-light speed. Nuclear missiles overwhelmed the Council's tracking systems. Some ships even used modified mining lasers, cutting through the alien vessels' now unshielded hulls. In the Council's main command center, the High Speaker watched in horror as another fleet was torn apart. How are they everywhere at once? He demanded. Our sensors showed no major fleet movements. That's the problem, his military advisor said, shoulders slumped in defeat. They're not moving large fleets. They're using small ships, hiding them in civilian traffic and debris fields. Our scanning systems are too advanced. They're programmed to look for high-energy drives and weapon signatures, not these primitive methods. On a dozen screens, more battles played out. Council forces, used to fighting with precise AI targeting and energy weapons, found themselves overwhelmed by human unpredictability. Ships that should have been easy targets vanished into debris fields. Weapons that should have been obsolete centuries ago tore through their best defenses. Sir, a communications officer called out, we're losing contact with more colonies. The younger races, they're revolting, using human tactics. The High Speaker felt his world crumbling. 10,000 years of Council dominance, undone in 3 months by a species they dismissed as primitives. Back in human space, Lisa Thompson coordinated with Earth's new allies. Former Council slave races, inspired by humanity's success, provided crucial intelligence about Council weaknesses. Some even began building their own primitive weapons, following Earth's example. Another Council fleet just surrendered, her aide reported. They're saying they want to defect. Their crews are mostly from younger races. They've seen what happened to the other fleets. Lisa nodded, thinking of her father. He had died exposing the Council's corruption, but he'd also shown the galaxy that the mighty Council could bleed. On his command ship, Wells received the latest victory reports. Human forces had pushed halfway to the Council's core worlds. Their supply lines were in chaos. Their once mighty fleets were scattered or destroyed. And now their own member races were turning against them. Sir, his communications officer spoke up. Message from Earth Command. They're calling this Operation Thompson. They say it's time for Phase 3. Wells looked at the tactical display, where the Council's capital system glowed like a distant target. Send word to all ships, he ordered. The Council forced us into this war. Now we're going to end it. Set course for their home system. In the darkness of space, thousands of human ships began to move. The Council had started this war by burning one human alive. Humanity's response had burned their empire to ash. And now, it was time to finish the job. The Council's capital system was supposed to be impregnable. 3 rings of defense stations, powered by artificial suns. Fleets of the most advanced warships ever built. Sensor arrays that could detect a meteor from light years away. None of it mattered. Human ships appeared inside the defense rings, rising out of their hiding places in cargo vessels that had been quietly arriving for weeks. Council sensors, searching for advanced drive signatures, had ignored the primitive chemical rockets these ships used for short-range movement. All ships, execute final attack plan. Admiral Wells commanded from his flagship. Remember why we're here. The battle that followed would be studied for centuries. Human vessels, many of them civilian ships converted for war, struck from every direction at once. They fought like Earth's ancient guerrilla warriors, appearing suddenly, striking hard, vanishing into debris fields before the Council's targeting computers could lock on. In the Council's central station, the High Speaker watched his perfect defense crumble. How did they get so many ships past our sensors? He demanded. They hid them in plain sight, his tactical officer replied, voice shaking. In cargo containers, in asteroid chunks, even powered down and drifting with space junk. We were looking for an advanced fleet. They sent us scattered pieces and assembled them inside our defenses. A massive explosion lit up space. One of the artificial suns powering the defense rings went dark, its containment systems destroyed by precisely targeted nuclear strikes. We have to evacuate, someone shouted. They're inside all our defensive perimeters. But as the Council leaders rushed to their escape vessels, they found their paths blocked. The younger races they had suppressed for so long had turned against them. In corridors and docking bays across the station, security forces faced their own soldiers. Lisa Thompson stood on the bridge of her ship, watching the battle unfold. Her vessel wasn't a warship but a diplomatic one, carrying representatives from Earth and their alien allies. They waited as human forces systematically disabled the Council's defenses. Your father would be proud, Representative Third said, standing beside her. The small alien who had tried to warn James Thompson now served as a liaison between Earth and the liberated races. He showed us their weakness, Lisa replied. Not their technology, their arrogance. They were so convinced of their superiority that they never imagined primitives could threaten them. Hours later, Wells' voice came over the command channel. Capital Station secured. Council leadership captured. You're clear to dock, Ambassador Thompson. Lisa led the diplomatic team into the Council chamber where her father had died. The room had been repaired, but she could still feel the weight of what had happened here. The Council leaders, now prisoners, watched as she took the Speaker's position. 6 months ago, you murdered my father in this room, she began. You thought it would frighten humanity into submission. Instead, it united us. United all of us. She gestured to the representatives of various species around her. Today, we're not here for revenge. We're here for justice. The Galactic Council is disbanded. In its place, we're establishing the Galactic Assembly, where all spacefaring species will have equal voice and equal rights. She looked at the former Council leaders. You will stand trial for your crimes, not just against humanity, but against every species you've suppressed and exploited. But you'll receive something you never gave my father, a fair hearing. The chamber, once a place of corruption and death, began its transformation. Over the following days, representatives from hundreds of worlds arrived, elder races and young species working together as equals for the first time in galactic history. Admiral Wells attended the Assembly's first official session. Watching Lisa Thompson guide the proceedings, he thought about how far they'd come. The Council had tried to make an example of humanity. They had succeeded, just not in the way they intended. Humanity had shown the galaxy that true strength didn't come from advanced technology or ancient traditions. It came from determination, adaptability, and the willingness to stand up against injustice, no matter the cost. The stars looked different now. Not distant points of light controlled by an ancient elite, but a field of possibilities open to all. A new age had begun, born from one man's sacrifice and humanity's response. They had remembered, they had responded, and now they would lead the way forward.
Outside of the galaxy locally referred to as Milky Way. Scout's log, entry 9,211,104. I have concluded after many stellar cycles of scouting, observing, and the like, that this galaxy, the one called Milky Way by its preeminent species, may appear ideal for conquest. Recommended course of action, however, is to not engage. Neff the highest starts before he lets out a long, low sigh, something he inadvertently picked up from the humans he had been observing for some time now. It was odd, he knew, but these humans who didn't know he existed somehow still impacted him. In their words, they were rubbing off on him. Being a Trephalian, the thought of touching another being seemed disgusting and was understandably forbidden, but the human term didn't actually refer to touching one another. Neff stands from his seat and surveys the cockpit around himself for a few beats. It is brimming with technologies, ones that the humans would kill to have. He knew because he had studied their behaviors, and he knew they would want everything that his masters had created. The humans wanted it because they knew as well as he did that everything here could be used for weapons. Everything is weapons with these humans, Neff thinks, somewhat surprised by the thought. Everything is a weapon in the eyes of the humans. Everything can be bested. And yet they do not conquer as thoroughly as my masters, the ones that the humans refer to as the war makers. I'm shocked they even know of the existence of my masters. However, shocked or not, this changes nothing. Walking over to his nourishment station, Neff retrieves a sad imitation of the juice from his homeworld and childhood from the food fabricator. He longed for the comfort and familiarity of home, but he knew that he'd never see his home star again. He wasn't the master of his own life, not anymore. Returning to his seat, Neff prepares to continue his final report on the so-called Milky Way. He hated what he knew he'd be saying. His words could kill millions or billions of the humans that he had grown to admire. Despite their short lives and odd habits, Neff saw the humans as a sort of equal to himself. He admired them as well. Wetting his tongue with the mucus gland directly over his oral passage, Neff resumes his report. I advise against engaging the humans for the sole reason that they seem to be preparing for something. Despite my sincerest efforts and the combined power of every computation machine available to me, I was unable to ascertain what these humans perceived as such a threat, and this concerns me. No other race that I have encountered in my many stellar cycles of life have ever prepared for military engagement as the humans have. Their fleets are 964 times larger than even the most militaristic races that I have observed, and that were later conquered. These massive human fleets only pertain to their active military vessels, and not the ones that have been decommissioned. The humans refer to this as mothballing, and these mothballed ships are kept in a state that allows them to readily re-enter service. The humans possess industrial capacity to replace their entire fleets within a short period of time as well, should they lose them in the opening days of conflict. Aside from their ships, the humans also have standing military forces that are many times greater than even the most warlike people I have observed. Even the greatest militaries in all of the records you have made available to me are dwarfed by the human military might. The only force I am aware of that is greater than that of humanity is the Kaldret Nexadraxi, your servants. The humans also have military outposts on the fringes of their galaxy that serve as listening stations, and they are watching for any and all activities from beyond their known galaxy. There is a cluster of such stations on the most likely invasion point that the Kaldret Nexadraxi would take, should you choose to heed the previous plans for invasion. This amassing of such overwhelming forces can only mean that the humans are aware of an outside threat. I suspect this threat that they know of could be us, but other gathered forces elsewhere in the human-held galaxy seem to suggest that they know of other threats beyond the segments of space that I have observed them visiting and gathering information on. This is quite concerning. Neff takes a few steadying breaths in order to regain his composure. His gills and lungs had been damaged in the war against the Kaldret Nexadraxi long ago, and they were scarred to the point that he was unable to speak for extended periods. With one final deep breath, Neff says, "End report." Sighing once more, Neff rises and returns to his study. Scattered all around the study are data pads, data crystals, and even some scrawled notes on the walls, his desk, and on many sheets of paper. Looking down at one of the papers, Neft can't help but feel a sense of amusement. Every sentient race of the universe that he had encountered had developed paper or something that served a similar purpose. Even those without sight made use of paper-like substances. It was one of the many technologies that tied sentience together, despite the great distance between them all. Lowering himself to a squatting position near his desk, Neft pores over his notes yet one more time. He needed answers. He had to know why the humans would prepare for a threat from beyond their galaxy when, according to everything he knew, there was absolutely no reason that the humans could possibly know about the threats beyond. No other race had ever gone to such great lengths to secure their borders from invasion from without, and yet the humans seemed to know much more than they disclosed. It was as if the humans had the ability to see the future itself, which was an absolute impossibility. No race had ever exhibited such a skill, even though many pretended. Neft stares at his notes, at the many references of humans warring with themselves, with races within their own galaxy, and with imaginary enemies and things the humans called war games. The closest thing he had to a reason for their building up of forces on their borders was their war games. But no race that ever had similar activities thought to prepare for threats they had never encountered like this. The Kaldret Nexadraxi, should they be sent to attack humanity, would suffer immense losses, unforgivable ones. Losses so high that Neft knew he would be held to account for said losses, and he would pay with his life. There was a distinct chance that the undefeated Kaldret Nexadraxi would even lose a war with the humans. According to every computation model, the chance of failure stood at 30%. No other race in the history of Neft's masters had ever had even a 1% chance of success in a war. That's what made Neft so nervous. The reason why the humans only stood a 30% chance of repelling an attack was because they were presently divided. There was something they called a ceasefire between the unified coalition and a disorderly amalgamation of human-controlled planets and systems opposite that organized coalition. The disorderly planets had once been unified under the name Alexandrians, but that had been a lifetime ago for the humans. Yet even divided, those disorganized worlds would not bend the knee to their apparent betters. None of this made sense. Looking to another set of notes, Neft wheezes and then injects himself with another Noth Korea treatment to remain awake and lucid enough to continue his work. His hearts race as the medicine reaches them and his mental fog lifts somewhat. Scanning the notes, he dwells on how the humans seemed to be on a war footing, even when there was no war to be had. It was as if the humans were worshippers of war, yet Neft knew they were not. Not in the same manner as the conquered before them. Humans were different. And different was an impossibility. None of the conquered had ever been different. There was never a race doing a new thing. The humans even have a sentence they use from a historical text. They call it a praise, and it states that there is nothing new under the sun. And yet the humans defy even this logic and appear to be something new. New was a threat. New was the very reason why Neft knew the humans had to be subjugated as his own race had been. These humans were special enough that his masters needed them. Studying his notes further, Neft reflects on the treatment of the conquered races of humanity. The many alien races that they had warred with, and then, once the war was over, the humans integrated the defeated aliens into their own society. For the most part, this incorporation was done without threat or bondage, which was also a new thing that Neft failed to comprehend. The humans had old documents, ones written many generations beforehand, that spoke of all men being created equal, and the humans seemed to think, for the most part, that this applied to the other races in their galaxy as well. Even the lowest sentient species were treated well, the very species that Neft's masters would have totally and completely eradicated. None of what the humans did made sense. Neft finds himself mumbling as he reads, considering the threat that the humans pose. I would be a fool to advise an attack, and yet I feel obliged to do so. There is a beep, and then the ship's AI, Neft calls it Beeper, says, Scout Neft the highest, I must advise you to rest. You have not given your mind or body a chance to recover in 20 cycles. I cannot, Neft snaps as he studies his notes with greater attention in an act of defiance. He did not appreciate the AI or its constant nagging. The AI did not understand just what kind of mystery these humans were. No self-respecting Trefolian could leave such a mystery unsolved, even if their health and even their very lives were at risk. You must, Beeper urges. Were you a human, this would be your 20th year without sleep. Even your own people rested in their first days of discovery. Neft holds up a cool, damp arm. They were not discovering the humans. Now silence. Very well, Beeper gives in, followed by a quiet beep. Neft knew that he was exhausted. He knew that this could end up being his final mission because his very body was giving out. However, answers had to come. His life was a small price to pay for these answers. Should another Trefalian come to finish what he started, he wanted them to know as much as was possible. The human enigma needed to be addressed. The human enigma had to be conquered. Shaking in awe and anxiety, Neft cries out, "We must make them subjects of my masters. They must bow before them as my people have. The humans cannot continue like this. It is lunacy. No other race would consider actions as these." Slamming his arms against his desk, Neft smashes it to pieces and sends all the research that had been carefully laid out into the air. In a rage, he shouts, "Beeper, resume my report now." "Very well," Beeper sounds, "I am recording now." Staring out into the void beyond his window, Neft looks toward the Milky Way, toward the home of the humans. Shaking still, now in a rage, he says, "Amendment to Scout's log. Entry 9,211,104. It is highly advisable that the humans be brought under the complete and total control of my masters. We must learn what secrets they hold and learn of who they are preparing to war against. Conquest is preferred, but extinction will be required if that is not achievable. It is advisable that the Kaldrit Nexidraxi be sent in immediately. It is advisable that their complete force should be concentrated on a small region of human-controlled space to ensure their success. The usual broad conquest cannot succeed, and my computer models support this. It is advisable that the old machinations and any other remaining forces within the human-controlled galaxy be activated in order to preoccupy the humans and allow for a successful invasion. It is recommended that no effort should be spared, lest the humans retaliate. This is imperative for the continuation of the order of the universe, of which my masters control. Scout Neft the Highest, signing out. End report. A few silent moments pass before Beeper asks, "Did you not advise against this mere moments ago?" Neft waves the AI off uselessly. He did not understand the humans, and that was a threat. It was a threat to himself, to his masters, and to the universe itself. Everything had its place. Everything has its order. Every race has its master, save Neft's masters alone. The humans defied all of this. And like the wayward children they were, they had to be brought back into order. No rebellion could be allowed, especially not on a scale like this. Seething, Neft feels hot mucus slipping over his mouth and chin in a manner no Trefalian had felt in hundreds of human centuries. It was something that only happened to the greatest of warriors before battle. It was a warning to any and all who stood against them that they would die. The rebellious humans would either join the fold under Neft's masters, or they would fall. Nothing else could be allowed because the enigmatic humans could not be understood. Surrendering to his body's needs, Neft collapses. Moments later, he breathes his last breath as his heart fails. Neft's final thoughts did not dwell on his home, nor on his slain family. Instead, he thought of the next Trefalian who would finish what he started. Who would understand the humans that Neft failed to? Thank you for listening to this story. If you liked it, be sure to check out some of the author Caleb Fast's published stories on Amazon. I've linked to his best-selling story in the description and comments section. Also, please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. I will see you in the next one.
The universe, as every moderately informed species knows, is a strange and often incomprehensible place. But even the most experienced interstellar cartographers were not prepared for the discovery made by the Glorfnax exploration fleet on stardate 3482.6. It began innocently enough, as most catastrophic misunderstandings do, with an innocuous beep. "Captain Flarnock," announced navigator Yiplex, whose antennae were quivering in what could only be described as existential dread. "We've found, well, a Class 13 death world." This statement hung in the air for a moment, like an uninvited guest at a wedding reception. "A what?" Captain Flarnock's 6 eyes narrowed. "A Class 13 death world, sir," Yiplex repeated. "The kind of place where oxygen molecules conspire to set you on fire, and the local fauna considers your face an acceptable snack." The bridge crew collectively recoiled. "Class 13. Death worlds were a theoretical designation used by the Galactic Concordance to describe planets so hostile that even the most battle-hardened species wouldn't dare approach. They were the sort of planets mentioned in hushed tones during mandatory workplace safety seminars. "Surely it's uninhabited," Flarnock ventured hopefully. "Not quite, sir," Yiplex said, eyes glued to the sensor readout. "There are life forms, intelligent ones. Thriving, apparently." Flarnock's antennae stood rigid with alarm. "Thriving? That's impossible. Even Class 8 death worlds are uninhabitable, and we lost a probe just trying to map a Class 10. Yiplex's expression deepened into the universal look of a bureaucrat realizing they would need to file paperwork. "Sir, they appear to enjoy living there. I've intercepted electromagnetic signals. There are moving pictures of their activities. They're laughing." Flarnock strode to the console, squinting at the holographic feed. The screen showed a group of humans at what appeared to be a gathering. They were surrounded by what could only be described as a controlled explosion of color, noise, and chaos. One human was dangling precariously from a thin cord above a canyon, shouting something that translated roughly as "totally worth it." "Are they performing an execution ritual?" Flarnock asked, horrified. "No, sir," said Yiplex. "It's labeled as bungee jumping, a recreational activity." The bridge descended into silence. "Recreational," Flarnock repeated slowly, as though tasting a particularly unpleasant word for the first time. "What else have you found?" Yiplex hesitated. "Well, they seem to engage in something called volcano surfing, and there's evidence they domesticated creatures capable of disemboweling them." He tapped the screen, displaying an image of a human hugging a large, fanged quadruped. Flarnock pinched his antennae together, the Glorfnaxian equivalent of a headache. "Yiplex, send this data to the Galactic Concordance immediately. Let them sort out this nonsense." Within hours, the Galactic Concordance convened an emergency session. Delegates from across the galaxy assembled, their holograms flickering in and out as they debated the implications of humans thriving on what was supposed to be an impossible planet. "Their oceans are filled with apex predators," shrieked Ambassador Gloob of the tranquil Plork species. "One of those creatures can devour an entire school of swimmers in seconds." "And yet," countered Ambassador Zilth, "the humans have turned this creature into soup." Soup! The room erupted into chaos. Some argued that the humans represented an unthinkable evolutionary anomaly. Others insisted they were a fluke, an accident of galactic probability. A few suggested immediate quarantine to prevent whatever horrifying adaptations allowed them to survive from spreading to other species. Meanwhile, back aboard the Glorfnax ship, Yiplex was glued to the screen, streaming something labeled as the Winter Olympics. He had intended to gather more data on the humans, but had been distracted by an event called ski jumping. "Why?" he whispered. "Are they flying through the air on sticks?" Captain Flarnock glanced over. "Is that for fun?" The humans on the screen landed gracefully, raising their arms in triumph. The crowd roared with approval. "I don't understand them," Flarnock muttered, pacing the bridge. "How can they face certain death with such casual indifference?" "Sir," Yiplex said, trembling, "I think the humans might be insane." "Insane or not," Flarnock replied grimly, "we must report this. If they can survive that planet, they could survive anywhere. And if they can survive anywhere," the captain trailed off, his antennae drooping in despair. "We might have just discovered the galaxy's apex predators," Yiplex finished for him, with the tone of someone realizing they'd forgotten to activate their life insurance. The Galactic Concordance was not known for decisive action. Meetings typically involved hours of polite bickering over whether to adjourn for lunch. But when the Glorfnax report arrived, it caused a level of panic unseen since the Great Zorblik Muffin incident, a historical event no one liked to talk about because it was still technically under litigation. Ambassador Lawzib of the Cautious Wibblers opened the emergency session with a statement dripping in melodrama. We face a threat unlike any other. A species that thrives on a planet designed by the universe's cruelest interior decorator. Their daily lives involve conditions we categorize as slow, painful extinction. The holographic council chamber buzzed with horrified murmurs. "I move for immediate quarantine," declared Gloob, slamming one of their gelatinous appendages on the table. It splashed. "We must isolate this death world at once. For all we know, the humans might be contagious." "Ah, contagious," interrupted Ambassador Vorklet, an avian-like being whose feathers bristled with indignation. "They're not a disease, Gloob. They're a culture. And besides, the humans seem unaware of our existence. Why stir up trouble?" Gloob rippled indignantly. "Trouble? Trouble? Did you read the report? They wrestle apex predators for sport. They create explosives to celebrate the passing of arbitrary solar cycles. And have you seen what they call breakfast? It's a smorgasbord of cholesterol and defiance." Ambassador Zilth, representing the Trogflats, a notoriously risk-averse species, adjusted their neural implant nervously. "The real concern," they said in a trembling voice, "is their resilience. If humans can survive a Class 13 death world, what happens if they leave it? They could conquer less hostile planets effortlessly. Planets like, well, ours." The room went silent, save for a faint slurping noise as Gloob absorbed their spilled appendage. Finally, Ambassador Yink, representing the philosophical Snurbs, chimed in. "Perhaps we are misunderstanding them. The report describes behaviors that seem self-destructive, yet they persist as a species. We must consider the possibility that humans are not a threat, but rather," they paused dramatically, "a cosmic joke." "A joke?" snapped Lawzib. "Do you see anyone laughing?" "Well, the humans are," Yink replied, tapping the screen. It displayed footage of a group of humans laughing hysterically while fleeing from what was labeled a particularly aggressive goose. The council erupted into chaos again. Arguments flew across species boundaries. Some called for immediate diplomacy, others for isolation, and a few particularly paranoid delegates suggested launching the nearest black hole at Earth just to be safe. The only thing everyone agreed on was that doing nothing would be catastrophic. Meanwhile, in a quiet corner of the chamber, Analyst Grib, a low-ranking Glorfnax bureaucrat, nervously adjusted their head-mounted display. They hadn't spoken in years, as their position was typically relegated to fixing typos in star charts. But the overwhelming absurdity of the debate compelled them to interject. "Excuse me," Grib said, their voice barely audible over the din. "Might I suggest studying them?" All eyes, or equivalent sensory organs, turned toward Grib. "Studying them," Lawzib repeated, as though the concept were deeply offensive. "Yes," Grib continued, emboldened by the sudden attention. "We know almost nothing about their psychology or biology. Instead of assuming the worst, we could observe them further. Discreetly, of course. If they really are as dangerous as we fear, understanding their behavior could be useful." The room considered this. It was admittedly a rational suggestion, a rarity in concordance proceedings. "But what if they detect us?" Zilth asked, feathers puffing nervously. "We might trigger their aggression. The report mentioned something called road rage." "That's why we'll use stealth probes," Grib replied. "They'll blend in with the humans' environment. They're so accustomed to chaos, they'll hardly notice." The council murmured approval. It was, if nothing else, a plan. And for the Galactic Concordance, even a bad plan was progress. Thus, the decision was made. Covert observation of the humans would begin immediately. The delegates departed, some optimistic, others quietly terrified, and a few secretly hoping the humans might accidentally wipe themselves out before the probes arrived. As Grib left the chamber, they couldn't shake a nagging thought. What if the humans noticed the probes anyway? After all, they seemed to notice everything, except, perhaps, their own absurdity. The probes, hailed as the pinnacle of concordant stealth technology, were dispatched toward Earth with great fanfare, though mostly in the form of whispered congratulations as loud noises upset certain gelatinous delegates. Designed to mimic Earth's peculiar objects, each probe was outfitted with camouflage features. One disguised as a tree, another as a public trash can, and one particularly unfortunate unit, P-87, as a shopping cart. P-87's fate was sealed the moment it landed in a human parking lot. Within seconds, it was wheeled away by an elderly earthling muttering something about stray carts, who then shoved it into a row of others, jamming its sensors and rendering it effectively useless. The other probes, however, fared better. Hidden in plain sight, they began transmitting data back to the concordance. The information was as baffling as it was alarming. "Report," demanded Captain Flarnock, aboard the Glorfnack's mothership, anxiously awaiting the first analysis. "What have the probes discovered?" Yaplex glanced at the incoming feed, their eyes twitching. "Sir, it's chaos. Elaborate," Flarnock said, antennae twitching with impatience. "Observe this footage from probe T-42, Yaplex began, displaying a scene of a bustling street filled with honking vehicles and jaywalking pedestrians. One human in particular was holding a rectangle to their ear and shouting loudly about something called pineapple pizza. "Are they issuing commands?" Flarnock asked. "No, sir. It appears to be some sort of argument with another human not physically present," Yaplex explained. "The device they're holding allows them to argue over long distances. Efficient, but terrifying." Flarnock rubbed his sensory appendages. "What else?" Yaplex switched feeds. "Here, sir. Probe P-99 infiltrated a structure called a gym. The humans appear to willingly subject themselves to physical torment, lifting heavy objects repeatedly without purpose. Observe this one. They're grimacing as if in pain, yet voluntarily continue." The bridge crew recoiled. "Surely they are being coerced," one officer exclaimed. "Not at all, sir," Yaplex replied. "The human appears to be enjoying themselves. They call it a workout." Flarnock's 6 eyes blinked in rapid succession. "This species voluntarily creates suffering for entertainment. I'm beginning to suspect they're not merely insane. They might be addicted to adversity." Things grew stranger as more reports trickled in. Probe D-17 sent back footage of humans diving into icy water during an activity called the Polar Bear Plunge. Probe T-11 observed a spicy food challenge where participants consumed substances so hot they required a glass of milk to prevent internal combustion. And then there was Probe P-33. Disguised as a street lamp, it had captured a late-night phenomenon the humans called karaoke. Yaplex played the footage hesitantly. "Is that caterwauling?" Flarnock asked, wincing. "Not exactly, sir. The humans seem to interpret it as music. Note how the others clap and cheer despite the performer's inability to remain on key." Flarnock stared at the screen, aghast. "These creatures applaud failure? What's next? Celebrating misfortune?" As if on cue, Probe G5 sent back a clip of humans laughing uproariously as one of their own tripped over a small dog and fell into a cake. The bridge crew watched in stunned silence. "They do celebrate misfortune," Yaplex whispered, horrified. Back at the Galactic Concordance, the analysis team was working overtime to make sense of the data. Ambassador Zilth reviewed a report on something called reality television, pausing occasionally to massage their feathers, which had become uncomfortably ruffled. "So let me summarize," Zilth said to their assistant. "Humans willingly endure suffering, encourage public humiliation, and even transform disasters into comedy." "Yes, Ambassador," the assistant confirmed. "It seems they thrive, not despite adversity, but because of it. Their culture is built on finding humor in chaos." "And what of their weapons capabilities?" Zilth asked. The assistant hesitated. There's little evidence they rely on weapons for survival. Their most effective tool appears to be sarcasm, which has baffled several probes attempting to translate it. Unbelievable, Zilth muttered. They laugh at danger and wield words like knives. If this isn't the universe's most elaborate prank, I don't know what is. Despite the apparent absurdity, an unsettling realization began to creep through the concordance. These humans, so casually resilient, might just be too adaptable for their own good. And if they ever decided to leave their death world, the galaxy might never be the same. The trouble began, as trouble often does, with a poorly worded transmission. Probe T-42, having spent weeks observing Earth traffic, had attempted to interpret the cultural significance of road signs. Unfortunately, the probe's translation matrix, designed for advanced alien dialects, was woefully unprepared for the nuances of Earth language. It sent a broadcast back to the humans reading, "Interstellar challenge initiated. Bring your fastest vehicles to compete." To the average concordant species, this would have been seen as an accidental faux pas. To humans, however, it was an invitation. Within hours, the signal was trending on Earth's most chaotic digital platform, something called social media. Captain Flanock was not immediately aware of the brewing disaster. He was busy reviewing footage of a human activity called ice fishing, during which individuals voluntarily sat for hours in freezing temperatures to catch aquatic prey, seemingly as a form of meditation. "Captain!" Yiplex interrupted, their voice tinged with alarm. "Earth's inhabitants are mobilizing." Flanock turned slowly. "Mobilizing for what?" "They seem to believe we've issued a challenge," Yiplex explained, replaying the probe's transmission. "Sir, it's spreading rapidly. They're preparing vehicles, some of which appear to be heavily modified for high-speed purposes. They're calling it the Great Galactic Drag Race." Flanock stared in disbelief. "Drag race? Against us? Do they even know who we are?" "No, sir," Yiplex admitted. "But they appear enthusiastic. One human has even painted flames on their, what's the term, minivan." The bridge crew descended into panicked murmurs. Flanock slammed a claw on the console. "This is unacceptable. Initiate emergency diplomatic contact immediately. We must clarify that this was a misunderstanding." Diplomatic contact, however, proved more difficult than anticipated. The humans, exhilarated by the prospect of interstellar competition, were entirely uninterested in clarifications. Instead, Earth's news channels broadcast speculative commentary about alien races, and humans from various nations began arguing over who would represent the planet in the ultimate showdown. Meanwhile, Ambassador Zilth received a live feed from Earth showing what humans called a press conference. The speaker was a man wearing sunglasses indoors, who referred to himself as the Fascinator. He was flanked by vehicles so aggressively modified they looked like something salvaged from a post-apocalyptic wasteland. "We accept your challenge, alien overlords," the Fascinator declared, pointing dramatically at the camera. "Prepare to eat dust, intergalactic chumps." Ambassador Zilth watched in stunned silence. "This can't be real," they muttered. Back aboard the Glorfnak's ship, Flanock buried his sensory appendages in his claws. "Yiplex, this species is going to be the end of me." "I wouldn't be so sure, sir," Yiplex replied, tentatively optimistic. "Their enthusiasm is, well, oddly charming." "It's suicidal!" Flanock snapped. "They're about to race vehicles that, by our calculations, can barely outrun their own atmospheric predators." The humans, however, were undeterred. Earth's leaders, after a brief and wholly unproductive summit, decided to collectively cheer the effort on from a safe distance while the Fascinator and his cohorts prepared for interstellar glory. Meanwhile, the Glorfnak's ship received thousands of unauthorized messages, most of which were variations of "See you at the finish line" and "LOL." "Sir," Yiplex reported nervously, "I don't think they're joking. They've set up a, what's the term, starting line in one of their deserts." Flanock groaned. "And what exactly are we supposed to do?" Race them? It might be easier than explaining the misunderstanding, sir, Yiplex offered. With no viable alternatives, the Glorfnak's ship reluctantly descended into the Earth's atmosphere, hovering above the makeshift racecourse. Thousands of humans had gathered, cheering wildly and waving signs with messages like, "Go Fastinator," and "Take us to space after you lose." As Flarnock and his crew observed the scene, they noticed something unexpected. The humans were celebrating. This was not a somber battle for survival, but a chaotic festival of joy. Music blared, food was consumed, and people laughed in a way that suggested they genuinely believed this absurd event was a triumph of diplomacy. "Captain," Yiplex said cautiously, "what if they think this is how we negotiate?" Flarnock sighed deeply. "Then I suppose we'll have to participate." The crew groaned collectively as Flarnock ordered the ship's scout craft prepared. The humans erupted into cheers as the sleek alien vessel lined up at the starting line beside the Fastinator's roaring monstrosity. As the countdown began, Yiplex muttered nervously, "I hope this doesn't end in catastrophe." "It's humans," Flarnock replied grimly. "Catastrophe is inevitable." The starting line was a chaotic masterpiece of human ingenuity and alien bewilderment. On one side, the Glorfnak scout craft hummed with precision engineering, its anti-gravity stabilizers glowing softly. On the other, the Fastinator's vehicle, a heavily modified, flame-painted monstrosity, bellowed clouds of black smoke into the sky. It was unclear whether this was intentional or the result of impending mechanical failure. The crowd erupted in cheers as a human with an inexplicably small flag stepped forward. "Are you ready to see some history?" they screamed into a microphone. The humans roared in response. "Captain," Yiplex whispered nervously from the cockpit, "the humans appear to believe this is a legitimate contest. Should we let them win?" Flarnock gave a weary sigh. "Yiplex, do you honestly believe they'll know the difference?" Before Yiplex could respond, the flag dropped, and the Fastinator's machine lurched forward with an ear-splitting roar, leaving a trail of scorched earth and what smelled suspiciously like burnt rubber. The Glorfnak's ship hesitated for a moment, its pilot visibly confused about how to approach what was clearly an absurd scenario. Finally, with a reluctant nudge to the controls, the craft floated forward, its motion smooth and effortless. The crowd didn't seem to notice or care that the alien vessel was moving at a leisurely pace compared to the Fastinator's wildly careening vehicle. Instead, they screamed themselves hoarse, waving banners and throwing confetti made from what appeared to be shredded parking tickets. Inside the Glorfnak's craft, Yiplex monitored the human's trajectory. "Sir," they said, their voice tense, "the Fastinator appears to be heading directly toward a canyon." Flarnock glanced at the screen. "Is that intentional?" "Unclear," Yiplex replied. "But at this speed, they'll either achieve some kind of miraculous jump or plummet to their doom." On Earth, however, the Fastinator's fate was less of a concern than the spectacle itself. Humans shouted with gleeful anticipation as his vehicle hit a ramp that appeared to have been constructed from scrap metal and questionable optimism. The car launched into the air, soaring across the canyon with what could only be described as reckless audacity. Against all odds and several laws of physics, it landed on the other side, bouncing twice before screeching to a halt. The Fastinator emerged from the car, fist raised triumphantly. The crowd went berserk. Flarnock stared in stunned silence. "They're cheering for that?" "Sir," Yiplex said quietly, "I think they see failure differently than we do. To them, it's not about perfection. It's about trying, no matter how ridiculous the odds." Flarnock rubbed his temples. "That explains absolutely nothing, but at least they're consistent." Despite the absurdity, the Glorfnak's ship gracefully crossed the canyon, landing with all the elegance of a species that understood basic aerodynamics. Yet no one cared. The humans had already declared the Fastinator the victor, hoisting him onto their shoulders and chanting, "Earth wins, Earth wins." Flarnock considered correcting them, but decided against it. What good would it do? Back aboard the ship, the Glorfnak's crew reviewed the day's events. "Captain," Yiplex began cautiously, "what if this wasn't a failure?" Flarnock arched a sensory appendage. "How do you mean?" "Well," Yiplex continued, "we came here expecting to find a dangerous, unpredictable species. And we did. But they're not dangerous because of their weapons or their aggression. They're dangerous because they refuse to give up, no matter how absurd their circumstances." Flarnock considered this. "So you're saying their greatest strength is their ability to laugh in the face of chaos?" "Precisely, sir," Yiplex replied. "It's infuriating and kind of inspiring." The captain sighed. "Let's hope the rest of the galaxy feels the same way. Because if humans ever leave that planet, I don't think anything will ever prepare us for what they'll do next." As the Glorfnak's ship departed Earth, leaving behind a planet of jubilant chaos, Flarnock couldn't help but wonder if perhaps the humans were onto something. They hadn't just survived their death world, they had mastered it, and the galaxy would never fully comprehend them.
The thing about abandoned alien space stations is that they never come with a user manual, or, basic safety protocols, or even a simple note saying, "Hey, don't press the big red button that looks suspiciously like a self-destruct switch." Elena Martinez stood in what she assumed was the main control room of the Kraxan research station, her boots leaving footprints in the thick layer of ice crystals that covered everything. Her helmet light cut through the darkness, illuminating panels of dead screens and dormant control interfaces that hadn't seen power in what looked like years. "Well," she said to no one in particular, her voice echoing in her helmet, "this is what we in the professional salvage business call a complete mess." She paused, considering. "Actually, that's being generous. This is what we call a disaster that someone gift-wrapped in catastrophe and topped with a bow made of pure chaos." The station hung in Europa's orbit like a forgotten Christmas ornament, all elegant curves and sweeping architecture that screamed advanced alien civilization, right up until you got close enough to see the deterioration. Elena's scanner beeped, analyzing the station's composition and structural integrity. "Reading approximately 70% systems failure," she muttered, tapping through the scanner's displays. "Life support minimal, power systems dormant but salvageable, and..." She squinted at a particularly interesting reading. "What appears to be the most sophisticated research equipment I've ever seen, just sitting here collecting space dust." Because that makes perfect sense. The Kraxan were known throughout explored space as one of the most advanced species in the galaxy. They were also known for being incredibly particular about their technology. Finding one of their stations abandoned was like finding a Ferrari left in a parking lot with the keys in the ignition. Elena made her way through the control room, her magnetic boots clicking against the metal floor. Each step sent small clouds of ice crystals spinning in the zero gravity. The station's viewport offered a stunning view of Europa's icy surface below, Jupiter's massive form dominating the horizon beyond. "Computer," she called out, more out of habit than expectation, "run basic systems diagnostic." To her surprise, a holographic display flickered to life, though it was faint and unstable. Alien text scrolled across it, then shifted to standard English. The translation was rough, but readable. Station designation, deep analysis. Research facilities 7,249. Safety scientist decommission. Reason for abandonment. Maintenance. Costs. Accept acceptable parameters. Current system functionality, 31.2%. Maintenance costs. Elena laughed, the sound sharp in her helmet. "You abandoned a multi-billion credit research station because it was expensive to maintain?" She shook her head, already running calculations in her mind. "Oh, honey, you have no idea what human engineers can do with duct tape and determination." Yet you also have 1,000 thunder stars out. Elena laughed thickly. She pulled up her comm unit and began recording her official salvage claim. This is Elena Martinez, licensed salvage engineer, registration number SE700. I am exercising Earth Space Salvage Act Section 47B, claiming abandoned property in deep space. Timestamp shows... She glanced at her display. 14:22 Earth Standard Time. And boy, do I have my work cut out for me. The station creaked around her, as if agreeing with her assessment. Somewhere in the distance, something that sounded expensive broke free and clattered to the floor. Elena sighed. Note to self, bring more duct tape. After 4 hours of exploring the station, Elena had discovered 3 important things. First, the Kraxon had terrible taste in interior design. Second, they had even worse organizational skills. And third, they had left in such a hurry that they'd abandoned research data that would make most scientists drool. Let me get this straight, she said, addressing the station's semi-functional AI, which she'd managed to partially reboot. You're telling me they just left because the maintenance budget was too high? The AI's response came through in a series of choppy translations. Affirmative. Station maintenance costs exceeded projected revenue by 47.3%. Standard Kraxon protocol dictates immediate withdrawal from non-profitable ventures. Elena leaned against a frost-covered console, careful not to touch any of the controls. And nobody thought to, I don't know, try fixing things more efficiently? Maybe cut down on the gold-plated toilet seats? She paused, looking at what she had assumed was a decorative wall fixture. Please tell me that's not actually a gold-plated toilet seat. That is a quantum harmonization chamber, the AI replied, almost sounding offended, though its efficiency could be improved by 82% with basic maintenance. Of course it could, Elena muttered, making notes on her tablet. Because heaven forbid anyone do basic maintenance in this place. All right, show me the abandonment logs. The holographic display flickered to life again, showing a series of what appeared to be very official-looking documents. Elena's translation software worked overtime, converting the flowing Kraxon script into English. Notice of abandonment. By order of the High Council of Scientific Resource Management, station turned 649 is hereby declared non-viable due to excessive maintenance requirements, inefficient energy consumption. Away, the unacceptable staff complaints about cold temperatures. Boses required replacement of 147 quantum harmonization chambers. All personnel are ordered to evacuate within 1 standard rotation. Member rotation? Elena whistled. They evacuated this entire research station in 1 day? No wonder everything's such a mess. She scrolled through more documents, each more ridiculous than the last. And look at these salvage rights forms. They literally signed away ownership to, and I quote, any entity foolish enough to waste resources on this maintenance nightmare. She pulled up the Earth Space Salvage Act guidelines on her tablet, grinning as she read through the requirements. Well, would you look at that? Everything's in order. All I need to do is file the claim, prove I can maintain the station, and... She gestured at the frozen room around her. This whole maintenance nightmare becomes my maintenance nightmare. The AI crackled. Query, are you suggesting you intend to restore this facility? Oh, honey. Elena patted the nearest console, brushing off frost. I'm going to do more than restore it. I'm going to show the Kraxon what happens when you give a human engineer a challenge and unlimited access to spare parts. Ways. She spent the next 2 hours meticulously documenting everything, taking photos, recording sensor readings, and filing enough paperwork to make even a Kraxon bureaucrat proud. The claim would be processed within 72 hours, assuming no other salvage teams tried to contest it. Computer, she called out, packing up her survey gear. How do you feel about the name Bob? Wary? Bob? Yeah, Bob. If I'm going to fix this place up, you need a proper name. something less formal than Station AI serial number whatever. There was a long pause followed by, "Designation Bob accepted, though I must inform you that my serial number is actually..." "Yoke. Yame." "Nope," Elena interrupted, grinning. "You're Bob now, and Bob, we have a lot of work to do." She took one last look around the control room, already making mental lists of supplies she'd need. Somewhere in the distance, another expensive-sounding thing broke free and crashed to the floor. "Make that a lot of work," she amended. "And definitely more duct tape." 6 months later, "Bob, remind me again why the Kraxon thought it was a good idea to run plasma conduits through the coffee maker?" Elena hung upside down in the maintenance shaft, her magnetic boots locked to what she had designated as the ceiling, though in zero gravity that distinction was purely psychological. Sweat beaded on her forehead despite the environmental controls she'd managed to restore last month. "The device you refer to as a coffee maker," Bob responded, his voice now much clearer after 3 months of communications system repairs, "is actually a molecular reconstruction unit for producing specialized research chemicals." "Well, now it's a coffee maker," Elena grunted, carefully disconnecting another crystalline power coupling. "And a pretty good one, once I rewired it to stop trying to analyze my caffeine intake as a potential biochemical weapon." The past 6 months had been a crash course in alien engineering, human ingenuity, and the universal truth that no matter how advanced a civilization became, they still couldn't write decent maintenance documentation. Elena had filled 3 tablets with notes, diagrams, and increasingly creative curses in multiple languages. "Warning," Bob announced. "Accessing that system without proper Kraxon authorization codes may result in..." A shower of sparks erupted from the panel, and Elena quickly sealed it with a patch of high-tech space-grade repair tape, which looked suspiciously like duct tape painted silver. "May result in that," she finished, checking her handiwork. "But look on the bright side, Bob. Now we can redirect that power to something useful, like keeping the gravity plating running in more than just the bathroom." "I still fail to understand why you prioritized artificial gravity in the recreation area over the primary research labs," Bob commented, his tone carrying what Elena swore was a hint of judgment. Elena pushed off from the ceiling, floating gracefully toward another access panel. "Because, my digital friend, humans need a place to relax. And it's really hard to relax when your coffee cup keeps floating away." She paused, considering. "Though I have to admit, anti-grav table tennis was pretty fun." The station had slowly come back to life under Elena's care. The primary systems were now running at 78% efficiency. Not bad considering she'd had to improvise half the replacement parts. The Kraxon's obsession with using exotic materials for simple tasks had forced her to get creative. "Daily log update," she announced as Bob began recording. "Day 182 of renovation. Finally rerouted power from the unnecessary quantum harmonization chambers. Seriously, who needs 47 of those? To establish stable environmental controls throughout the habitable sections. Replace the overcomplicated atmospheric processors with standard human models. They're not as elegant, but they actually work, which is a nice change of pace." She pulled herself through a doorway into what she'd converted into a proper living quarter. The room was a strange blend of ultra-advanced alien technology and practical human comforts. A holographic display showing station diagnostics hung next to a poster of cats hanging from tree branches with the caption, "Hang in there." "Also," she continued, "finally figured out why the station was consuming so much power. Turns out the Kraxon's idea of energy efficiency was to throw more power at a problem until it went away. I've reduced consumption by 60% just by implementing basic power management protocols." She grinned. "Take that, Mr. Maintenance Costs Exceed Acceptable Parameters." Bob's avatar flickered to life on a nearby screen. Elena had modified his visual interface to show a simple smiley face that changed expressions, Currently, it looked concerned. Elena, I feel compelled to inform you that your modifications, while effective, deviate significantly from standard Kraxon engineering principles. Bob, my sweet summer child, Elena replied, pulling out her tablet to check the next day's repair schedule. That's exactly why they're working. Sometimes the best solution isn't the most advanced one. Sometimes you just need a wrench and some common sense. The station creaked around them, but now it was the healthy sound of a well-maintained structure adjusting to temperature changes, not the ominous groaning of imminent collapse. Besides, she added, floating toward her jury-rigged but perfectly functional coffee maker, I'd say increasing efficiency by 200% while cutting operating costs by 80% proves my point. The Kraxon overthought everything. They were so focused on perfection that they forgot about practicality. She was about to take a sip of her coffee when Bob's avatar suddenly shifted to an alert expression. Elena, I'm detecting an incoming vessel. Kraxon energy signature. The coffee cup froze halfway to her lips. Well, she said after a moment, this should be interesting. Bob, be a dear and pull up all our salvage documentation. Something tells me we're about to have company, and they're not going to be happy about what we've done to their quantum harmonization chambers. The Kraxon diplomatic vessel was exactly what Elena expected. Sleek, overdone, and probably running at 30% efficiency. It gleamed against the backdrop of Europa's icy surface, all polished curves and unnecessary decorative flourishes that served no practical purpose except to scream, "We're fancy." Bob, please tell me you've got those salvage documents ready, Elena said, straightening her jumpsuit. She'd considered changing into something more formal but decided against it. If they wanted to see the station's engineer, they'd get the station's engineer, coffee stains and all. All documentation is prepared and verified, Bob replied, though I feel compelled to inform you that your current attire does not meet Kraxon diplomatic standards. Neither does their abandoned station maintenance record, Elena muttered, watching as the ship docked with an almost insulting precision. Let's see how they like what we've done with the place. The airlock cycled, and Elena put on her best welcome to my salvage station smile as 3 Kraxon officials entered. They were tall, elegant creatures with iridescent scales and expressions that suggested they'd just smelled something unpleasant. Their environmental suits looked like they cost more than Elena's entire salvage operation. Greetings, the leader said, their translator rendering the words in slightly stilted English. I am High Inspector Zex Kahl of the Kraxon Scientific Resource Management Council. You are the human who has illegally occupied our research facility? Elena's smile didn't waver. Elena Martinez, licensed salvage engineer and legal owner of this station under Earth-Space Salvage Act Section 47B. Welcome to Research Station Bob. Would you like some coffee? All 3 Kraxon visibly recoiled at the station's new name. Zekkal's scales shifted to a deeper blue, a sign Elena's translator helpfully identified as extreme distress. This is outrageous, the second Kraxon official sputtered. You've completely violated the sanctity of our quantum harmonization chambers. Oh, you mean the ones that were eating up 40% of the station's power for no reason? Elena gestured to her tablet. I've got the efficiency reports right here. Also your abandonment documentation. The ones where you literally signed away the station to, what was it again, Bob? Any entity foolish enough to waste resources on this maintenance nightmare, Bob quoted cheerfully. Elena had definitely been a good influence on his personality subroutines. This is unprecedented, the third Kraxon official said, looking around in horror at Elena's modifications. You've replaced our molecular reconstruction units with coffee makers, Elena supplied helpfully. Much more efficient, and they actually work now. Zexcal drew themselves up to their full height, nearly brushing the ceiling. We demand immediate restoration of this facility to Kraxon control. Your primitive modifications have increased overall efficiency by 200%, while cutting operating costs by 80%. Elena interrupted, pulling up the statistics. But hey, if you want to file a formal complaint, I've got all the paperwork right here. Fair warning though, Earth bureaucracy makes cracks in paperwork look like a children's coloring book. The officials huddled together, speaking in rapid Kraxan that Elena's translator couldn't quite keep up with. She caught phrases like impossible efficiency ratings and complete disregard for proper protocols. And her personal favorite, where did all the quantum harmonization chambers go? Finally, Zexcal turned back to her, scales now an interesting shade of purple. This situation will require extensive review by the High Council. Until then, we will need to inspect every modification you've made to the station. Elena grinned. Of course. Let's start with the coffee makers. I'm sure you'll find them fascinating. Bob, why don't you give our guests the full tour? Don't forget to show them the anti-grav recreation room. Thanks. With pleasure, Elena, Bob replied, and she could have sworn he was smiling in his own digital way. Shall I include the detailed efficiency reports for each modification? Every single one, Bob. Every single one. The thing about interstellar legal battles is that they make regular court proceedings look like a game of rock, paper, scissors. 2 weeks after the Kraxan's arrival, Elena found herself in the middle of what could only be described as a bureaucratic circus. Let me get this straight, Maya Chen, Elena's Earth-based lawyer, said via holographic link. They're claiming that their abandonment documentation isn't valid because it was filed on a Tuesday? Elena sipped her coffee, watching as another fleet of media ships arrived at the station's observation distance. Apparently, Kraxan legal documents can only be filed on days ending in AK. I'm not making this up. Reflectively, she stepped back, measuring the woman through the shade of the window. Maya shuffled through her documents, her hologram flickering slightly. Well, they filed it on Tuesday, March 15th, Earth time, which according to the Galactic Standard Calendar Converter was... Hold on. She grinned. Thorsdak in the Kraxan calendar. Their own dating system proves they filed it correctly. I believe, Bob chimed in, that would be what humans call a gotcha moment. Majo sighed. The Kraxan legal team had taken over one of the station's conference rooms, filling it with holographic displays of regulations and precedents from a dozen different species. Their lead counsel, a particularly pompous individual named Vex Tour, had spent the last 3 days trying to prove that Elena's coffee makers violated at least 7 interstellar safety protocols. Additionally, Bob continued, displaying another document, I have compiled extensive evidence that the station's current efficiency ratings exceed all Kraxan operational standards. Elena's modifications have resulted in a 43% increase in research capabilities, despite using what they refer to as primitive human engineering. Elena watched as another media report flashed across her screen. The story had caught the galaxy's attention. Human engineer improves abandoned alien tech. Kraxan demands return of damaged property. They're just embarrassed, Maya said, sorting through more documents. The latest polls show 67% of galactic citizens side with you. Turns out lots of species have had issues with overcomplicated Kraxan technology. You're becoming something of a folk hero. Wonderful, Elena muttered. All I wanted was a salvage project and decent coffee. Now I'm in the middle of an interstellar incident. The station's comm system chimed. Elena, Bob announced. Ambassador Krickstall of the Kraxan High Council requests an immediate meeting. They appear to be agitated. Rian, aren't they agitated? Elena stood, straightening her jumpsuit. Maya, stand by. Bob, pull up all the efficiency reports. And maybe brew a fresh pot of coffee. Something tells me we're going to need it. The meeting room was tense enough to make Elena wish she'd installed those quantum harmonization chambers after all. Ambassador Krickstall sat rigidly across from her, flanked by a team of advisors whose scales were cycling through various shades of distress. Engineer Martinez, the ambassador began, this situation has become untenable. Your modifications to our technology, Morgan gave him a look that said he liked it, have made it work better, Elena interrupted, sliding over her tablet. Here's the latest data. Power efficiency up, research output up, maintenance costs down, coffee quality dramatically improved. One of the advisors made a choking sound at the last point. Furthermore, Bob added, displaying a series of charts, I have documented 2347 instances where Elena's modifications have prevented system failures that would have occurred under the original Kraxon configurations. The ambassador's scales shifted to a deep purple. The High Council is prepared to offer compensation for your efforts. Name your price. Elena leaned back, a small smile playing at her lips. Actually, I have a better idea. One that might save both your pride and my coffee makers. The media ships outside the station continued to circle, their cameras recording what would soon become one of the most interesting negotiations in recent galactic history. And somewhere in the background, a perfectly maintained coffee maker burbled contentedly, proving that sometimes the simplest solutions were the best ones. It started with an alert from one of Elena's jury-rigged sensor arrays, the ones she'd cobbled together from spare parts and what used to be 3 redundant quantum harmonization chambers. Elena, Bob's voice carried an unusual note of excitement. I'm detecting significant biological activity in Europa's subsurface ocean. The readings are extraordinary. Elena looked up from her latest legal brief, interest piqued. Define extraordinary, Bob. The simplified sensors you installed are picking up signs of complex organic structures that the original Kraxon equipment missed. Your primitive modifications appear to have accidentally created a more effective detection system. The room fell silent. Ambassador Krickstall, who had been in the middle of another lengthy speech about Kraxon technological superiority, froze mid-gesture. Show me, Elena and the ambassador said simultaneously. Bob projected a holographic display of Europa's ocean depths. Where the Kraxon's original sensors had shown only basic chemical signatures, Elena's cobbled-together system revealed intricate patterns of life, vast networks of organisms, unlike anything in Earth's oceans. Well, Elena said slowly, that explains why you built a research station here in the first place. You were looking for exactly this, weren't you? The ambassador's scales had gone an interesting shade of gray. Impossible. Our sensors were the most advanced in the galaxy. They showed nothing of this complexity. Yes, about that. Elena pulled up the technical specifications. Your senses were so focused on quantum-level precision that they completely missed the macro scale. Like trying to count individual trees while missing the entire forest. She grinned. Sometimes you need to step back and look at the bigger picture. One of the Kraxon scientists had begun frantically analyzing the data, their scales flickering between colors so rapidly it was making Elena dizzy. The human is correct, they announced, sounding pained. Our original sensors were oversensitive. By simplifying the detection array, she accidentally created a more effective observation system for large-scale biological patterns. Elena leaned back in her chair, enjoying the moment perhaps a bit too much. So, let me get this straight. You abandoned this station because of maintenance costs, thinking it was worthless. I fixed it up, made it actually work, and in the process discovered exactly what you were looking for in the first place? I believe, Bob added helpfully, this would be an excellent moment to discuss revised ownership terms. The ambassador's advisor whispered something urgent in Kraxon. Elena's translator caught fragments about public relations disaster and unprecedented embarrassment. There's an easy solution here, Elena said, taking pity on the increasingly distressed aliens. One that saves face for everyone involved. She pulled up a proposal she'd been working on just in case something like this happened. Joint Research Initiative, shared credit for the discovery. You get access to the biological data you've been looking for, and I keep running the station my way. Plus, she added with a grin, I'll even teach your maintenance crews how to actually fix things instead of just replacing them. The Kraxon officials huddled together, speaking in rapid whispers. Finally, the ambassador turned back to her. Your proposal is not entirely unreasonable, they admitted, though we would require certain conditions. Let me guess, Elena said. You want me to reinstall at least one quantum harmonization chamber? For old time's sake, the ambassador's scales flickered briefly to a shade her translator identified as embarrassed amusement. Perhaps, they conceded, we could learn something from human efficiency after all. 3 months later, no. Elena watched in horror as the Kraxon maintenance trainee reached for yet another replacement part. You don't need to replace the entire power coupling. Just clean the connector and recalibrate it. The trainee, a young Kraxon named Tix Ven, looked at her with an expression of pure confusion. But the manual states that any component showing less than 99.9% efficiency must be replaced immediately, Fall told her partner. The manual also says you need 47 quantumization chambers, Elena replied, taking the expensive replacement part from their hands. Sometimes manuals are wrong. Watch. With practiced ease, she pulled out her toolkit, a mix of standard human tools and modified Kraxon equipment, and began cleaning the power coupling. The other maintenance trainees gathered around, their scales shifting through various shades of fascination and disbelief. See? She held up the now functioning component. Good as new, and it cost about 1/10,000th of what a replacement would have. Most efficient, Bob commented from a nearby display. Though I feel compelled to note that this method does not appear in any Kraxon maintenance documentation. That's because, came Ambassador Crixtol's voice from the doorway, we never considered that maintenance could be creative. Elena turned to see the ambassador entering the maintenance bay, looking far more relaxed than they had 3 months ago. The joint research initiative had been a spectacular success, with both human and Kraxon scientists making breakthrough discoveries about Europa's oceanic life forms. The High Council has reviewed the latest efficiency reports, the ambassador continued. They are impressed, though some members are still struggling with your refusal to reinstall at least some of the quantum harmonization chambers. I kept one, Elena said defensively. It makes great mood lighting in the recreation room. The station had evolved into something unique in the galaxy, a perfect blend of Kraxon technology and human practicality. The research labs were producing better data than ever, the maintenance costs had stabilized at a fraction of their original levels, and the coffee was exceptional. The media is calling it the Martinez method, the ambassador said, examining a nearby display showing the latest biological readings from Europa's depths. Several other Kraxon facilities are requesting similar consultations. The system realized their disquiet. Elena nearly dropped her wrench. They what? It seems, Bob chimed in, sounding amused, that your reputation for improving Kraxon technology has spread. There are currently 147 requests for your services from various Kraxon research installations. Though, the ambassador added quickly, seeing Elena's expression, we would prefer you focus on training others in your methods, rather than personally rebuilding every station in Kraxon space. Elena looked around at her maintenance trainees, who were still staring at the cleaned power coupling like it was some kind of miracle. You know what? That might actually be fun. But I have conditions. Of course you do. The ambassador's scales flickered with what Elena had learned was their version of a resigned smile. First, every station gets a proper coffee maker. Second, no more replacing parts that can be fixed. And third, she grinned, Bob gets admin access to all station AIs. They could use some personality upgrades. I would be happy to assist my fellow AIs in developing a more efficient sense of humor, Bob said. The ambassador's scales went through several interesting color changes before settling on a shade that Elena's translator helpfully identified as amused acceptance. The High Council will probably need several meetings to process this request, they said, though I suspect they will agree. Your methods, while unconventional, have proven most effective. Speaking of effective, Elena said, turning back to her trainees, who wants to learn how to optimize a molecular reconstruction unit to make the perfect cup of coffee? As the young Kraxan engineers gathered eagerly around her, Elena couldn't help but smile. Sometimes, the best way to bridge the gap between advanced alien civilization and human ingenuity was one repaired power coupling and one perfect cup of coffee at a time. Bob, she called out, start the training log. Lesson 1, why duct tape is your new best friend. She finished homework in private and was happy to start her day. Recording, Bob replied cheerfully, though I feel compelled to note that referring to high tensile repair adhesive as duct tape may cause some cultural confusion. Trust me, Bob, Elena said, pulling out a fresh roll of silver tape. Some things are universal.
The Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge was a marvel of architecture and intellect, nestled on the surface of Zerathion Prime, a planet known for its gravity-defying mountains and shimmering auroras that danced across its skies. The Academy was the pinnacle of education, attracting the brightest minds from across the galaxy. Humans, Zoltar, Thrixians, and dozens of other advanced species. Among these brilliant students was Xylar, a member of the Zoltar race, known for their unparalleled intelligence and technological prowess. The Zoltar thrived on logic, precision, and an innate ability to solve complex equations that would leave most other species baffled. Yet despite this extraordinary aptitude, Xylar was grappling with something that seemed absurdly simple to others. It was the third week of the Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics course, a mandatory subject for all first-year students. The lecture halls were vast, with transparent walls that provided a breathtaking view of Zerathion's 3 suns orbiting in perfect harmony. Xylar, like every other student, sat in an anti-gravity chair, their 4 slender fingers nervously tapping on the holographic console in front of them. On the screen, a problem glowed in bright iridescent characters. Solve for x, 5x plus 0 equals 15. For most students, especially the humans, this was laughably simple. But for Xylar, the equation might as well have been written in an undecipherable ancient dialect. The stumbling block wasn't the arithmetic, it was the zero. The very concept of nothing was alien to the Zoltar mindset. Their entire culture was built around the idea that existence was constant. Even when something seemed absent, it was merely transformed into another state of being. The notion of nothingness was not only illogical, but fundamentally incomprehensible to them. Xylar stared at the problem, their elongated pupils narrowing in frustration. Around them, their classmates were finishing the task effortlessly. Emma, a human girl with a reputation for being both brilliant and quirky, leaned back in her chair, her holographic screen already blank, signaling she had completed the task. A faint smile played on her lips as she watched the struggling Zoltar. "Time's up!" The instructor, a stern-looking Thrixian with bioluminescent scales, announced. Their voice echoed across the hall. As the students submitted their answers, Xylar hesitated, their fingers hovering above the screen. With a deep sigh, they pressed the button to submit a blank response. It wasn't the first time, and it likely wouldn't be the last. When, after the lecture, Xylar trudged down the polished corridors of the academy. Their movements were slower than usual, their shoulders hunched in a way that betrayed their frustration. As they passed groups of students discussing the lesson, Xylar caught snippets of conversations. The humans seemed particularly pleased with themselves. They always, for Xylar, this only deepened the sting of failure. Back in their private quarters, Xylar activated the holographic projection system, replaying the day's lecture. The instructor's explanation of zero echoed through the room, but it was as though the words bounced off an invisible barrier in Xylar's mind. Zero, the instructor had said, is the representation of nothingness, a placeholder that allows us to perform operations and measure absence. Xylar's frustration bubbled over. They slammed a fist onto the console, causing the projection to flicker. "It doesn't make sense," they muttered to themselves, their voice tinged with exasperation. "How can there be nothing? Even in a vacuum, there's still energy, still particles. Nothing cannot exist." Their thoughts spiraled as they tried to reconcile the concept with their own worldview. To the Zoltar, every equation, every scientific principle was rooted in the idea that the universe was always full of something. The idea that zero could hold such significance in mathematics felt not just counterintuitive, but almost sacrilegious. The following day, during the instructor's office hours, Xylar mustered the courage to seek help. The Thrixian professor listened patiently as Xylar explained their difficulties, their words tumbling out in a mix of embarrassment and frustration. The professor, though sympathetic, offered little solace. "Xylar," they said, their voice calm and measured, "you're not the first Zoltar student to struggle with this. Your species has a unique way of understanding the universe, but here, in this academy, you must adapt. Mathematics is a universal language, and zero is one of its foundational principles. Perhaps a different perspective would help." The professor's suggestion led to Xylar being assigned a peer tutor, Emma. When Xylar received the notification, their initial reaction was disbelief. A human? Surely there were other Zoltar students, or at least Thrixians, who could provide guidance. But the academy's system was firm, and refusing the help of a tutor would reflect poorly on Xylar's record. Later that evening, Xylar found themselves seated across from Emma in one of the academy's communal study rooms. The human greeted them with a warm smile, her eyes twinkling with a mixture of curiosity and amusement. "So," she began, her voice light but confident, "you're the Zoltar who's been struggling with zero." Xylar bristled at her tone. "It's not a struggle," they retorted, their voice sharper than intended. "It's a difference in perspective." Emma didn't seem offended. Instead, she leaned forward, resting her chin on her hand. "Fair enough, let's call it that. But if you're open to it, I think I can help. Zero isn't just about nothingness, it's about potential." Her words caught Xylar off guard. "Potential?" they echoed, their tones skeptical. Emma grinned. "Yup, think of it as a bridge. Zero connects things. It's what allows us to move between states, measure gaps, and create balance. It's not the absence of existence, it's a tool." Xylar stared at her, their skepticism warring with a flicker of curiosity. For the first time, they felt a glimmer of hope. Perhaps this human had something valuable to teach them after all. Emma sat across from Xylar in the softly glowing study room, her holographic tablet casting faint blue light onto her face. The human girl had an energy about her that Xylar found both irritating and strangely reassuring. Her quick smile and relaxed posture were in stark contrast to Xylar's tense demeanor. Xylar sat rigidly, their elongated fingers clasped tightly together, unwilling to admit that they were skeptical about this entire arrangement. The very idea of learning from a human felt, if not humiliating, at least deeply uncomfortable. "Okay, Xylar," Emma began, her tone casual but focused. "Let's start by clearing the air. Zero isn't some big, mysterious thing. It's just a concept. Something we made up to make sense of things that aren't there. But it's useful. Actually, it's more than useful. It's brilliant." Xylar's eyes narrowed slightly. The Zoltar species prided themselves on their logical approach to the universe, and they disliked the implication that their failure to understand something so simple was their own fault. Still, something in Emma's voice piqued their curiosity, and they gestured for her to continue. Emma leaned back, spinning her tablet in her hands like it was a toy. "Imagine this. You have a basket. You take an apple out of it. Now, what's left in the basket?" "Space," Xylar replied immediately. a void where the apple once was. The basket is still there, and so is the space inside it. Nothing has truly disappeared. Emma grinned, clearly amused. Exactly. That's how you see it. But humans, and a lot of other species, take it one step further. Instead of saying there's space or a void, we just call it zero. It's like shorthand. It lets us do all kinds of useful things, like keep track of things that are missing or measure how far apart things are. You see? Xylor frowned, their brow furrowing in thought. The explanation wasn't entirely convincing, but it was clear Emma wasn't mocking them. If anything, she seemed genuinely excited to share her perspective. Reluctantly, Xylor nodded. Go on. Taking this as a small victory, Emma began to sketch something on her tablet. She swiped her hand and a holographic projection of a simple number line appeared between them. Xylor tilted their head, studying the floating image. Numbers stretched out in both directions, negative on one side, positive on the other, with zeros sitting directly in the center. This is how we humans think about numbers, Emma explained. Zero isn't just a place where nothing happens, it's the center of everything. It's the starting point, the balance. Without it, we couldn't figure out where anything begins or ends. Xylor studied the number line, their eyes tracing the way it extended infinitely in both directions. But why does it matter? They asked, their voice tinged with frustration. If zero is just a placeholder, why do you humans make such a big deal out of it? Emma tapped her chin thoughtfully. That's a fair question. But here's the thing. It's not just about placeholders. Zero lets us solve problems we couldn't even think about otherwise. Like this. Imagine you owe someone money. You're in debt. How do you measure how far you are from paying it off? Xylor blinked. Debt was a foreign concept to the Zoltar, who operated on a system of mutual exchange rather than currency. Still, they followed Emma's logic. I suppose you would measure the difference between what you owe and what you have? Exactly, Emma's eyes lit up with excitement. And zero is what happens when you've paid it all back. It's the balance point between having something and owing something. Without zero, we wouldn't be able to understand things like debt, symmetry, or even time. Time? Xylor repeated, their tone skeptical. What does time have to do with this? Emma leaned forward, her voice dropping slightly as if she were about to share a secret. Think about it. Every timeline has a starting point, right? For humans, we call it year zero, when everything began. It's not just a number, it's a marker, a way to keep track of everything that comes before and after. Without zero, we'd be lost in time. Xylor didn't respond immediately. They stared at the number line, their mind racing to connect the dots. The idea of using zero as a reference point, as a way to measure and organize reality, was both alien and strangely compelling. For the first time, they began to see why humans valued it so much. Emma seemed to sense the shift in Xylor's demeanor. She smiled softly and leaned back in her chair. Look, I know this isn't easy for you. Your people see the universe in a way that's totally different from ours. But that doesn't mean zero is wrong. It just means it's something new. And new things can be scary, right? Xylor nodded slowly, their usual confidence replaced by a cautious curiosity. Perhaps, but it still feels unnecessary. Why use zero when other concepts could serve the same purpose? Emma shrugged, her expression thoughtful. Maybe they could, but sometimes the simplest ideas are the most powerful. Zero might seem small, but it opens up a universe of possibilities. Without it, we wouldn't have calculus, computers, or even space travel. That last point caught Xylor's attention. Space travel? They asked, their voice sharp with interest. How does zero relate to space travel? Emma grinned, clearly pleased to have piqued their curiosity. Well, think about navigation. Every ship has a starting point, right? And when you're traveling between stars, you need to calculate distances, trajectories, and speeds. Zero is what helps us figure out where we are and where we're going. It's the anchor that keeps us from getting lost. Xylor considered this, their minds spinning with new possibilities. For the first time, they began to see zero not as an abstract human idea, but as a practical tool, something that could enhance their understanding of the universe. It was a humbling realization, but also an exhilarating one. As their study session continued, Xylar found themselves asking more questions, their initial skepticism giving way to genuine interest. Emma answered each one with patience and enthusiasm, her explanations weaving together logic, history, and human ingenuity. By the time their session ended, Xylar felt a flicker of hope. Perhaps zero wasn't so incomprehensible after all. Perhaps it was the key to unlocking a new way of thinking. As they left the study room, Xylar glanced at Emma and said, "Thank you. I think I understand a little better now." Emma's smile was warm and genuine. "Anytime, Xylar. We're just getting started." For the first time in weeks, Xylar felt a sense of possibility. The road ahead was still daunting, but with Emma's help, they were beginning to see that it was also full of potential. The interstellar competition hall was abuzz with activity. The towering crystalline walls refracted light in a kaleidoscope of colors, creating a mesmerizing display that rivaled the brilliance of the minds gathered within. Students from across the galaxy sat in their designated seats, their attention fixed on the floating holographic displays that projected the day's final challenge. Among them was Xylar, seated near the center of the hall, their normally confident posture stiff with tension. The Advanced Intergalactic Mathematics Championship was a revered event, one that tested not only the intellect of its participants, but their ability to adapt to unfamiliar concepts. For the Zoltar, whose species prided itself on precision and mastery, this competition was a point of honor. Xylar had entered the championship expecting to dominate, as was expected of someone from their race. Yet, here they were, struggling against something that no other Zoltar had ever encountered. A mathematical challenge rooted in the human concept of zero. As the proctor, an imposing Thrixian with scales that shimmered like molten gold, stepped forward to explain the final problem, Xylar felt their pulse quicken. The alien proctor's voice reverberated through the hall. "Participants, you will now be presented with the ultimate equation. This task is designed to test your ability to solve for variables within a framework of universal mathematics. Remember, precision and understanding are..." The holographic displays lit up with a new problem. Solve for x. 3x plus 7 equals 7x plus 0. At first glance, the equation seemed simple, but Xylar's mind immediately stumbled over the presence of zero. Despite the weeks of tutoring with Emma, the concept still felt foreign, like a word from a language they couldn't quite speak fluently. Xylar's gaze flicked toward Emma, who sat in the audience with the other tutors. Her expression was calm and encouraging, her hands folded neatly in her lap. She met Xylar's eyes and gave a subtle nod as if to say, "You've got this." Xylar took a deep breath and focused on the equation. The numbers hovered in front of them, glowing faintly against the transparent backdrop of the display. Their fingers hovered over the controls of their tablet, but they hesitated. Every instinct told them to skip over the zero, to find a way around it. But Emma's voice echoed in their mind. "Zero isn't an obstacle, it's a tool. Use it." Summoning their courage, Xylar began to work through the equation, step by step. They started by isolating the variables, subtracting terms from both sides to simplify the problem. As they moved through the calculations, the zero loomed before them like a chasm they couldn't cross. Their hand faltered, and doubt crept in. Across the hall, Emma leaned forward in her seat, her heart pounding. She could see the hesitation in Xylar's movements, the way their shoulders tensed as they stared at the equation. She knew how much this moment meant to them, not just as a competitor, but as someone trying to break free from the constraints of their cultural understanding. Silently, she willed them to push forward. Xylar clenched their jaw, forcing themselves to focus. They remembered Emma's explanations, the examples she had given them. Zero wasn't nothing, it was balance, a point of transition. Slowly, they began to see the problem differently. Instead of fearing the zero, they embraced it, using it to guide their calculations. With each step, their confidence grew. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, Xylar reached the solution. X equals 0. They stared at the answer, their heart hammering in their chest. For a moment, they doubted themselves, wondering if they had made a mistake. But the logic was sound, the calculations clear. They had done it. Tentatively, they pressed the button to submit their answer. The room was silent as the proctor reviewed the results. The tension was palpable, every participant holding their breath as they waited for the announcement. Xylar's hands trembled slightly, their usually calm demeanor cracking under the weight of the moment. Finally, the proctor's voice rang out. "Correct," the single word echoed through the hall, followed by a wave of applause. Xylar's vision blurred as relief washed over them. They had done it. They had solved the problem using a concept that had once seemed impossible to comprehend. As the applause continued, Xylar glanced toward Emma. She was on her feet, clapping enthusiastically, her smile wide and proud. The competition concluded with Xylar receiving special recognition for their performance. As they stood on the stage, holding the crystalline award given to finalists, they felt a mixture of pride and humility. This victory wasn't just theirs, it was a testament to the power of learning and the strength of collaboration between species. Without Emma's guidance, they might never have reached this point. After the ceremony, Xylar approached Emma in the crowd. "Thank you," they said, their voice steady but soft. "I couldn't have done this without you." Emma smiled, her eyes warm with genuine affection. "You could have. You just needed a little push." Xylar shook their head. "No, it was more than that. You helped me see the universe differently. 0 isn't just a number, it's a new way of thinking. And that's something I'll never forget." The two walked out of the hall together, the vibrant lights of Zerathian Prime reflecting off the crystalline structures around them. For Xylar, the world felt different now. It was as though a veil had been lifted, revealing possibilities they had never considered before. The journey wasn't over. There was still much to learn. But for the first time, Xylar felt ready to face the challenges ahead. As they parted ways, Emma called out, "Hey, Xylar?" They turned, curious. "Yes?" Emma grinned. "Don't forget, 0 isn't the end. It's the beginning." Xylar smiled, the weight of those words settling into their mind. "I'll remember." And with that, they walked into the glowing twilight of Zerathion Prime, ready to embrace whatever came next. The days following the mathematics competition brought a subtle yet significant shift in Xylar's life. The hallways of the Intergalactic Academy of Universal Knowledge, once filled with indifferent glances or whispered speculations about the struggling Zoltar, now echoed with words of respect. Xylar had become something of a symbol, not just for their race, but for the entire academy. They were the student who had faced a seemingly insurmountable challenge and emerged victorious, not through arrogance or inherent brilliance, but through humility and the willingness to learn. For Xylar, however, the real change wasn't external, it was internal. The concept of 0, once an incomprehensible void, had become a powerful tool in their intellectual arsenal. It wasn't just about solving equations anymore, it was about seeing the universe through a new lens. 0 wasn't merely a number, it was a philosophy, a balance point that resonated across the fabric of reality. The realization had unlocked a curiosity in Xylar that they hadn't experienced before, and they found themselves revisiting problems they had once dismissed as unsolvable. One such problem was a long-standing puzzle in Zoltar science: the unification equation. It was a theoretical model meant to bridge the gap between the physical and metaphysical planes of existence, a holy grail of Zoltar intellectual pursuit. Generations of their species had worked on it, adding layers of complexity, but no one had been able to crack it. Xylar, now armed with a fresh perspective, felt a spark of determination. Perhaps the missing piece wasn't more complexity, but simplicity. Late one evening, Xylar sat in the Academy's quiet study hall, the vast space illuminated by the soft glow of holographic orbs floating overhead. Their console was littered with notes, equations, and diagrams, each one a fragment of the elusive unification equation. Emma had wandered by earlier, offering her usual cheerful encouragement before leaving Xylar to their work. Though Xylar appreciated her support, they knew this was a challenge they had to tackle alone. As they studied the equation, Xylar's mind kept returning to the principle Emma had emphasized during their tutoring sessions. Zero as a bridge, not an absence. They began to experiment, simplifying sections of the equation and introducing zero as a balancing point. It was a painstaking process, requiring not only mathematical skill but the willingness to let go of deeply ingrained assumptions. Hours passed, and the study hall grew quieter as other students retired for the night. Xylar, however, remained immersed in their work, their long fingers dancing over the console as they tested one hypothesis after another. At times, frustration bubbled to the surface, but instead of giving in to despair, they paused, took deep breaths, and reminded themselves of the lessons they had learned. Failure wasn't the end. It was a step toward understanding. Finally, as the first light of Zerathion's 3 suns began to filter through the crystalline walls, Xylar's console emitted a soft chime. The equation on the screen had resolved, its once disjointed elements converging into a harmonious whole. Xylar stared at it in disbelief, their heart pounding. Could it be true? Had they really solved the unification equation? Their initial instinct was to doubt the result, but the logic held. Zero had been the key, a missing piece that had brought balance to the equation. A wave of exhilaration washed over Xylar, followed by a profound sense of humility. This wasn't just their achievement. It was the culmination of centuries of effort by their ancestors, combined with the insights they had gained from Emma and her human perspective. The news of Xylar's breakthrough spread quickly. By midday, the Academy's main hall was filled with students, faculty, and even visiting dignitaries from across the galaxy. The unification equation had been a topic of debate and speculation for so long that its resolution felt almost mythical. Xylar stood on the stage, their usually reserved demeanor replaced by a quiet confidence. They explained their process, emphasizing not only the mathematical steps but the philosophical shift that had made it possible. As they spoke, Xylar's gaze found Emma in the crowd. She was beaming, her pride evident. Though she didn't seek the spotlight, Xylar made sure to credit her contributions. This achievement, they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion, would not have been possible without the guidance of a human who showed me that understanding isn't about clinging to what we know. It's about opening ourselves to new possibilities. Now, the crowd erupted into applause, and for the first time, Xylar felt truly at home among the diverse community of the Academy. They had not only bridged a gap in mathematics, but also in understanding between species. It was a moment of connection, a reminder that collaboration could transcend even the most ingrained differences. In the days that followed, Xylar's work was celebrated across the galaxy. Their solution to the unification equation sparked a wave of new research, with scientists and philosophers from every corner of the universe exploring its implications. For the Zoltar, it was a source of immense pride, but it was also a humbling reminder that even their advanced knowledge could be enriched by the perspectives of others. As for Xylar, they continued to grow, both as a scholar and as an individual. Their friendship with Emma deepened, built on mutual respect and a shared curiosity about the universe. Together, they tackled new challenges, each one a testament to the power of collaboration and the endless possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. One evening, as they sat on a balcony overlooking the Academy's shimmering gardens, Emma turned to Xylar and said, "Do you ever think about how much has changed since we first met?" Xylar nodded, a faint smile playing on their lips. "All the time. If someone had told me that a human would change the way I see the universe, I would have dismissed it as absurd. But now, I can't imagine going back to the way things were." Emma grinned, her eyes twinkling with mischief. "So, does this mean you finally admit that humans aren't as primitive as you thought?" Xylar chuckled, a sound that was rare but genuine. I'll admit this much. Humans have a way of surprising even the most stubborn Zoltar. The two friends laughed, the sound carrying into the night. Above them, the stars shone brightly, a reminder of the vastness of the universe and the infinite possibilities it held for those willing to explore it together. The Academy's gardens were alive with the vibrant hum of life, a blend of alien flora glowing softly in the evening light. Xylar walked slowly along one of the crystalline paths, their hands clasped behind their back. The past few weeks had been transformative, not just for them but for the entire Academy. Their breakthrough with the unification equation had sparked a wave of inspiration among students and faculty alike, transcending the cultural and intellectual boundaries that had once seemed insurmountable. Yet, despite the accolades and attention, Xylar found themselves drawn to quiet reflection. They had always been proud of their Zoltar heritage, their species' reputation for intellectual supremacy, but the journey of understanding Zero had reshaped their perspective. For the first time, Xylar saw knowledge not as a fixed construct, but as an ever-expanding horizon, shaped by the contributions of many. As they reached the edge of the gardens, Xylar paused to gaze at the Academy's central spire, its crystalline surface reflecting the light of Zerathion's three suns. This place, once just another academic institution, now felt like home. It wasn't the grandeur of the architecture or the prestige of the Academy that brought this sense of belonging. It was the people. Emma's face came to mind, her mischievous grin and unshakable determination. She had been a catalyst for Xylar's transformation, and they owed her more than they could ever express. The sound of footsteps drew Xylar's attention. Turning, they saw Emma approaching, her usual relaxed demeanor tempered by a quiet intensity. She carried a small tablet under her arm, and her hair glowed faintly in the reflected light of the garden's bioluminescent plants. Xylar couldn't help but smile at the sight of her. Emma had become more than a tutor or a friend. She was a partner in discovery, someone who had opened doors Xylar hadn't even known existed. "Thought I'd find you here," Emma said as she came to stand beside Xylar. She held up the tablet, a playful smile tugging at her lips. "I've got something for you." Curious, Xylar accepted the tablet and activated the display. A series of equations filled the screen, accompanied by detailed annotations. At first glance, it seemed to be another complex mathematical problem, but as Xylar studied it, their expression shifted. This wasn't just a problem. It was a proposal. "This is," Xylar began, their voice trailing off as they absorbed the implications. "A joint project," Emma finished. She leaned against a nearby crystalline pillar, her arms crossed. I've been thinking about how your solution to the unification equation could be applied to practical systems. What if we used it to design a new model for interstellar navigation? Something that doesn't just rely on traditional coordinates, but Xylar's mind raced. The idea was ambitious, even audacious, but it was also brilliant. Traditional navigation systems were rooted in fixed coordinates, often struggling with the vast and dynamic nature of the universe. A system that embraced Zero as a balancing point, as a means of recalibrating and adapting in real time, could overcome those limitations. "This could change everything," Xylar said softly, their voice tinged with awe. They looked at Emma, their admiration for her growing even deeper. "You never stop surprising me." Emma shrugged, though her smile betrayed her pride. "That's what humans do, right? Surprise people." The two spent hours discussing the project, their ideas flowing freely as they built on each other's insights. For Xylar, it was a reminder of how far they had come. The rigid certainty of their early days at the Academy had given way to a fluid, collaborative approach to problem solving. They no longer saw knowledge as something to be guarded or hoarded, but as a gift to be shared. As the night deepened, the conversation shifted to more personal matters. Xylar found themselves reflecting on their journey, the challenges they had faced, and the lessons they had learned. "You know," they said, their tone thoughtful, "when I first arrived here, I thought I had all the answers. I thought being Zoltar meant I didn't need to learn from anyone else, but now I see how wrong I was. You've taught me that strength isn't just about what you know, it's about what you're willing to learn. Emma's expression softened, and she placed a hand on Xylar's shoulder. And you've taught me that even the smartest people can grow. The important thing is being open to it. I think that's what makes this place special. It's not about where you're from or what you already know. It's about what we can discover together. Their words hung in the air, a quiet affirmation of the bond they had forged. For Xylar, it was a moment of clarity, a realization that their time at the academy was about more than personal achievement. It was about contributing to something greater, about building bridges between species and perspectives. In the weeks that followed, Xylar and Emma's project gained traction. With the support of the Academy, they began developing prototypes for the new navigation system, collaborating with experts from a dozen different species. The work was challenging, but it was also exhilarating, a constant reminder of the possibilities that arose when minds from different worlds came together. The final test of their system took place aboard the Stellar Horizon, one of the Academy's most advanced research vessels. As Xylar and Emma stood side by side on the ship's bridge, watching the navigation display light up with their calculations, they felt a shared sense of accomplishment. The system worked seamlessly. As the crew erupted into applause, Xylar turned to Emma, their expression a mixture of pride and gratitude. "We did it," they said, their voice steady but filled with emotion. Emma grinned, her eyes shining. "We sure did." The success of their project marked a new chapter, not just for Xylar and Emma, but for the Academy and the wider galaxy. Their work became a symbol of what could be achieved through collaboration, a testament to the power of shared knowledge and mutual respect. In the years that followed, Xylar continued to grow as a scholar and a leader, their contributions leaving an indelible mark on the Academy. And though their paths occasionally diverged, their friendship with Emma remained a constant, a reminder of the journey they had shared. Standing on the Academy's observation deck one evening, Xylar gazed out at the endless expanse of stars. For the first time, they truly understood the beauty of the universe. Not just as a collection of celestial bodies, but as a tapestry of connections, each one shaped by the countless perspectives that made it whole. And at the center of it all, like a quiet, unassuming anchor, was zero, a simple concept that had unlocked infinite possibilities.
Everything. Every file, every plan, every species they've manipulated. How long do you need? With our quantum storage systems, 5 minutes. As Chen worked, Kate's team continued securing their exit route. Everything was going smoothly. Too smoothly. Captain, Sergeant Sarah Wilson's voice crackled through the quantum comm. "We've got movement. Large group of security personnel heading toward the data core. They're armed." Kate checked her tactical display. "Did they detect us?" "Negative. Looks like a scheduled security patrol, but they'll be here in 2 minutes." Chen, 3 minutes minimum for the download. Kate made her decision. Hold positions. Remember, we're operating in a shifted phase state. They literally cannot see or touch us unless we allow it. The security team entered the data core, their weapons ready but pointed at nothing. Kate and her team stood absolutely still as the aliens moved through them, an experience that tested every nerve they had. "Download complete," Chen whispered after what felt like hours. "Excellent. Team, fall back to extraction point." Silent protocol all the way out. They retraced their steps through the station, carrying with them the evidence of thousands of years of manipulation. Earth's silence had given them the perfect cover to learn the truth about their would-be overlords. Back aboard the Shadow Dancer, Kate transmitted their findings through secure quantum channels to Earth Command. "Mission accomplished. Command. You're not going to believe what we found." "Good work, Lieutenant," General Hayes responded. "Return to base immediately. It's time to move to the next phase of operations." As the Shadow Dancer disappeared into the darkness of space, Kate looked back at the alien station. Its inhabitants had no idea that their carefully managed galaxy was about to change forever, all because humanity had learned to embrace the silence. Professor David Walker paced in his underground laboratory beneath the Rocky Mountains, watching as his latest quantum-entangled matter transmission test powered up. After 3 months of Earth's self-imposed silence, his team had achieved something revolutionary. Primary quantum matrix stable, Dr. Rebecca Morgan announced from her control station. Matter stream coherence at 98%. That's 12 points higher than our last attempt. David nodded, his eyes fixed on the test chamber where a small potted plant sat waiting. Begin transmission sequence. Let's see if we can move something living this time. The air around the plant shimmered as quantum fields enveloped it. On the other side of the lab, an identical field formed in the receiving chamber. The plant disappeared from one spot and materialized in the other, its leaves still swaying from the transfer. Bio readings are perfect, Rebecca reported, excitement breaking through her professional demeanor. Complete molecular reconstruction with zero degradation. David, we did it. Before they could celebrate, alarms blared through the facility. Unknown vessels detected entering Earth space, the quantum AI announced. Multiple signatures match mining fleet configurations. David rushed to the quantum monitoring station. A fleet of massive alien ships had appeared near Saturn's rings, their industrial quantum signatures suggesting resource-gathering equipment. They're not supposed to be here, Rebecca said, pulling up the sensor data. This sector was marked as restricted in the files Lieutenant Reynolds' team recovered. David opened a quantum channel to Space Command. General Hayes, are you seeing this? We are, Professor. Looks like some independent operators decided to take advantage of Earth's silence. They probably think we've wiped ourselves out or abandoned the system. Sir, request permission to field test the quantum matter transmission system. We've just achieved stable transport of biological matter. A pause. Approved, Professor. Show them why it's unwise to trespass in human space. David turned to his team. Prep the main quantum transmitter. Time to test this on a larger scale. Within minutes, the alien fleet began its approach towards Saturn's rings, their mining equipment powering up. They never noticed the quantum fields forming around their ships. Quantum lock established, Rebecca reported. Matter stream coherence holding at 97%. Ready for transmission. David took a deep breath. Execute. In an instant, the entire alien fleet vanished from Saturn's orbit. They reappeared seconds later near Pluto, their ships perfectly intact, but now facing the wrong direction. Transmission successful, Rebecca confirmed. Biosigns from all vessels show no adverse effects. They're completely fine, just very confused. Through their quantum sensors, they watched as the alien fleet scrambled to understand what had happened. Their confusion turned to panic as they realized they'd been moved billions of kilometers instantly, without any explanation. Should we send them back? Rebecca asked, trying to hide her grin. No need, David replied. They're already leaving at maximum speed. I don't think they'll be back. General Hayes' voice came through the quantum comm. Outstanding work, Professor. The Council's observation posts just went crazy trying to figure out what happened. As far as they can tell, those ships just teleported. David studied the quantum readings from the test. Sir, with some scaling up, we could transport entire space stations, maybe even small moons. That's exactly what I wanted to hear. How soon can you start installing these systems on our defense platforms? Give me 2 weeks. We'll have complete coverage of the solar system. As his team began preparations for the defense grid upgrade, David watched the alien fleet's retreat on the quantum monitors. Earth's silence had given them the time they needed to perfect this technology, and now they had something no other species possessed: true matter transmission. Professor, Rebecca called out, we're getting interesting readings from the Council observation posts. They're pulling back to the outer system. I think we scared them. David smiled. Good. Let them wonder what else we've developed during our silence. The galaxy's about to learn that humanity isn't just another species to be guided or controlled. Through the quantum channels, reports began coming in from other research stations. New breakthroughs, new technologies, all developed under the cover of Earth's silence. The galaxy had no idea what was coming, and that was exactly how humanity wanted it. Admiral Jessica Thompson stood on the bridge of the Nightshade, humanity's first quantum-powered carrier, watching as her fleet of 30 ships materialized in the Proxima Centauri system. The quantum matter transmission had worked flawlessly, placing each vessel in perfect formation. All ships report successful transit. Commander Robert Chen announced, "Phase shields operating at full capacity. We remain undetected." Jessica nodded, studying the holographic display showing their first extrasolar colony site. Status of the construction platforms. Ready for deployment. Admiral. Settlement pods are prepped and loaded with the first wave of colonists. Through quantum communications, similar reports flowed in from other fleet groups. Operation Silent Spring was proceeding exactly as planned. Humanity's first major expansion beyond Sol, completely hidden from galactic observation. Admiral, Lieutenant Mark Stevens called out urgently, "We're detecting quantum signatures approaching the system. Multiple vessels, not Council-affiliated." The tactical display lit up with new contacts. 2 alien fleets emerged from hyperspace, weapons already firing at each other. Their quantum signatures identified them as the Solaran and Nexus factions, their civil war now threatening to engulf Proxima Centauri. "Status of our colonists," Jessica demanded. "Still in quantum stasis, Admiral. Settlement pods haven't been deployed yet." Jessica opened a fleet-wide quantum channel. "All ships, implement Protocol Ghostwalker. Prepare for emergency evacuation operations." The human fleet, still cloaked by their phase shields, moved into position around the battling alien armadas. Neither side had any idea they were about to witness something unprecedented. "Quantum fields established," Commander Chen reported. "Ready for mass transmission." Jessica watched as the alien vessels continued their battle, their weapons fire illuminating the space around them. "Begin evacuation sequence." Priority on civilian ships. Through their quantum sensors, they identified multiple civilian vessels caught in the crossfire. One by one, these ships vanished, transported safely to the edge of the system through quantum matter transmission. "Civilian evacuation complete," Chen announced. "Both sides are scanning for the missing ships. They're showing signs of confusion and concern." "Good. Now for Phase 2. Target the weapon platforms on both sides." The Nightshade's quantum systems locked onto the primary weapon systems of both fleets. In a cascade of quantum transfers, the weapons simply disappeared, reappearing as inert masses of metal floating near the system's outer boundary. "All major weapons successfully removed," Stevens reported. "Both fleets are standing down, their quantum signatures showing rapid power fluctuations. They're panicking, Admiral." Jessica allowed herself a small smile. "Open a quantum channel to both fleet commanders. Audio only." "Channel open." "This is a message to both Solaran and Nexus forces," Jessica announced. Her voice carried through quantum channels that neither side could trace or block. "Your civilian ships have been moved to safety. Your weapons have been neutralized. This system is now under protection. You have 30 minutes to retreat before we demonstrate our capabilities further." The alien fleets hung in space, their quantum signatures betraying their confusion and fear. Then, one by one, they began to withdraw, their mighty warships reduced to powerless transports by an unseen force. "All hostile forces retreating," Chen confirmed. "The system is clear." Jessica nodded. "Resume colony deployment, and send word to Earth Command. Tell them Operation Silent Spring is proceeding as planned, with an unexpected bonus. We've just established our first protectorate." As the settlement pods began their descent to the chosen colony site, Jessica reflected on how far humanity had come. In less than 6 months, they had gone from a species under observation to one capable of stopping an alien civil war without firing a shot. Admiral Stevens called out, "We're detecting quantum transmissions between the retreating fleets. They're spreading the word about what happened here." "Perfect," Jessica replied. "Let them talk. Let them wonder. The galaxy needs to understand that humanity's silence wasn't the end of our story. It was just the beginning." The Nightshade's quantum sensors detected more Council observation posts appearing at the system's edge, drawn by reports of the incident. They would find no trace of human activity, no sign of the force that had so easily ended a battle between two advanced civilizations. Earth's silent fleet had made its first move, and the galaxy would never be the same. Special Agent Michael Cooper materialized inside the Grand Commerce Station of the Galactic Council, his phase shift suit making him as invisible as a ghost. After 6 months of Earth's silence, humanity's deep reconnaissance program had infiltrated every major alien facility in the local sector. Central control rooms secured. Agent Lisa Parker reported through quantum comms. "Security systems remain unaware of our presence. You're clear to begin data extraction." Michael moved through the crowded station, passing mere inches from alien beings of countless species. Their conversations, translated in real time by his suit's quantum AI, painted a picture of growing unease throughout the galaxy. "Did you hear about the Proxima incident?" a tall crystalline being asked its companion. "An entire battle fleet's weapons simply vanished. The Council is in chaos trying to explain it." Michael smiled beneath his helmet. Admiral Thompson's intervention had caused exactly the kind of confusion Earth Command had hoped for. He approached the station's primary data core, his quantum interface ready to begin the hack. "Hold position," Lisa's voice crackled. "We've got a council meeting starting in the main chamber. High-level officials present." "Hatch me into the feed," Michael ordered, changing course toward the meeting room. The council chamber was packed with representatives from dozens of species. Michael found a position near the speaker's platform, his suit recording everything. "The situation has become untenable," the Grand Speaker announced, their bioluminescent form pulsing with concern. "First, the humans go silent. Then their colonies vanish. Now we have reports of impossible technologies being used throughout the sector. Perhaps it's time we admitted our mistake," another council member suggested. "Our observation protocols failed. While we watched them through primitive electromagnetic scanning, they developed quantum technology that surpassed our own." Michael's quantum scanner picked up a surge of data flowing through the station's networks. "Lisa, are you seeing this?" "Affirmative. They're accessing the Uplift archives, getting classified files on Earth." The council chamber's holographic display lit up with images of Earth, recorded over decades of secret observation. Michael felt his blood run cold as he watched their plans unfold, the carefully orchestrated crisis they had planned, the manipulations they would have used to guide humanity's development. "Sir," Lisa's voice carried a note of urgency. "New files being accessed. They're pulling up the failed Uplift records." Michael watched as new images appeared. Worlds burned, civilizations collapsed, species extinct. All victims of failed guidance attempts by the Council. "Emergency abort," Michael transmitted to his team. "Download everything from the archives and prepare for immediate extraction. Earth Command needs to see this now." As his team worked, the Council continued their debate, unaware that representatives of their latest project stood among them, witnessing their true nature. "The humans have achieved what no other species has managed," the Grand Speaker concluded. "They've broken free of our observation without destroying themselves. The question now is, what are they planning?" Michael's quantum communicator pulsed. "Data extraction complete," Lisa reported. "All teams ready for quantum transmission." "Execute transmission," Michael ordered. In an instant, his team vanished from the station, the stolen data secure in their quantum storage systems. Back at Earth Command, Michael delivered his report to General Hayes and the Joint Chiefs. The quantum recordings played out before them. showing the Council's true face. They'd done this dozens of times, Michael explained. Find a promising species, engineer a crisis, then sweep in as saviors bearing advanced technology. Those who accept their guidance become client states. Those who resist. He gestured to the images of dead worlds. General Hayes studied the data with a grim expression. And now they're afraid because their plans for Earth were disrupted by our silence. Yes, sir. But more than that, they're afraid because we've demonstrated capabilities they can't understand or counter. Every failed uplift in their records involved species that fought back. We're the first to simply vanish. Good, Hayes nodded. Let them worry. Let them wonder. Phase 7 begins tomorrow. And then they'll learn why humanity's silence was just the calm before the storm. Michael looked at the stolen Council data, evidence of countless civilizations manipulated or destroyed by their would-be benefactors. Soon, the galaxy would learn that humanity had no intention of becoming another failed uplift statistic. General Thomas Wright stood in Earth Command's Quantum Operations Center, watching as the Arcturian battle fleet emerged from hyperspace at the edge of the solar system. After 8 months of human silence, the most aggressive species in the Council had finally lost patience. 117 vessels detected, Colonel Sarah Martinez reported. Energy signatures suggest planet-killer-class weapons. They're not here for diplomacy, sir. Thomas nodded, his expression calm despite the threat. Status of our defense grid. Quantum matter transmitters at full power. Phase shields operating at maximum efficiency. The Arcturians can't detect any of our preparations. The massive alien fleet moved forward, their formation spreading out to surround Earth. Their quantum signatures pulsed with weapon energy, preparing for what they assumed would be a swift conquest of a primitive world. Message incoming, Lieutenant John Parker announced. They're broadcasting on all frequencies. The Arcturian commander appeared on the main screen, their crystalline exoskeleton gleaming with bioluminescent patterns. People of Earth, your silence ends today. Submit to Arcturian guidance or face extinction. You have one planetary rotation to respond. Thomas opened a quantum channel to all Earth forces. All units, prepare to execute Operation Checkmate. Remember, we're not here to start a war. We're here to prevent one. The Arcturian fleet launched their first wave of automated probes toward Earth. Each probe carried enough firepower to level a city, but they never reached their targets. As they crossed the quantum defense perimeter, they simply vanished. Probes successfully transmitted to holding facility on Mars, Martins reported. Arcturian fleet showing signs of confusion. They're launching a second wave. Wave after wave of probes disappeared, transported safely away by Earth's quantum technology. The Arcturian fleet's formation began to show signs of disorder as their weapons proved useless. Sir, Parker called out, they're charging their primary planet-killer weapons. Energy readings are off the scale. Thomas allowed himself a small smile. Time to show them why silence is golden. Execute Phase 2. Across the solar system, hidden quantum transmitters activated. The Arcturian fleet's weapon systems began to vanish, piece by piece, transmitted to secure facilities throughout human space. The alien vessels hung powerless, their quantum signatures fluctuating with panic. All major weapons successfully removed. Martinez confirmed. The fleet is effectively neutralized. Open a channel to their flagship, Thomas ordered. Let's explain their situation. The Arcturian commander appeared again, their bioluminescence patterns showing clear signs of distress. Before they could speak, Thomas held up his hand. Your weapons have been safely relocated, he stated calmly. Your probes are secured. Your fleet is defenseless, but your crews are unharmed. This is not an act of war, it's a demonstration. Impossible, the Arcturian hissed. No species at your development level could achieve this. That's where you're wrong. Earth's silence wasn't a sign of weakness or submission. It was preparation. While you watched our old transmissions, we transcended every limitation you thought we had. Warning signals blared as the Arcturian fleet attempted to retreat. Their engines flared, but their ships remained stationary, held in place by quantum fields they couldn't detect or understand. "We're releasing your fleet now," Thomas continued. "Return to your space and deliver this message to the Council. Earth does not require guidance. We have chosen our own path." The quantum fields released their hold. The Arcturian fleet fled in disarray, their mighty armada humbled without a single shot fired. As they disappeared into hyperspace, Thomas opened a channel to Earth Command. "Operation Checkmate complete," he reported. "The Arcturians have been successfully deterred." "Excellent work, General," President Chen responded. "How long until they return with reinforcements?" "They won't, sir. We didn't just defeat their fleet. We shattered their understanding of what's possible. The galaxy is about to learn that humanity's silence wasn't submission to their rules. It was us writing our own." Above Earth, the quantum defense grid hummed quietly, invisible to traditional sensors, but more powerful than any weapon. Humanity had transformed silence into strength, and the galaxy would never be the same. Dr. Rachel Anderson stepped onto the Grand Council Chamber's speaking platform, her quantum-enhanced diplomatic suit allowing her to appear simultaneously before representatives of over 300 species. After 9 months of silence, humanity was finally ready to speak. "Distinguished members of the Galactic Council," she began, her words translated perfectly into every language present. "Earth thanks you for this audience. We understand our silence has caused concern." The chamber buzzed with murmurs. The Grand Speaker's crystalline form shifted colors rapidly. "Concern. You've disrupted the natural order. Ships vanish. Weapons disappear. Battles end without explanation. And now you simply request an audience as if we were equals," Rachel interrupted smoothly. "That's precisely why we're here." She gestured, and quantum projectors activated throughout the chamber, displaying scenes from the past 9 months. "We discovered your observation posts by accident," she continued. "But what we found in your archives was no accident. We saw your plans for Earth, for humanity, the carefully orchestrated crisis you would have engineered, the guidance you would have offered." The chamber erupted in protest, but Rachel's quantum-enhanced voice cut through the chaos. "We also saw the failed uplift records, the civilizations destroyed by your interference, the species that chose extinction over submission. Our methods preserve galactic stability," another council member argued. "Without proper guidance, emerging civilizations often destroy themselves." Rachel smiled. "And that's why we chose silence. Not out of fear or weakness, but because we saw a better way." She activated another display, showing the peaceful resolution at Proxima Centauri. "While you watched for radio signals, we mastered quantum communications. While you planned our crisis, we developed technology that made your most advanced weapons obsolete. And while you debated intervention, we proved that true guidance doesn't require force or manipulation." The Grand Speaker's colors darkened. "You propose an alternative. We propose freedom," Rachel replied. "The freedom for each species to develop at their own pace without interference. Earth will serve as guardian of that right." Holographic displays showed human quantum ships appearing near developing worlds, their phase shields protecting young civilizations from unwanted interference. "Already, 30 species have accepted our offer of protection," Rachel continued. "Not control, not guidance, but simply the freedom to choose their own path. We call it the Silent Protocol." The chamber fell quiet as the implications sank in. Humanity hadn't just escaped the Council's influence, they had created an entirely new paradigm. "And if we refuse?" the Grand Speaker asked. "If we choose to maintain our traditional methods?" Rachel's expression remained diplomatic, but her voice carried steel. "We've already demonstrated our capabilities. The Arcturian fleet learned that lesson well. We don't seek conflict, but we will protect the right of every species to develop without manipulation." She gestured once more, and the quantum projector showed a final image. Earth, surrounded by its invisible defense grid, a silent guardian in the darkness of space. The age of forced guidance is over, Rachel declared. Earth's silence has shown us a better way. We invite you to join us in this new era, not as controllers or guides, but as equals, partners in ensuring that every new civilization has the same chance we took, the chance to choose their own destiny. The council chamber erupted in discussion, quantum translators working overtime as hundreds of species debated this unprecedented proposal. Rachel stood calmly, knowing that humanity's position was unassailable. Through her quantum comm, she contacted Earth Command. Message delivered, Mr. President. The silent protocol is now officially proposed. Well done, Doctor, President Chen replied. And the Council's response. Rachel watched as species after species indicated their support, some eager to escape the Council's manipulation themselves, others impressed by humanity's peaceful demonstration of power. They're accepting it, she reported. Not all of them, not yet, but enough. The galaxy is changing, sir, and humanity's silence helped make it possible. Above the Council chamber, Earth's quantum ships stood guard, invisible but ever-present. They were no longer the primitives being watched from afar. They had become the watchers, the protectors, the champions of freedom in a galaxy that had forgotten its value. And it all began with silence. The end. Would you like me to help you compile or format the complete story in any particular way?
The roaring blaze of alien sunlight filtered through the translucent walls of the veterinary dome on Trevon IV. Inside, Dr. Ethan Cole, a seasoned human veterinarian, carefully examined the chart for his next case. It was supposed to be a routine day, but a commotion outside suggested otherwise. The double doors hissed open as two towering Kormathi Rangers, their chitinous exoskeletons gleaming, burst into the room carrying a massive creature on a hover stretcher. The beast was unlike anything Ethan had ever seen. Nearly 5 meters long, its fur was a mosaic of iridescent blue and black, rippling with muscles beneath. Its 8 legs ended in razor-sharp claws, but the most alarming feature was its state. A patchwork of vicious gashes crisscrossed its body, oozing a thick golden ichor that stained the stretcher. Human, one of the Kormathi snapped in a clipped tone, its mandibles clicking in agitation. This is a Mazoran bearhound, apex predator, gravely injured during a territorial conflict. Our chief vet, Dr. Kalen, has deemed it beyond saving. Dr. Kalen, an esteemed alien veterinarian of the Lyrak species, followed the Rangers inside. His elongated frame seemed to glide as his pearlescent eyes locked onto Ethan. The Mazoran is as good as dead. The wounds are extensive, the organs failing. I recommended euthanasia, but the Rangers insisted on one final attempt. Your attempt. Ethan pushed his chair back and approached the creature. The sheer size of the Mazoran was intimidating, even in its weakened state. Its labored breath sent vibrations through the floor. Ethan crouched, studying the creature's wounds. Bite marks, claw gouges, and even burns from what looked like plasma weapons marred its body. "You're telling me no one here can save it?" he asked, glancing at Kalen. Kalen folded his delicate hands, his pale skin shimmering. "Correct. Its biology is too complex, its immune system too aggressive for our methods. Even my advanced, regenerative therapies cannot counteract the systemic collapse. This creature will die within hours." Ethan stood, his brow furrowing. "Well, I guess it's a good thing I'm not here to follow your methods." His voice carried a quiet confidence that made Kalen's serene demeanor falter. Kalen tilted, his head. "Your species is resourceful, but there is a line between resourceful and reckless. I hope you understand this distinction." Ignoring the jab, Ethan gestured to the stretcher. "Let's get it into my operating room. I'll need a full scan, blood samples, and a team to assist." The Kormathi Rangers hesitated, exchanging looks. "You'll only prolong its suffering," one muttered, but they complied, moving the hover stretcher into Ethan's surgical bay. The operating room was a frenzy of motion. Alien tech hummed and blinked as Ethan worked alongside an eclectic team of assistants. A nervous-looking humanoid named Relora, a July with shimmering gelatinous appendages, and a squat, grumpy mechanized being called Volt. The initial scans painted a grim picture. The Mazoran bearhound had multiple organ lacerations, a collapsed lung, and a bloodstream teeming with infections. Ethan studied the data, his mind racing. This isn't just a patch-up job. We're rebuilding this creature from the inside out. Volt's synthetic voice buzzed. Probability of success, 3.42%. Do you wish to adjust your expectations? Ethan grinned. Nope. Let's aim for 100. Relora wrung her hands. Dr. Kalen's notes say the Mazoran's immune. Ethan glanced at her. With something its immune system won't recognize as foreign. He rummaged through his supply cart, pulling out a small vial of a biopolymer he'd developed back on Earth. The substance could mimic organic tissue and dissolve harmlessly once healing was complete. We'll use this for internal repairs. Kalen appeared in the doorway, his expression unreadable. Biopolymer? Primitive. It will fail. Maybe, Ethan replied without looking up. But I'm betting it won't. The next hours were grueling. Ethan directed his team with the precision of a battlefield commander. Volt used its mechanical arms to stabilize the Mazoran's vital signs, while Relora and the Jedi assisted with wound cleaning and application of the biopolymer. Ethan himself tackled the most delicate task, repairing the creature's shredded lung. Sweat dripped from his brow as he worked, his hands steady despite the stakes. He used a fusion scalpel to seal the lung tissue, then carefully applied the biopolymer to reinforce the repairs. How's it looking, Volt? He asked. Vital signs remain critical but stable, the robot replied. Surprising. Kalen watched from the corner, his gaze sharp. You've bought it a few more hours, perhaps, but this is no victory. Ethan straightened, his back aching. You're right. The surgery's only half the battle. Now we need to fight the infection. Kalen arched a translucent brow. And how do you intend to accomplish that? With a cocktail of antibiotics, Ethan said, holding up a syringe, specifically tailored to its physiology. Kalen's expression darkened. Human arrogance. You cannot tailor something to a biology you barely understand. I can try, Ethan shot back, injecting the medication into the Mazoran's massive vein. And trying is better than giving up. Hours turned into a blur as the team monitored the Mazoran bearhound. The creature's breathing grew steadier, though its body remained locked in the precarious balance between life and death. Ethan refused to leave its side, even as exhaustion clawed at him. Kalen, still lingering, finally broke the silence. Your stubbornness is perplexing. Why go to such lengths for a creature you've never seen before? Ethan glanced at him, his expression tired but resolute. Because it deserves a chance. We all do. For the first time, Kalen seemed at a loss for words. He observed the Mazoran, its chest rising and falling in slow, measured breaths. The creature that had been pronounced beyond saving now lay on the brink of survival. This is only the beginning, Kalen said quietly, his voice devoid of its earlier derision. If it lives, its recovery will be the true test. Ethan nodded. Then I guess I'll have to stick around, won't I? Ethan barely felt the exhaustion settling into his bones as he continued to monitor the Mazoran bearhound. The creature's breathing remained steady but shallow, its body locked in a fragile stasis between survival and failure. The room hummed with the soft beeping of the monitors, and Ethan exhaled, rubbing his face. The hard part was over. Now came the impossible part, keeping it alive long enough to heal. Volt, ever efficient, rotated its optical sensors toward Ethan. You have exceeded standard operating limits for human endurance. Recommendation: sleep cycle. Ethan shook his head. Not happening. Kalen, still hovering near the doorway, narrowed his pale eyes. You mistake stubbornness for skill. This creature's recovery is far from certain. It may still reject the repairs. Its immune system may turn against your antibiotics. You refuse to acknowledge the probability of failure. Ethan smirked without looking up. I acknowledge it. I just don't care. The Mazoran twitched, its body reacting instinctively to the pain despite the heavy sedation. Its claws scraped against the medical bed, and Relora winced. What? If it wakes up and thinks we're a threat? Ethan placed a hand on the beast's massive shoulder. Its fur was thick and coarse, damp with sweat and residual blood. Then we remind it that we're not. Kalen scoffed. Remind an apex predator? Ethan looked at him. Every animal understands care, even the deadliest ones. The first real problem arrived 3 hours later. Volt detected it first. Core temperature dropping. Hypothermia risk detected. Ethan moved immediately. Its body's diverting energy to healing. It's shutting down secondary functions. He grabbed a thermal blanket and carefully laid it over the Mazarin's massive frame. Kalen folded his arms. The temperature drop suggests organ stress. This may be the beginning of multi-system failure. Not necessarily, Ethan countered. Already working. He adjusted the intravenous fluids, increasing hydration levels to compensate for the cooling effect. Its metabolism is slowing to preserve energy. If we manage it properly, we can use that to its advantage. Kalen watched with an unreadable expression as Ethan continued his work, adjusting vitals, fine-tuning the balance of electrolytes and nutrients in the creature's IV. Every decision was calculated, every adjustment made with the confidence of someone who had fought death before and refused to lose. Relora, still cautious, kept glancing at the Mazarin's claws. Dr. Cole, do you really think it knows we're helping? Ethan looked at her, then at the Mazarin's barely open eye. The deep, inky blackness of it reflected the dim lights of the medical bay. Yeah, he murmured. I think it does. Mazarin made it through the night. Kalen, to his credit, didn't comment when Ethan finally let his body collapse into a chair, head resting on the metal table beside him. He hadn't slept in nearly 30 hours, and his muscles felt like lead. The moment of peace was brief. A sudden sharp alarm from Volt sent everyone into motion. Heart rate spiking, adrenaline surge detected. Ethan was already on his feet, fighting the fatigue as he moved. The Mazarin's massive form shuddered, its claws flexing against the table. The sedatives were wearing off. Damn it, I was hoping we had more time, Ethan muttered, grabbing a prepared syringe. We need to ease it awake, not let it panic. Kalen took a cautious step back. You do realize it is still an apex predator? If it perceives you as a threat, it won't, Ethan interrupted. Not if we do this right. The Mazarin's breathing grew heavier, its nostrils flaring as it inhaled new scents. Its ear, if it could be called that, twitched at the soft sounds around it. Its body was no longer restrained, but it was still weak. Ethan stepped into its line of vision. Slowly, carefully, he placed a gloved hand against its massive shoulder again. The Mazarin's gaze locked onto him, and for the first time, Ethan saw the depth in its black eyes. Pain, confusion, and something else. Something primal, Relora whispered. Is it? The Mazarin rumbled. A deep, guttural sound that vibrated through the floor. Everyone froze. Kalen tensed. That is not a friendly noise. Ethan didn't move his hand. It's not an aggressive one either. The Mazarin shifted slightly, its muscles weak but functional. It was testing its own body, feeling the injuries, recognizing the pain. It exhaled, a long, shuddering breath. Then, against all odds, let its head drop back onto the table. Relora blinked. Did it just accept us? Ethan grinned. Told you. Kalen was watching, his usual dismissive expression replaced with something else. Contemplation. You are either incredibly lucky, he murmured, or impossibly skilled. Ethan shrugged. Maybe both. Over the next few days, the Mazarin's recovery became a battle of patience and instinct. Ethan adapted its treatment constantly, adjusting pain management, monitoring its appetite, even carefully introducing movement therapy to prevent muscle atrophy. Kalen remained skeptical, but never left. It is still unstable, the alien vet pointed out as he observed Ethan massaging the Mazarin's wounded limbs. You continue to act as if it is simply a large, aggressive canine. Ethan smirked. I've treated worse. Relora, who had grown more comfortable around the creature, observed the way it followed Ethan's movements. It still remained cautious, but the hostility was gone. Then, on the morning of the 5th day, the Mazarin stood. It was shaky, its legs struggling to hold its weight. But it stood. Ethan remained still, letting the creature test its own strength. Its black eyes flicked toward him, then toward Kalen, then back again. Then it did something no one expected. It stepped toward Ethan. Not aggressively, not with territorial intent, but with familiarity. Kalen watched with quiet fascination. "It recognizes you," Ethan smiled. "Of course it does." For the first time, Kalen didn't argue. He simply watched as the Mazoran, against all logic, against all probability, began to heal. The Mazoran's steps were unsteady but deliberate. Its wounds still ached, and its muscles protested, but it moved. An apex predator defying its own biology, surviving what should have been a fatal encounter. The medbay was silent as everyone watched the impossible unfold. Kalen stood with arms crossed, his gaze unreadable. "Fascinating," he murmured, though it sounded more like reluctant admiration than a scientific observation. The Mazoran took another slow step, then another, before lowering itself carefully onto its haunches. Its massive frame remained tense, as if still deciding whether to trust its own body. Ethan didn't move, barely breathed, allowing the creature to settle without interference. Volt, ever analytical, broke the silence. Stability of motor function remained suboptimal. Probability of collapse, 18.76%. Ethan smirked. "I like those odds." Kalen exhaled sharply. "You continue to gamble with unpredictability." "Not a gamble," Ethan corrected. "An educated risk." The Mazarin turned its head slightly, its black eyes scanning the room. It was aware of its surroundings, recognizing the beings who had surrounded it for the past days. Relora shifted nervously. "Do you think it realizes we helped?" Ethan nodded. "It knows." The Mazoran didn't growl, didn't bare its teeth. It was wary but not aggressive. That was enough for now. 2 more days passed, and the Mazoran continued to recover at a rate that baffled even Kalen. The wounds were still present, but the biopolymer had done its job, keeping the damaged tissues together long enough for its body to take over. The most pressing concern now was regaining strength. Ethan had dealt with recovering predators before, but never one like this. The Mazoran needed more than rest. It needed movement, stimulation, and, most of all, food. Kalen had been skeptical of Ethan's feeding plan from the start. "Its system is still delicate," he argued, as they stood outside the containment enclosure. Introducing solid food too soon could trigger complications. Ethan held up a nutrient-dense meat ration, specially synthesized for high-metabolism carnivores. And letting it starve isn't an option either. Kalen remained, unconvinced. "If it rejects the food, it will deteriorate rapidly," Ethan sighed. "Which is why we do this carefully." The containment enclosure was a reinforced chamber designed for high-risk patients. Ethan entered slowly, keeping his movements relaxed. The Mazoran, resting on its side, opened its eyes as he approached. He crouched a few meters away, placing the meat ration in front of him. He didn't throw it, didn't push it toward the Mazoran. Instead, he waited. The Mazoran watched him, nostrils flaring as it caught the scent. It hesitated. Its body was still weak, an instinct warred with exhaustion. But then, ever so slowly, it stretched its neck forward and took the food. Ethan barely contained his relief as the Mazoran chewed, its body visibly relaxing as it tasted. Real sustenance. From behind the observation glass, Kalen watched with quiet astonishment. "It accepts your presence during feeding. That is unusual." Ethan grinned. "It's called trust." Kalen remained silent. By the 7th day, the Mazoran was moving with increased confidence. It no longer stumbled when it stood, and its appetite had returned. The remaining wounds were still visible, but the rapid healing process had begun to outpace the damage. Kalen had started spending more time observing than arguing. His skepticism remained, but the undeniable reality of the Mazoran's survival had tempered his doubt. On the morning of the 8th day, the real test arrived. The Kormathi Rangers returned. Ethan had nearly forgotten about them. They had delivered the Mazoran in critical condition, then disappeared while he fought to save it. Now they stood at the entrance of the facility, their chitinous armor gleaming under the artificial lights. One of them, the same ranger who had originally declared, The Mazaran, beyond saving, stepped forward. "Dr. Cole, we have come to retrieve the Mazoran." Ethan narrowed his eyes. "Retrieve?" "The creature was injured in a territorial battle," the ranger said. "It must be returned to its habitat. It is unnatural to keep it here." Ethan exhaled. He had known this moment would come, but that didn't make it easier. He glanced at the Mazaran, who now stood on all 8 legs, watching the exchange. Kalen observed the interaction carefully. "The release of a recovering predator must be done with caution. Premature exposure to its environment could lead to re-injury." The ranger's mandibles twitched. "It will not be confined here forever. That is not its nature." Ethan nodded, slowly. "Then let's do this right." The transport was arranged within the hour. The Mazoran was surprisingly cooperative. Though Ethan suspected it was less about trust and more about instinct, it knew change was coming. The facility's exterior was a vast stretch of reinforced landing platforms, and the transport hovered just beyond the containment field. The jungle beyond was dense and teeming with life, a chaotic expanse of predator and prey. The Mazoran's home. The Kormathi Rangers activated the platform's release mechanism. The containment field lowered, creating an open path between the facility and the wild. For the first time in days, the Mazaran was free. It stepped forward, slowly at first, testing the ground beneath it. Then, with a final glance at Ethan, it moved, not with hesitation, not with fear, with purpose. And then it was gone, vanishing into the jungle. Relora exhaled. "I can't believe it." Kalen stood beside Ethan, watching the tree line. "Your methods were unorthodox, reckless, highly improbable." Ethan smirked. "But they worked." Kalen inclined his head slightly. "Yes, they did." The jungle remained still for a moment longer. Then, in the distance, a deep, resonant growl echoed through the trees. Not a warning. A farewell. The jungle swallowed the Mazoran whole, its immense form vanishing into the dense undergrowth. The final growl still echoed through the air, a sound that sent a shiver through the gathered team. Not of fear, but of understanding. Ethan let out a slow breath. It was over. Weeks of work, sleepless nights, and a battle against biology itself, and now the Mazoran was where it belonged. He should have felt relief, satisfaction even. Instead, there was an odd hollowness in his chest. Relora broke the silence first. I didn't think I'd feel this weird about it leaving." Ethan gave a tired smile. "That's how it works. You fight for something, and when it finally happens, it doesn't feel the way you expect." Kalen, still watching the jungle, let out a thoughtful hum. "Fascinating." Ethan shot him a side glance. "You keep saying that. What exactly do you find so fascinating?" Kalen turned his pearl-like eyes toward him. "Your insistence, your defiance, your utter disregard for probability." He clasped his hands behind his back. "Every species in the galaxy understands the limits of nature. They respect those limits. And yet, you humans, you do not accept them at all." Ethan chuckled. "That a compliment?" Kalen gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. "It is an observation." The Kormathi Rangers had already begun their departure, their business concluded. The Mazoran had survived. That was all that mattered to them. To Ethan, though, it was more than that. The team returned to the facility, the weight of the past days settling into the silence. There was no need to speak. The work had been done. But the question lingered. What now? 3 days passed. Ethan spent the time catching up on sleep, cleaning the medbay, and pretending he wasn't constantly checking the jungle perimeter whenever he stepped outside. The facility's routine had returned to normal, as if the Mazoran had never been there at all. Kalen had returned to his usual clinical demeanor, though there was something different about his presence now. He stayed longer in the medbay, observing Ethan's work with an attentiveness that wasn't entirely critical. On the morning of the 4th day, Volt detected movement near the outer perimeter. Ethan was halfway through a diagnostic scan when the alert chimed through the facility. Volt's mechanical voice followed immediately after. "Unidentified life form approaching. Size and mass consistent with previous subject. Ethan froze. No way, Relora bolted upright. You don't think Ethan was already moving, crossing the medbay in quick strides. He reached the main entrance just as the external monitors activated, displaying a grainy image of the jungle clearing beyond the containment field. And there it was. The Mazoran stood at the edge of the tree line, its massive frame illuminated by the facility's landing lights. It wasn't injured, wasn't struggling. It was simply there, watching. Ethan stepped forward, placing a hand on the control panel to open the outer door. Kalen's voice stopped him. You assume it is here for you. Ethan turned to look at him. You don't? Kalen hesitated. The Mazoran took a step closer, slow and deliberate. Then another. It was still cautious, still keeping a respectable distance, but it was approaching. Ethan walked outside. Relora made a small noise of concern but didn't stop him. The night air was thick with the scent of damp earth and jungle foliage. Ethan moved carefully, closing the gap between them by only a few steps. He didn't reach out, didn't try to force anything. He simply stood there, letting the Mazoran decide. The creature's black eyes locked onto him. For a long moment, neither moved. Then, in an action so subtle it might have been imagined, the Mazoran lowered its head slightly. Acknowledgement. Ethan grinned. Didn't expect to see you again. The Mazoran rumbled softly, a sound that held no aggression. Relora, standing just behind the door, whispered. It came back. Kalen remained still, his gaze fixed on the interaction. No, it returned. There was a difference. Ethan exhaled, the last remnants of doubt washing away. The Mazoran wasn't just an animal he had saved. It was something more. A connection. A promise.
The most amusing thing about humans, we always thought, was how adorably primitive they were. At least that's what we believed until that fateful day on Europa Station 7. Another broken artifact, I asked, watching my research assistant struggle with the ancient device. My antennae twitched with mild irritation, a habit I'd never managed to break in my 300 cycles as lead archaeologist for the Galactic Heritage Foundation. Professor Nix Valerian, that's me. The one who accidentally stumbled upon the greatest cover-up in galactic history. But let me start from the beginning, back when we still thought humans were the galaxy's cute little newcomers. Professor Valerian Lyra Starweaver called out, her bioluminescent spots pulsing with excitement. You need to see this right now. I grumbled my way across the excavation site, my feet crunching through the perpetual frost of Europa's surface. The forgotten moon base stretched out before us, a relic we'd initially dismissed as just another abandoned human outpost. How wrong we were. This better be worth interrupting my morning meditation. Lyra, I said, ducking under a partially collapsed doorway. You know how grumpy I get without my daily dose of cosmic harmony. Trust me, Professor. This changes everything we thought we knew about human history. I looked down at the artifact in Lyra's trembling hands. At first glance, it appeared to be a standard data storage device, the kind our civilizations had used about 10,000 years ago. Except there was one small problem. This was a human facility. And according to every historical record we had, humans had only achieved spaceflight a mere 500 years ago. Well, that's inconvenient, I muttered, taking the device from Lyra. Have you verified the dating? 17 times, she replied, her spots now pulsing in a pattern that indicated extreme anxiety. The quantum decay signature is unmistakable. This device is at least 12,000 years old. I laughed nervously. Clearly our equipment needs recalibration. Perhaps the Europa radiation is interfering with the readings, but even as I spoke those words, my scientific mind was already racing through the implications. The humans we'd encountered 5 centuries ago had seemed so charmingly primitive. Their first interstellar ships were practically held together with what they called duct tape, a fixing material that had become something of a running joke in galactic engineering circles. The Galactic Council had taken humanity under its wing, like a parent guiding a wobbly child's first steps. We shared our technology, our knowledge, our wisdom. And the humans? They smiled, thanked us profusely, and bumbled their way into the galactic community with what we thought was endearing clumsiness. Professor Lyra's voice interrupted my thoughts. There's more. She led me deeper into the facility, past corridors that seemed to laugh at our assumptions. The architecture itself should have been our first clue. It was too perfect, too precise for what we believed to be early human engineering. We entered what appeared to be a control room. Holographic interfaces flickered to life as we approached, responding to our presence with a level of technological sophistication that shouldn't have existed in a 12,000-year-old facility. "Oh, those clever little monkeys," I whispered, watching as star charts materialized before us. The displays showed celestial bodies in positions that perfectly matched astronomical calculations for that distant era. This wasn't some elaborate hoax or malfunction. "Should we notify the council?" Lyra asked, her spots now a confused swirl of colors. I snorted, a very unprofessional sound that echoed through the ancient chamber. "And tell them what? That the supposedly young species we've been patronizing for 5 centuries might actually be older than our entire civilization." "Well, when you put it that way." Exactly. I started pacing, my antennae now twitching so violently they probably looked like dancing tentacles. "We need more evidence, hard evidence, the kind that even those stuffed robes on the council can't ignore." I picked up another artifact, turning it over in my hands. It was a simple thing, really. A mug preserved perfectly in the airless environment, with words printed on its side, "Humans were here first." Those smug little— I couldn't even finish the sentence. 5 centuries of accepting our guidance with those pleasant, patient smiles. 5 centuries of "thank you so much, and we have so much to learn, and oh, how fascinating your technology is." Professor Lyra's voice had taken on a worried tone. "Are you all right? Your scales are turning purple." "Oh, I'm fine," I replied, carefully setting down the mug before I crushed it in my growing agitation. "I'm just realizing that we might be the galaxy's longest-running joke." A soft beep drew our attention to one of the holographic displays. Text began scrolling across it in ancient human script, which I'd naturally learned to read as part of my archaeological studies. "Welcome back to Europa Station 7," it read. "We've been expecting you." "That's impossible," Lyra whispered. "This facility has been abandoned for millennia." I stared at the next words appearing on the screen and felt my professional skepticism crumbling by the second. "The truth will come out when you're ready for it. For now, just remember, sometimes the best way to teach someone is to let them think they're teaching you." Standing there in that ancient control room, surrounded by evidence that shattered everything we thought we knew about human history, I couldn't help but laugh. It was either that or scream. Because suddenly, every interaction I'd ever had with humans needed to be reevaluated. Every patient nod as we explained advanced concepts to them. Every grateful smile as we shared our superior technology. "Lyra," I said, watching more text appear on the screen, "I believe we've just discovered that we're not the teachers we thought we were." "Then what are we?" "The galaxy's most oblivious students." I shook my head, my antennae finally settling into an amused droop. "And the humans? They might just be the most patient teachers in history. What do you mean you're denying our request for additional funding?" I stood in Director Andromeda Thal's office, trying very hard not to let my scales shift to angry red. "We found evidence that could rewrite galactic history." Director Thal looked up from her holo display with 3 of her 7 eyes, which was about as much attention as she usually spared for anyone below her rank. "Professor Vallerine, do you know how many grant requests I received claiming to rewrite galactic history? 17 this week alone." "But we have proof." I projected the findings from Europa Station 7 onto her desk. "The quantum dating is conclusive. The architectural precision is beyond anything humans should have been capable of 12,000 years ago. And look at these energy signatures." "What I'm looking at," she interrupted, now deigning to use 4 eyes, "is a waste of the Galactic Heritage Foundation's resources. Humans achieved spaceflight 500 years ago. This is established fact." "Established propaganda, more likely," I muttered, then quickly added, "With all due respect, Director." She finally gave me her full 7-eyed attention. Not a good sign. "Professor Vallerine, your work has always been eccentric. But this crosses into dangerous territory. The humans are our proteges, our students. Suggesting otherwise could destabilize centuries of peaceful cooperation. Truth tends to do that, I replied, my antennae twitching in barely contained frustration. Your request is denied. Stick to cataloging their early space stations and leave the conspiracy theories to the entertainment networks. I left her office feeling deflated but not defeated. In my 3 centuries of archaeological work, I'd learned that bureaucrats might control the funding, but they couldn't control curiosity, and mine was now burning hotter than a plasma drive. Back at the excavation site, Lyra greeted me with news that made my scales ripple with excitement despite my mood. We found more, Professor. An entire sealed chamber, untouched since the facility was abandoned. The chamber turned out to be a data archive, its walls lined with preservation units that hummed to life as we entered. Inside each unit, data crystals gleamed with stored information that had waited millennia to be discovered. How many of these can we decrypt, I asked, already mentally calculating how long we could continue working without official funding. That's the thing, Lyra said, her bioluminescent spots dancing with barely contained excitement. They're not encrypted, they're just waiting. I picked up one of the crystals, examining its perfectly preserved structure, almost like they were left here for us to find Lyra finished. Exactly, I connected the crystal to our analysis equipment. Let's see what stories you've been keeping. The data streamed across our screens, showing images and text that couldn't possibly exist. Humans, in advanced spacesuits that made our current technology look primitive, building outposts across the solar system. Detailed maps of long-abandoned colonies on Mars, Venus, and dozens of moons. And most incredibly, records of their first encounters with other species, encounters that, according to official history, hadn't happened yet. This can't be right, Lyra whispered. According to these records, humans had achieved interstellar travel before most of our species had discovered basic tool use. The question is, I said, my scientific mind racing with possibilities, why did they hide it? And why leave evidence for us to find? Perhaps I can help answer that. We spun around to find a human standing in the doorway. She wore the simple environmental suit typical of human researchers, but something about her bearing made me suspect it wasn't her usual attire. Amanda Blackwood, she introduced herself with that characteristic human smile, the one I was starting to suspect meant far more than simple friendliness. I'm a consultant with the Earth Historical Archives. How did you get in here? Lyra demanded, her spots pulsing with alarm. The same way you did, Amanda replied, walking over to examine our equipment with what I now recognized as carefully crafted casualness. Though I've known about this facility quite a bit longer. You knew? I asked, my antennae quivering with a mix of excitement and apprehension. About all of this. Professor Valérine, she said, turning to face me, would you believe me if I told you that humanity has been waiting centuries for someone like you? Someone curious enough to look past the obvious, clever enough to piece together the clues, and... She glanced at the denied funding request still displayed on my tablet, stubborn enough to persist when told to stop. Why the deception? I asked. Why pretend to be technologically primitive? Amanda's smile took on a hint of sadness. Imagine being the first spacefaring race, watching younger species emerge, make the same mistakes you did, fight the same wars, face the same crises. Would you immediately reveal your power and risk becoming the galaxy's rulers? Or would you choose a more subtle path? You chose to be students rather than teachers, I realized, remembering all those patient human faces in cultural exchange programs. We chose to let the galaxy develop without the shadow of an elder race hanging over it, Amanda corrected. To guide without controlling, to suggest without commanding. And now, Lyra asked. Now, Amanda said, reaching for one of the data crystals, it's time for the next phase. But we need help. We need allies who understand both the truth and why we hid it. She inserted the crystal into our equipment, and new data flooded the screens. Star charts showing thousands of worlds I'd never seen before, technical specifications that made my scientific mind spin, and lists of threats to galactic stability that made my scales pale. Director Thal was right about one thing, Amanda said quietly. This will destabilize everything. The question is, Professor Valérien, are you ready to help us ensure that destabilization leads to growth rather than chaos? I looked at the data streaming before us, at Lyra's worried expression, at Amanda's knowing smile. 5 centuries of guided development, 12,000 years of hidden history. And now, standing in an ancient archive that had waited millennia for this moment, I had to make a choice. Tell me everything, I said. Amanda's smile widened. That's exactly what we hoped you'd say. The next few days passed in a blur of revelations that made my head spin. Amanda showed us evidence that would have made Director Thal's 7 eyes pop out of her head. Not that we could tell her. The politician in her would probably have us all arrested for galactic treason. So let me get this straight, I said, examining a holographic display of Earth's true historical timeline. Your people achieved faster than light travel before my species learned to make fire. Actually, Amanda replied, swiping through more classified files, we helped several species discover fire. Accidentally dropped a few torches here and there. Clumsy us. You're joking, I stared at her. Please tell me you're joking. Her only response was that infuriating human smile. Lyra burst into our makeshift command center, her spots pulsing with alarm. Security teams. The director sent security teams to shut down our dig site. Right on schedule, Amanda said calmly, not even looking up from her work. Schedule, I demanded. You knew this would happen. Professor Valérien, we've been playing this game for 12,000 years. Trust me, bureaucratic overreaction is always on schedule. Through the window, I could see the security vehicles approaching across Europa's icy surface. Their lights cut through the perpetual twilight like angry red eyes. We need to protect the evidence, I said, reaching for the data crystals. Oh, those, Amanda waved dismissively. They're just copies. The originals were moved to safe storage centuries ago. We've been waiting for someone to find these particular ones for, about 70 years now. My antennae drooped in confusion. You planned all of this? Not exactly. We planned multiple possibilities. You're actually Plan M. Plans A through L didn't work out quite as well. What happened to those researchers? Became quite successful writers of speculative fiction, actually. Very creative theories. Before I could process that particular revelation, Director Thal's voice boomed through the facility's communication system. Professor Nix Valérien, you are ordered to cease all unauthorized research activities immediately. Surrender any artifacts or data you have collected to the security teams. Amanda finally looked up from her work. And that's my cue. Professor M.S. Starwaver, would you like to see why humans always seemed so fascinated by our transportation technology? She pressed something on her wrist device, and the world shifted. One moment we were in the research facility, the next we were standing in what appeared to be a vast underground chamber filled with advanced technology that made our most sophisticated equipment look like children's toys. Welcome to the real Europa Station 7, Amanda announced. But we were just in Europa Station 7, Lyra stammered, her spots now strobing in confusion. No, you were in what we like to call our starter pack. Think of it as a test facility. If someone finds it and asks the right questions, they get invited to the real thing. I looked around at the impossibly advanced facility. How many of these do you have? Enough, Amanda replied cryptically. Now, shall we discuss why we've been letting the galaxy think we're the new kids on the block? A massive holographic display activated, showing what looked like a map of the entire galaxy. But this was no ordinary star chart. It showed patterns, connections, and threats I'd never imagined existed. Humanity's great burden, Amanda explained, is knowing too much too soon. We achieved technological advancement before we achieved wisdom. It didn't go well. The myths about Earth's near destruction, I whispered. They're not myths, are they? We almost wiped ourselves out half a dozen times before we learned our lesson. That's why, when we finally reached the stars and found other emerging civilizations, we made a choice. The display zoomed in on various worlds, showing the early development of different species. My own people were there, taking their first steps towards civilization, while human observers watched unseen. Instead of conquering or controlling, we decided to guide. To let each species develop at their own pace, make their own mistakes, but with a safety net they never knew existed. The bumbling newcomers act, I realized. It was all to avoid becoming. The oppressive elder race. Amanda nodded. Every species that discovers it's not alone faces a choice: submit to the stronger civilization or fight against it. We wanted to offer a third option. But why reveal the truth now? The display shifted again, showing dark patterns moving at the galaxy's edge. Because something's coming. Something that will require all of us working together as equals, not as teachers and students. A security alarm blared through the facility. Somewhere above us, Director Thal's teams were probably discovering our disappearance. It's time to make a choice, Professor Amanda said. You can go back up there, pretend you never saw any of this. Write it off as a failed excavation, or you can help us prepare the galaxy for the truth. Not as a student, not as a teacher, but as a partner. I looked at Lyra, who had been uncharacteristically quiet. Her spots had settled into a pattern I'd never seen before, one that somehow conveyed both terror and excitement. Will there be more terrible human jokes about accidentally teaching fire making? I asked. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérien, you haven't even heard our best material yet. Above us, security forces were probably tearing apart an empty research station, looking for evidence that had never really been there. And here we stood in a hidden facility that rewrote everything we thought we knew about human history. When do we start? I asked. We already have, Amanda replied. In fact, we're running ahead of schedule. Would you like to see what Plan N looks like? The Grand Chamber of the Galactic Council wasn't designed to hold this many beings. Representatives from every known species packed the towering amphitheater, their combined voices creating a storm of whispers that made my antennae vibrate. Are you sure about this? I asked Amanda as we waited in the preparation chamber. Once we step out there, everything changes. Honestly? No, I'm not sure. Humanity has been debating this moment for centuries, but our sensors confirm it. We're out of time for gentle guidance. Director Thal burst into the chamber, all 7 eyes blazing with fury. Professor Valérien, you are formally charged with data theft, unauthorized research, and she paused, glaring at Amanda, consorting with potentially dangerous elements. Dangerous elements? Amanda raised an eyebrow. Director, you have no idea how funny that accusation is. Before Thal could respond, the council bells rang, signaling the start of the emergency session. We filed into the grand chamber, and I felt thousands of eyes, optical sensors, and various sensory organs turned toward us. Council Speaker Zara Brightstar, her crystalline form catching the light from distant stars through the chamber's transparent dome, called for order. We are gathered here due to disturbing claims made by Professor Nix Valérien and representatives of the Human Cooperative. Professor, you may present your evidence. I stepped forward, trying to keep my scales from betraying my nervousness with color changes. Honorable Council, what I am about to show you will challenge everything we believe about our galactic history. The chamber's holographic systems activated, displaying the evidence we'd gathered, but not the simple ruins we'd found in the fake Europa Station 7. No, Amanda had given me access to the real records. 12,000 years ago, I began. When most of our species were taking their first steps toward civilization, humanity had already reached the stars. The chamber erupted in shouts and protests. Council Speaker Brightstar had to strike her resonance rod 3 times to restore order. Preposterous, Director Thal shouted. Humans achieved spaceflight only 5 centuries ago. We have documentation. You have what we wanted you to have, Amanda said, stepping forward. Her simple environmental suit shimmered and transformed, revealing ceremonial armor of impossible technology. The chamber fell silent. Humanity faced a choice when we first reached the stars, she continued. We could dominate, rule, impose our will on emerging civilizations. We had the power. We still do. But we chose a different path. She raised her hand, and the holographic display expanded to show the true scope of human achievement. Hidden worlds, advanced technologies, and most shockingly, evidence of their subtle guidance throughout history. That's impossible, someone in the chamber whispered. the great innovation of the Palaxian age that was. A human suggestion, carefully placed, Amanda confirmed. Just like the quantum breakthrough of the synthetics, the biological revolution of the Zarn, and yes, Director Thal, even your species' famous discovery of neural enhancement. The chamber erupted again, but this time in a chaos of questions and realizations. Species after species recognizing moments in their history where human influence had guided them away from disaster. But why, Council Speaker Brightstar asked, her crystalline form vibrating with emotion. Why hide your true nature? Because of what's coming, I said, bringing up the long-range sensor data from the real Europa station. Show them, Amanda. The holographic display shifted to show the approaching threat. A vast darkness between the stars, moving with purpose. We call them the Devourers, Amanda explained. They consume civilizations, transform entire galaxies into empty, processed husks. We've fought them before, in other galaxies, other times. But we knew we couldn't face them alone. Not again. So instead of creating an empire, I continued, finally understanding the full scope of humanity's plan, they created a community. Instead of subjects, they wanted allies. And now Amanda said, we need those allies more than ever. The chamber had fallen completely silent. Thousands of beings trying to process not only the revelation of humanity's true nature, but the threat approaching their galaxy. Then Director Thal, of all people, began to laugh. All this time, she said, her 7 eyes blinking in sequence, we thought we were the teachers. To be fair, Amanda replied with that familiar human smile, you taught us quite a bit. We just had a few prerequisites you didn't know about. Council Speaker Brightstar raised her resonance rod. The council must verify these claims. Of course, Amanda nodded. She pressed a control on her armor, and suddenly the space above the council chamber shimmered. A massive human vessel appeared, its design unlike anything we'd seen before. More ships emerged from whatever dimensional space they'd been hiding in, forming a fleet that stretched beyond sight. The human technologies you've seen, Amanda announced, are what we chose to share. This is what we chose to hide, not out of fear or malice, but out of hope that when this day came, you would stand with us as equals, not bow to us as superiors. The chamber exploded in a cacophony of voices, but Council Speaker Brightstar's voice cut through them all. And if we choose not to stand with you, then we will stand alone, as we have before, Amanda replied quietly. And we will do our best to protect you anyway, as we always have. I looked around the chamber, seeing the shock, fear, wonder, and gradually, understanding dawn on thousands of faces. The humans had hidden their true nature not out of deception, but out of wisdom. They had guided us not through force, but through patience. And now, as the greatest threat any of us had ever faced approached, they weren't demanding our allegiance. They were asking for it. Well, I said, my scales shifting to a determined blue. I don't know about the rest of you, but I'm rather looking forward to seeing what humans can do when they're not pretending to be primitive. Amanda grinned. Oh, Professor Valérine, you have no idea how long we've waited to show you. 3 months after the revelation that turned galactic society upside down, I sat in my new office aboard the human flagship Prometheus, watching stars streak by at speeds I previously thought impossible. Still adjusting to the artificial gravity, Amanda asked, entering with 2 cups of what humans called coffee. A drink that, like their species, was far more potent than it appeared. Still adjusting to everything, I admitted, accepting the cup. Do you know the Galactic University had to rewrite their entire history curriculum? Professor Nexel nearly had a nervous breakdown. How's Director Thal handling her new role? I snorted, nearly spilling my coffee. Being appointed as the Council's liaison to the Human Defense Initiative, she's in bureaucratic heaven. Turns out organizing a galaxy-wide preparation for an alien threat requires mountains of paperwork. Who knew? Amanda settled into a chair that automatically adjusted to her form. More of that casual human technology that they had kept hidden for millennia. And you, having any regrets about accepting the position of Chief Historical Advisor? Are you kidding? My antennae wiggled with excitement. Every day I learned something new about how humans shaped our history. Though I'm still not over the fact that the great temple of Axiom 7 was built, because some human archaeologist got drunk and left their tools behind. In their defense, it was really good wine. You're joking again. Please tell me you're joking. That familiar human smile was all the answer I got. The ship's viewport showed our destination approaching. A massive space station unlike anything the galaxy had seen before, at least officially. Its spiral arms stretched out like a welcoming embrace, housing representatives from every known species. Unity Station, Amanda said proudly. The first of many. A place where we can all work together, learn from each other openly now. No more pretending to be primitive, I teased. Well, maybe a little pretending. Some of our scientists really enjoy the look on people's faces when they act surprised by basic quantum mechanics. The station grew larger in our view, its true nature now clear to all. Not just a defensive installation against the approaching devourers, but a symbol of a new age, one where humanity no longer hid in the shadows of history. You know what amazes me most, I said, watching ships from dozens of species dock at the station. Not the hidden technology, or the secret bases, or even the fact that you guided our development for millennia. It's that you genuinely care. You could have ruled us, dominated us. Instead, you chose to help us grow. We learned that lesson the hard way, Amanda replied, her voice turning serious. Power without wisdom is like a ship without navigation. You might be moving fast, but you have no idea where you're going. A notification chimed on my desk. Another discovery by one of our joint research teams, probably. Every day brought new revelations as humans slowly shared more of their archived knowledge. The devourers will be here within a year, Amanda said quietly. Are you worried? I considered the question, watching the bustling activity around Unity Station. Ships of all species working together, sharing knowledge openly now that the barriers of pretense had fallen. Oddly, no, I replied. Perhaps because I've seen how long humans have been preparing for this. How carefully you've guided us all to this point. Though I do have one question that's been bothering me. Just one. What's Plan N? Amanda laughed, a sound that echoed through the office. Would you believe me if I told you this was Plan N? A curious archaeologist, an ancient moon base, and a galaxy finally ready to face its greatest threat together. That seems a bit too perfect. Sometimes the best plans are the ones that look like coincidence, she stood, checking the time on a device that probably did far more than tell time. Ready for the council meeting? I hear they're finally going to discuss your proposal about updating the galactic dating system. Let me guess. You already know how that vote will go. Professor Valérien, after all this time, do you really think we leave anything to chance? As we walked to the meeting, I noticed my reflection in one of the station's polished walls. My scales had taken on a new pattern lately, one that indicated a contentment I'd never felt before. Here I was, chief advisor to the galaxy's eldest civilization, helping prepare for a threat that would have seemed impossible just months ago. Amanda, I said as we approached the council chambers, when this is all over, assuming we survive. When we survive, she corrected. When we survive, what then? What other secrets have humans been keeping? She paused at the chamber doors, that enigmatic smile playing across her face. Let me put it this way, Professor. Everything you've learned about us so far, that's just humanity's introduction chapter. Wait until you see what we've got planned for the sequel. The doors opened to reveal the council chamber, now transformed into a war room where species that once barely tolerated each other worked side by side, and at the center of it all, humans, finally free to be what they had always been. Not conquerors, not rulers, but the guardians who had watched, waited, and prepared us all for this moment. I couldn't help but smile. The galaxy's greatest joke had turned into its greatest hope, and somehow I had a feeling humans were still keeping the best punchlines for last.
Du-Hyun Park was having his morning coffee when the alert came in. He sat in his small office at the Ganymede Deep Space Repair Station, surrounded by old ship parts and half-finished repair projects. The coffee was still hot, and he had just taken his first sip when his computer screen lit up with a flashing red message. Emergency distress signal detected, the computer announced in its flat voice. Source: Merchant Vessel Morning Star. Location: Sector 7, Grid 23. Do-hyun put down his coffee and leaned forward. Sector 7 was far from the regular shipping lanes. No one went out there anymore, not since the mining colonies had shut down 5 years ago. The computer displayed more information about the ship. Do-hyun's eyes widened as he read the details. The Morning Star was a quantum-class vessel, one of the rare ships built with experimental faster-than-light engines. Only 50 of these ships had ever been made, and most of them were owned by big companies or rich collectors. "Show me the ship's current status," Do-hyun said, pushing aside a box of spare parts to get closer to the screen. The computer displayed a rotating 3D model of the ship. Large sections were marked in red, showing damage. But what caught Do-hyun's attention was the energy reading. The ship's engines were still running, but the power pattern was unlike anything he had seen before. "Station control to Do-hyun Park." A voice crackled over his office speaker. It was Mr. Kang, the station manager. "Are you seeing this distress signal?" "Yes, sir," Do-hyun replied. "I'm looking at it right now." "Good. Mark it as dangerous and send it to the quarantine team. The energy patterns don't match any known configurations. Could be a trap." Do-hyun frowned. He had been fixing ships for 15 years, and he had never ignored a distress call. Besides, a quantum-class ship, the salvage rights alone would be worth a fortune. "Sir," he said carefully, "I'd like to take this job. I have experience with quantum-class engines." There was a long pause. "Do-hyun, this is not a regular repair job. The ship's been out there for at least 3 months. No crew response. Strange energy readings. It's too risky." "All the more reason to check it out," Do-hyun argued. "If something's wrong with a quantum engine, it could cause problems across the whole sector. I can take the small repair ship. If anything looks dangerous, I'll come right back." Mr. Kang sighed. Do-hyun could picture him rubbing his forehead, something he did when he was worried. "You're not going to let this go, are you?" "No, sir," Do-hyun admitted. "Something about this feels important." "Fine," Mr. Kang said finally. "But you follow all safety protocols. Full suit scan before and after, constant communication link. And if I tell you to return, you return immediately." "Understood." "Yes, sir." "Thank you, sir." Do-hyun was already reaching for his repair kit. As he prepared for the mission, Do-hyun couldn't shake the feeling that this was more than just another repair job. The Morning Star was out there, waiting, its engines running in an impossible pattern. Why had the crew abandoned such a valuable ship? And why were the engines still running after all this time? He walked to his small repair ship, carrying his heavy tool bag. Other mechanics at the station watched him go, shaking their heads. They thought he was crazy to take such a risky job. But Do-hyun had built his career on fixing the unfixable. If anyone could solve the mystery of the Morning Star, it would be him. As his ship detached from the station, Do-hyun looked at the coordinates one more time. It would take 6 hours to reach the Morning Star. 6 hours to prepare for whatever he might find there. He didn't know it yet, but this repair job would change everything he thought he knew about ships, about aliens, and about the nature of life itself. The Morning Star grew larger in Do-hyun's viewport as his repair ship drew closer. After 6 hours of travel, he could finally see the details of the massive vessel. The ship's dark hull seemed to shimmer strangely in the dim light of distant Jupiter. "That's not normal," Do-hyun muttered to himself. He adjusted his scanners for a closer look. The ship's hull appeared to be covered in a thin, glossy layer that wasn't part of its original design. In some places, the coating gave off a faint blue glow. Do-hyun ran through his safety checks one last time. His repair suit was sealed and working perfectly. The emergency thrusters were ready. His tool belt contained everything he might need for a first inspection. "Station control. This is Do-hyun. I'm preparing to dock with the Morning Star," he reported. "Understood." Mr. Kang's voice crackled through the radio. "Remember, any sign of danger and you pull out immediately. Do-hyun guided his ship toward the Morning Star's main airlock. As he got closer, the blue glow became more noticeable. It seemed to pulse slowly, like a heartbeat. The docking procedure went smoothly, almost too smoothly for an abandoned ship. The airlock responded to his approach and opened without any problems. Do-hyun double-checked his suit's oxygen supply before stepping through. Inside the ship, the sight took his breath away. The corridors were covered in the same strange, shimmering substance he had seen outside. But here, the blue glow was much stronger. It flowed through the walls in patterns that reminded him of circuit boards. "Station control," Do-hyun said. "I'm inside. You need to see this." He activated his suit's camera to send back images. He heard Mr. Kang gasp. "What is that stuff?" "I don't know," Do-hyun replied. "But it seems to be following the ship's power lines. I'm going to try to reach the bridge." As he walked through the corridor, Do-hyun noticed something odd. The glowing substance moved away from his path, as if it was avoiding him. He had expected it to be sticky or dangerous, but it simply retreated whenever he got too close. The bridge door opened automatically when he approached. Inside, most of the equipment was covered in the glowing material, but the main computer screen was clear. As soon as Do-hyun entered, it flickered to life. "Welcome aboard the Morning Star," a soft voice said. "I am Ha-won, the ship's AI interface. It has been 83 days since I last had contact with any crew members." Do-hyun walked to the main console. "I'm Do-hyun Park, mechanic from Ganymede Station. Can you tell me what happened to the crew?" The AI's voice became less steady. "My memory files are damaged. I remember. The captain, Ta-hyun, was excited about something they found, a discovery in the Kuiper Belt. Then, there are gaps. Large gaps in my memory. What about this glowing substance throughout the ship?" Do-hyun asked, watching as the blue patterns pulsed around him. "It appeared after the discovery. It changes things, fixes things, but not in ways I understand. My systems are now operating at 143% efficiency, but I cannot explain how." Do-hyun pulled out his scanner and pointed it at the nearest patch of glowing material. The readings made no sense. It was organic, but it also had properties of mechanical systems, some kind of hybrid technology. "The crew," Ha-won continued. "They were afraid, but they didn't understand. The changes were not hostile. They were improvements." As if responding to these words, the blue glow around Do-hyun brightened. He noticed that the patterns had changed. They now seemed to be pointing toward the engine room, creating a glowing path along the walls. "Station control," Do-hyun said. I think the ship wants to show me something." "Do-hyun, get out of there now," Mr. Kang ordered. "This is too strange, too dangerous." But Do-hyun couldn't leave. Not now. He had never seen anything like this in all his years of repair work. The ship wasn't broken, it was changing. And somehow, he knew that understanding these changes would be the most important discovery of his life. Do-hyun followed the glowing path through the Morning Star's corridors. The blue light pulsed faster now, as if excited by his presence. Behind him, Mr. Kang's voice continued to crackle through his radio, ordering him to return. But Do-hyun had to know what was at the end of this strange trail. Ha-won. He called out to the ship's AI. "Can you tell me anything about the engine room's condition?" The AI's voice came through the ship's speakers. "The engine room has changed. Power output is unlike anything in my database. The quantum core is still running, but it's working with the new elements in ways I cannot fully understand." As Do-hyun approached the engine room doors, he noticed something remarkable. The glowing substance wasn't just covering the walls anymore. It had created new structures. Delicate branches of blue-lit material formed patterns that looked like computer circuits, but they moved and grew like living things. "Station control," Do-hyun said. "I'm seeing something incredible. These aren't parasites destroying the ship. They're rebuilding it. He pulled out his scanner again and pointed it at one of the growing branches. The readings were clearer now. These things, they're some kind of organic nanites. Tiny machines made of living material. They're not just growing randomly. They're following the ship's original design and improving it. The engine room doors slid open, revealing a sight that made Do-hyun stop in his tracks. The quantum engine core, normally a complicated maze of metal and energy fields, had been transformed. The organic nanites had woven themselves through every part of the machinery, creating a hybrid system that hummed with power. "Beautiful," Do-hyun whispered. Where the original engine parts were damaged or worn, the nanites had grown replacements that worked even better than the originals. They had somehow understood the engine's purpose and found ways to make it more efficient. He walked carefully around the engine core, taking readings with his scanner. The nanites responded to his presence, shifting their glow patterns as if trying to show him how they worked. When he reached out toward a damaged panel, the blue light brightened, and he watched in amazement as the nanites began repairing it. "Ha-won," Do-hyun said. "Can you access any records about where the crew found these nanites?" "Searching damaged memory files," the eye replied. "They discovered an abandoned station. Very old, not human design. The captain believed it was a repair facility left by an ancient civilization." Do-hyun nodded slowly as understanding dawned on him. They weren't meant to be parasites at all. They're repair machines. The ancient aliens created them to fix their ships, and they're still following that programming. But they've evolved, learned to combine organic and mechanical systems in new ways. He touched the newly repaired panel. The metal was smooth and perfect, better than new. The nanites had even improved its heat resistance by changing its molecular structure. "Mr. Kang," Do-hyun called over his radio. "I know this looks scary, but we're dealing with something revolutionary here. These creatures aren't destroying the ship. They're advancing our technology in ways we never imagined possible." The station manager's voice was heavy with concern. "That's what worries me, Do-hyun. If they can change our technology so easily, what else can they do? What if they decide to change us too?" Just then, Do-hyun noticed something that made his heart skip a beat. The nanites weren't just repairing the engine anymore. They had started forming new patterns on the floor, complex shapes that looked almost like words. As he watched, the patterns shifted and changed, becoming more organized, more deliberate. "Sir," Do-hyun said quietly, "I don't think we need to worry about what they might do to us. I think they're trying to talk to us." Do-hyun sat in the engine room, watching the nanites form their strange patterns on the floor. He had been observing them for hours now, taking notes and running tests. Each new discovery amazed him more than the last. "Ha-won," he called out to the ship's eye. "Can you help me with an experiment? I want to try something with the ship's internal systems." "Of course," the eye replied. "What do you need?" Do-hyun pulled out his tablet and connected it to the ship's control panel. "I noticed the nanites react differently to various types of energy. Can you change the electromagnetic frequency in this section of the ship?" As Ha-won adjusted the frequencies, Do-hyun watched the nanites closely. When certain frequencies played, the blue glow dimmed and the nanites moved away. But with other frequencies, they became more active, their light pulsing brighter. "Look at that," Do-hyun said excitedly. "They don't like high frequencies, but they're drawn to lower ones. And see how they cluster around heat sources." He pointed to where the nanites gathered thickly around the warm engine parts. He made another adjustment on his tablet, and a low hum filled the room. The nanites responded immediately, forming new patterns that matched the frequency of the sound. They're not just reacting to the energy, Do-hyun realized. They're trying to harmonize with it. Mr. Kang's voice came through the radio, sounding worried. "Do-hyun, you've been in there too long. We don't know if prolonged exposure to these things is safe." "But don't you see?" Do-hyun replied. "They're not hostile at all. They're like repair tools that can think. They study a problem, understand how something should work, and then fix it in the most efficient way possible. He walked over to a damaged control panel he had noticed earlier. The screen was cracked, and several buttons were missing. Do-hyun placed his hand near it and played the low-frequency tone again. The nanites flowed toward the panel, their blue light brightening. Over the next few minutes, Do-hyun watched in amazement as the nanites rebuilt the panel. They didn't just replace the broken parts, they improved them. The new screen they created was clearer than the original, and the new buttons responded to the lightest touch. "Station control, are you seeing this?" Do-hyun asked, making sure his suit camera was recording everything. They're not just repairing things randomly. They study the original design, understand its purpose, and then make it better. He turned to a different section of the engine room, where the nanites had created something entirely new. It looked like a three-dimensional map of the ship, glowing with blue light. As Do-hyun approached, the map changed, highlighting different systems and showing their connections. "I think I understand now," Do-hyun said softly. The crew panicked because they thought they were being attacked. But these nanites were just trying to help. They're programmed to make things better, but no one gave them a chance to show what they could really do. He reached out and touched the glowing map. The nanites responded to his touch, changing the display to show more detail. It was like they were learning from him, trying to understand what information he wanted to see. "Mr. Kang," Do-hyun said, "I know everyone thinks these things are dangerous. But what if we're looking at the biggest breakthrough in repair technology since the invention of smart tools? We just need to learn how to work with them instead of fighting them." The station manager was quiet for a long moment. Finally, he asked, "And how do you suggest we do that?" Do-hyun smiled as he watched the nanites continue their work. The same way humans have always dealt with new technology, with patience, curiosity, and an open mind. These beings aren't our enemies. They might just be the best allies we've ever found. Do-hyun returned to the bridge, his mind still processing everything he had learned about the nanites. He needed to understand more about how they first came aboard the Morning Star. The ship's logs might hold the answers, even if they were damaged. "Ha-1," he called to the AI. "Can you access any of Captain Ta-hyung's personal logs? I need to know what happened when they first found these nanites." The main screen flickered, and lines of text began to appear. The nanites on the walls pulsed softly, as if they too were interested in the story of their discovery. "I have recovered some fragments," Ha-1 said, playing Captain Ta-hyung's first log after the discovery. The captain's tired but excited face appeared on screen. "Ship's log, day 147. We found something incredible today. The old alien station we discovered in the Kuiper Belt wasn't abandoned. It was a repair facility, the most advanced one I've ever seen." Do-hyun leaned forward, watching intently. The captain's next few logs were damaged, showing only brief glimpses of the crew exploring the alien station. Then the recording jumped forward several days. Day 152. Captain Ta-hyung's voice was filled with wonder. "The repair systems in the alien station are unlike anything in human space. They're alive somehow. They can fix anything, improve anything. We're bringing samples back for study. This could revolutionize space travel." The next log showed the captain in his quarters, looking worried. Day 155. "The repair organisms are spreading faster than we expected. They've already fixed every minor problem in the cargo hold. The company will want to weaponize this technology, but I think that would be a mistake. These beings weren't made for war. They were made to create, to improve." Do-hyun watched as more logs played, showing the crew's growing unease. The nanites had begun improving ship systems without permission, changing things in ways the crew didn't understand. Fear started to replace excitement in their eyes. Day 161. The captain's face was grim now. Half the crew wants to destroy the nanites. The other half wants to study them. But I don't think either group understands what we're really dealing with. These aren't just tools or parasites. They're the greatest engineering achievement I've ever seen. They don't just fix things, they understand them. They learn. The final log entry made Do-hyun's heart beat faster. Captain Taehyung was alone on the bridge, speaking quietly. Day 165. The crew is evacuating. They think the nanites are out of control, but they're wrong. I've been watching closely. The nanites aren't trying to take over the ship. They're trying to perfect it. Each change they make has a purpose. They're not hostile. They're just so far ahead of our technology that their improvements seem alien to us. The captain leaned closer to the camera, his eyes intense. If anyone finds this ship, please listen carefully. Don't destroy these beings. Study them. Learn from them. They're not a weapon or a threat. They're a gift. The next step in human engineering. We just need to be brave enough to take that step. The screen went dark. Do-hyun sat in silence, thinking about the captain's words. The nanites around him pulsed gently, their patterns more organized than ever. Captain Taehyung understood. Do-hyun said softly. He saw what these beings really are. Now I just have to convince everyone else before they try to destroy this ship and everything we could learn from it. Mr. Kang's voice came through the radio, softer than before. Do-hyun, the rescue ship Phoenix is on its way. Captain Sungmin has orders to sterilize the vessel. You have 4 hours to prove these things aren't dangerous, or they'll destroy everything. 4 hours to save the ship. Do-hyun's mind raced as he looked around the bridge of the Morning Star. The nanites continued their gentle pulsing, unaware of the danger approaching. He couldn't let all this be destroyed, not when they were so close to understanding it. Ha-1. He called out to the ship's eye. Can you show me all the ship's communication systems? The main screen lit up with diagrams. Do-hyun studied them carefully, an idea forming in his mind. The nanites responded to different energy frequencies. Maybe that was the key to communicating with them. I need to try something new, he told Mr. Kang over the radio. Instead of treating these beings like a problem to solve, I'm going to treat them like what they really are. An advanced alien technology trying to talk to us. Do-hyun walked to the main control panel and began adjusting settings. Ha-1, can you create a pattern of electromagnetic pulses based on simple math? Start with the Fibonacci sequence. The ship's systems hummed to life. Waves of energy pulsed through the ship in a mathematical pattern. 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 8, 13. The nanites' blue glow brightened immediately. They began moving across the walls, following the rhythm of the pulses. They're responding, Do-hyun said excitedly. Now let's try something more complex. Ha-1, switch to prime numbers. The pulse pattern changed. The nanites' response was even stronger this time. They gathered in the center of the bridge, forming shapes that matched the mathematical sequence. It wasn't just random copying. They were demonstrating understanding. Look at this, Do-hyun told Mr. Kang, making sure his suit camera was recording everything. They're not just receiving the patterns, they're completing them. When we send the first few prime numbers, they respond with the next ones in the sequence. The nanites were moving faster now, their patterns becoming more complex. They began forming three-dimensional shapes in the air, each one more intricate than the last. It reminded Do-hyun of the way humans had first learned to communicate with dolphins, starting with simple patterns and building up to more complex exchanges. Send them a simple engineering problem, Do-hyun told Ha-1. Show them a basic circuit diagram with a missing component. The AI displayed the diagram on a nearby screen. The nanites studied it for a moment, then began constructing a perfect replica of the circuit in glowing blue light. But they didn't stop there. They showed 3 different ways to improve the design, each one more efficient than the last. This is incredible, Do-hyun breathed. They're not just solving the problems we give them. They're teaching us better ways to do things. This isn't an infection or an invasion. It's a partnership. He turned to another screen and began typing quickly. I'm sending these results to the Phoenix. They need to understand what we're dealing with here. These beings could revolutionize every aspect of space engineering, but only if we're willing to learn from them instead of destroying them. The nanites had spread across the entire bridge now, their patterns synchronized with the ship's systems. Through their improvements, the Morning Star was running more smoothly than any ship Do-hyun had ever seen. Screens displayed information more clearly, controls responded more quickly, and the engine hummed with perfect efficiency. 3 hours left, Mr. Kang reminded him. The Phoenix isn't going to change their orders just because these things can do math. They need more proof. Do-hyun nodded, watching the nanites continue their work. Then we'll give them proof. We're going to show them something that's never been done before. A perfect fusion of human and alien technology, working together to create something entirely new. The nanites pulsed brighter, as if agreeing with his words. Together, they had just 3 hours to change everyone's understanding of what was possible in engineering. The rescue ship Phoenix appeared in the distance like a bright star. Do-hyun watched it approach through the Morning Star's main viewport, knowing that its arrival brought both hope and danger. The ship's captain, Sung-min, had orders to destroy everything if he couldn't be convinced that the nanites were safe. Incoming transmission from the Phoenix, Ha-won announced. The main screen flickered to life, showing Captain Sung-min's stern face. Mechanic Park, the captain said formally. Our scans show extensive contamination throughout the Morning Star. We have orders to sterilize the vessel. Please prepare to evacuate. Do-hyun stood straight and looked directly at the camera. Captain, what you're seeing isn't contamination. It's the most advanced repair system ever discovered. Please, before you make any decisions, let me show you what these beings can do. The captain frowned. You have 15 minutes to make your case. After that, we begin sterilization procedures. Do-hyun turned to the walls where the nanites glowed softly. Ha-won, send the Phoenix our data about the nanites' mathematical responses, and show them this. He pressed a button, starting the sequence of engineering problems they had used to communicate. On every screen, the nanites demonstrated their abilities. They solved complex engineering problems, improved system designs, and showed their understanding of human technology. Their blue light pulsed in perfect harmony with the ship's systems. Impressive light show, Captain Sung-min said, but that doesn't prove they're safe. Just then, something unexpected happened. The nanites began flowing across the hull of the Morning Star, forming huge geometric patterns that could be seen from the Phoenix. The patterns weren't random, they were mathematical formulas, engineering diagrams, and universal constants written in light. They're reaching out to us, Do-hyun explained excitedly. They understand we're afraid of them, so they're showing us they understand our science, our math, our way of thinking. They want to help us, not harm us. The Phoenix's crew watched in amazement as the nanites continued their display. The entire hull of the Morning Star had become a glowing blueprint of technological possibilities. And look at this, Do-hyun continued. He pulled up the ship's performance data. Every system they've modified is working better than it ever has. The quantum engine is running at 143% efficiency. Hull integrity is stronger than when the ship was new. They're not destroying anything. They're perfecting it. Captain Sung-min was quiet for a long moment, studying the data. Even if what you're saying is true, these beams are changing our technology in ways we don't understand. That makes them dangerous. No, Do-hyun argued. That makes them valuable. Think about it, Captain. Every major advance in human history came from understanding something new, something that scared us at first. These beings could revolutionize space travel, solve engineering problems we thought were impossible. As if responding to his words, the nanites created a new pattern on the hull, a perfect diagram of the Phoenix's engines, along with 3 different ways to improve them. They were offering to help, to share their knowledge. Captain, Do-hyun said softly, we have 2 choices. We can destroy something amazing because we're afraid of it, or we can learn from it and grow beyond what we thought was possible. Which choice do you think humanity will be proud of in 100 years? The bridge of the Phoenix fell silent. Everyone watched the glowing patterns on the morning star's hull, where the nanites continued their peaceful display of knowledge and possibility. The next few minutes would determine whether this amazing discovery would be lost forever or mark the beginning of a new era in human technology. While Captain Sungmin considered his decision, Do-hyun made a discovery that would change everything. He noticed that the nanites weren't just creating random patterns anymore. They were forming specific shapes that repeated over and over. The shapes looked familiar, reminding him of something he had seen in the ship's database. Ha-1. He called out to the ship's AI. Can you search the database for these symbols? They look like ancient navigation markers. The AI quickly searched through its files. Match found. These patterns are similar to the universal navigation symbols used by early space explorers. They were designed to communicate with any intelligent life that might find them. Do-hyun's heart beat faster as he understood what the nanites were doing. They're not just showing us what they can do, they're trying to teach us their language. He grabbed his tablet and connected it to the ship's main computer. Working quickly, he began matching the nanites' patterns with known symbols from human space exploration. Each pattern had a meaning: greet, help, build, improve. Captain Sungmin, Do-hyun called excitedly, "You need to see this. The nanites aren't just responding to us anymore. They're actively trying to communicate using symbols they know we'll understand." The Phoenix's science officer, Jae-yun, spoke up for the first time. "He's right, Captain. These patterns match the universal space language created by the Global Space Agency. It's like they study our history to find the best way to talk to us." Do-hyun worked with Jae-yun over the video link, combining their knowledge to understand more of the nanites' messages. The glowing beings seemed eager to help, changing their patterns whenever the humans showed confusion. "Look at this sequence," Jae-yun said, pointing to a complex pattern near the ship's bow. "They're showing us the step-by-step process of how they repair things. It's not random or instinctive. It's a careful, planned approach that follows engineering principles we already use." The nanites brightened in response to her understanding. They began creating new patterns, showing how they could work together with human technology instead of simply replacing it. Their blue light pulsed in a way that seemed almost happy. "They're not trying to take over our ships," Do-hyun explained. "They want to work with us, to combine their knowledge with ours. They're offering a partnership." To demonstrate this, the nanites created a small-scale model of the morning star in glowing blue light. Then they showed how the ship could be improved while keeping its basic human design. Each change they suggested made perfect engineering sense. The previous crew panicked because they didn't understand what these beings were trying to say. Do-hyun continued, "But now we can see their true purpose. They weren't made to destroy or conquer. They were made to help civilizations advance." Captain Sungmin watched all this with growing interest. The fear in his eyes was slowly being replaced by curiosity. "Officer Jae-yun," he said finally, "what's your professional opinion about these beings?" Jae-yun studied the latest data carefully before responding. "Sir, in all my years of xenobiology research, I've never seen anything like this. These aren't mindless parasites or simple repair tools. They're an advanced form of life that understands both technology and communication, and they're offering to share their knowledge with us." The nanites seemed to sense the importance of this moment. They created their most beautiful display yet, a perfect model of both ships, the Morning Star and the Phoenix, working together in harmony. The message was clear. They wanted to help all of humanity, not just one ship. Do-hyun held his breath as he waited for the captain's response. The next few words would determine not just the fate of the Morning Star, but possibly the future of human space technology itself. Captain Sungmin made his decision. "Do-hyun, Jae-yun, you have 1 hour to show me exactly how these beings can work with our technology. If you can prove they can be controlled and directed safely, I'll help you protect them. If not..." He left the threat unspoken. Do-hyun nodded eagerly. Thank you, Captain. Jae-yun, can you come aboard? I have an idea, but I need your xenobiology expertise. The Phoenix docked with the Morning Star, and Jae-yun came aboard wearing her protective suit. Her eyes widened as she saw the nanites up close for the first time. They're beautiful, she whispered, watching the patterns of blue light flow across the walls. They are, Do-hyun agreed. Now let's show everyone what they can really do. He turned to the ship's eye. Ha-won, bring up the complete blueprints of the Morning Star. Let's start with something simple, the life support systems. The blueprints appeared on the main screen. Jae-yun studied them carefully, then pointed to a section. The air filtration could be more efficient. In nature, some deep-sea creatures can filter tiny particles from water with amazing accuracy. Do-hyun smiled. Perfect. Let's show that to our new friends. He used the ship's systems to highlight the air filtration system, then displayed images of the sea creatures Jae-yun had mentioned. The nanites gathered around the display, their light pulsing with interest. Look how they're studying it, Jae-yun said excitedly. They're not just copying, they're understanding the principles involved. The nanites moved to the life support controls. Their blue lights spread through the system, but this time it was different. Instead of making changes on their own, they formed questioning patterns, waiting for approval. They want our permission, Do-hyun realized. They've learned to work with us instead of just taking over. He gave the nanites a thumbs up, and they began their work. The transformation was amazing to watch. The nanites created tiny structures that looked like living filters, but they were perfectly integrated with the ship's mechanical systems. The air in the ship became noticeably fresher and cleaner. The efficiency rating is up by 300%, Ha-won reported, and power usage is down by 60%. Encouraged by this success, Do-hyun and Jae-yun began suggesting other improvements. The nanites worked on each system carefully, always showing their plans first and waiting for approval. They combined the best of biological and mechanical engineering in ways no one had ever seen before. The ship's hull grew stronger as the nanites added structures inspired by tree roots and coral reefs. The computer systems became faster using patterns based on neural networks. Even the artificial gravity improved, using principles found in the balance systems of birds. This is incredible, Jae-yun said, taking readings with her instruments. They're not just making random changes anymore. They're creating true biomechanical systems that work perfectly together. Captain Sung-min watched all this through the video link, his expression changing from doubt to amazement. The nanites had even improved the communication system, making the video clearer than ever before. The original crew was wrong, Do-hyun said as they worked. They thought the nanites were out of control because they made changes without asking. But look at them now. They've learned to respect our wishes while still sharing their knowledge. The Morning Star was becoming something entirely new. Not just a repaired ship, but a perfect blend of human and alien technology. Every change made sense. Every improvement followed clear scientific principles. The nanites had turned their repair abilities into a true partnership with human engineering. As the hour drew to a close, Do-hyun and Jae-yun prepared their final report for Captain Sung-min. The future of this amazing discovery now rested on their ability to show that the nanites weren't just useful. They were essential to the next step in human space exploration. 3 months after the discovery of the nanites, Do-hyun stood before the Galactic Engineering Council in their grand meeting hall on Earth. Behind him, a large screen showed images of the Morning Star, now the most advanced ship in human space. Members of the council, Do-hyun began, what you're looking at is not just a repaired ship. It's the future of space engineering. He gestured to Jae-yun, who sat in the front row with Captain Sung-min. Both had become strong supporters of his work with the nanites. The council chamber was packed with engineers, scientists, and space company representatives. Everyone wanted to see the results of the past 3 months of testing and development. The nanites have proven to be exactly what Captain Tae-hyung thought they were, a gift. Du-hyun continued. Working together with these beings, we've made breakthroughs that would have taken decades to achieve on our own. He showed them the data from the Morning Star. The ship now used 70% less fuel while moving faster than ever before. Its hull could repair itself from damage. The life support systems could recycle air and water with nearly perfect efficiency. But the most important thing we learned, Du-hyun said, was how to communicate with them. The nanites aren't mindless repair tools or dangerous parasites. They're partners who want to help us grow and improve. An older council member raised his hand. And you're certain they can be controlled, that they won't make changes without permission. Do-hyun smiled and pressed a button on his tablet. The wall behind him began to glow with a soft blue light as nanites emerged from special containers. The council members gasped, but Du-hyun remained calm. "Watch," he said. The nanites formed shapes in the air, showing engineering diagrams for the room's outdated air conditioning system. But they didn't make any changes. They simply waited, their light pulsing gently. They understand now that humans need to be part of the process, Du-hyun explained. They share their ideas, but they wait for our approval before making any changes. It's a true partnership. Jae-yun stood up to add her scientific findings. We've studied them for 3 months. They're not just fixing things randomly. They're learning and adapting. Each improvement they suggest shows a deep understanding of both their technology and ours. Captain Sung-min spoke next, his voice carrying the weight of his authority. When I first encountered the Morning Star, I had orders to destroy it. Now, I believe these beings could be the key to human expansion into deep space. They can make our ships safer, more efficient, and more reliable than ever before. The council listened as more evidence was presented. Scientists showed how the nanites could help solve engineering problems that had stumped humans for years. Engineers demonstrated how the beings could improve everything from space stations to mining equipment. Finally, the council's leaders stood up. Du-hyun Park, 3 months ago, you took a huge risk by protecting these beings. Today, we can see that your trust in them was well placed. She smiled. The council approves your proposal. The Morning Star will become the first of a new class of biomechanical ships, and you will lead the program to work with these remarkable beings. The room erupted in applause. Du-hyun felt tears in his eyes as he thought about how far they'd come. From a scary discovery on an abandoned ship to the beginning of a new era in human technology. Later, back on the Morning Star, Du-hyun watched the nanites go about their work. Their blue light seemed brighter somehow, as if they too were happy with the outcome. Had-one, the ship's AI, had been right all along. The nanites weren't a threat, but a bridge to a better future. "Thank you," he said softly to the glowing beings. They responded by creating a beautiful pattern of light that spelled out one of the first words they had learned to write in human language. Together. The Morning Star was just the beginning. Soon, these amazing beings would help humanity reach further into space than ever before, not as conquerors or destroyers, but as explorers and builders, working together to create something greater than either species could achieve alone. The massive windows of Unity Point Space Station showed the endless dark of space, dotted with countless stars. Inside the Grand Council chamber, Ambassador James Walker stood tall, his gray suit neat and simple compared to the colorful robes of the alien representatives around him. "We will not accept these terms," he said quietly. His words carried across the chamber, causing several alien representatives to shift uncomfortably in their seats. The council head, a tall blue-skinned being called Representative Smith, leaned forward. "Ambassador Walker, surely you understand our concerns. Humanity's rate of advancement is unprecedented. The council must ensure stability." Walker looked around the circular chamber. 12 alien species watched him with different types of eyes, some large and black, others compound and reflective, a few glowing with inner light. He had spent 3 years in this chamber, trying to make them understand. Today would be different. 3 years ago, Walker began, "We came to you with proof that the drift, The dead zone at the edge of our galaxy was expanding. We showed you our research on how to stop it. You ignored us. A ripple of muttering spread through the chamber. The drift was a sore topic. 2 years ago, Walker continued, we offered to share our gravity manipulation technology with all Council species. You refused, saying it would upset the balance of power. That technology could have prevented the mining accident that killed thousands on Proxima Beta last month. Several representatives looked down at their desks. The mining disaster was still fresh in everyone's minds. 1 year ago, we warned you about the star in Sector 7 showing signs of instability. You dismissed our findings. 3 months ago, that star went supernova. 2 colony worlds had to be evacuated with barely enough time. Walker paused, letting his words sink in. He could see the Council's security drones hovering near the ceiling, their sensors focused on him. The air felt heavy with tension. And now, he said, his voice growing firmer, you demand that we limit our AI research. You insist we slow down our expansion. You want us to share all our technology, but accept your restrictions on how we can use our own innovations. Representative Smith raised a hand. Ambassador, please understand. The Council has maintained peace for 3,000 years by carefully managing technological advancement. Your species has achieved in 2 centuries what others took millennia to develop. It creates instability. Walker smiled, but there was no humor in it. He reached into his pocket and pulled out a small metal disc, his Council membership badge. The simple action caused several security drones to drift closer. No, he said, placing the badge on the podium before him. What creates instability is fear of progress. What causes suffering is the suppression of solutions to save face. What kills people is the arrogance of assuming that slow must mean wise. The chamber had gone completely silent. Even the usual background hum of environmental systems seemed muted. Humanity reached for the stars because we dreamed of a better future. We developed our technology to solve problems, not to gather power. We offered to share everything we learned, asked only for the freedom to keep learning. Walker stepped back from the podium. But you don't want partners. You want subjects. Representative Smith stood up quickly. Ambassador Walker, this is most irregular. Perhaps we should take a recess and... We're done here, Walker said simply. He turned and walked toward the chamber's massive doors. Behind him, voices began to rise in alarm. Ambassador, you can't just... This is unprecedented. The protocols clearly state. Walker didn't look back. The doors slid open before him, revealing the startled faces of his staff waiting outside. As the doors began to close behind him, he heard Representative Smith's voice rise above the growing chaos. Do they not understand what they're doing? They can't just walk away from the Council. They. The doors sealed shut with a soft hiss, cutting off the noise. Walker looked at his staff and nodded once. Send the signal, he said quietly. Initiate Protocol Omega. Humanity is going its own way. Above them, through the station's transparent dome, the first human ships could be seen breaking formation, their engines flaring bright against the darkness of space as they turned away from Unity Point. The galaxy was about to learn that sometimes the most powerful action was simply walking away. The Council chamber erupted into chaos the moment the doors closed behind Ambassador Walker. Representative Smith stood at his podium, watching his carefully managed galactic order crumble before his eyes. Order. I demand order, he shouted, but his voice was lost in the storm of arguments that filled the chamber. The bird-like council member from the trading world screeched. Our markets will collapse. Humans handle 40% of all galactic trade. Their defense fleets protect 3 major trade routes, rumbled the rock-skinned member from the Mining Confederation. Who will guard our ships now? Smith watched the massive display screens around the chamber as they showed hundreds of human ships activating their engines. The vast fleet moved with perfect coordination, each ship knowing its place. No panic, no rush. No confusion, This was planned. "They can't do this," whispered his assistant Tom, who stood beside him. "No species has ever left the council. There aren't even any rules for it." Smith's fingers tightened on the podium. "That's exactly what makes this so dangerous. They're not breaking rules. They're ignoring them completely." The Chamber's AI announced with its calm voice, "Alert! Human trading systems are going offline. Stock markets across 57 worlds showing significant drops." The representatives turned to their data screens in horror. Numbers flashed red across every display. The galactic economy had been so tightly bound to human innovation and trade that their withdrawal was like pulling a foundation stone from a tower. "Look," shouted someone, pointing at the massive windows. The human diplomatic vessel, sleek and silver, detached from Unity Point's docking bay. Its movement was smooth, deliberate. Around it, other human ships formed a protective escort. No weapons were active, no threats were made. They simply left. "Get me Earth's government on the line," Smith ordered. The Chamber's AI responded after a moment. "Unable to connect. All diplomatic channels with Earth have been suspended." The rock-skinned representative slammed his crystal-like fist on his desk. "We should stop them. The Council fleet would be wiped out," interrupted the military advisor, speaking for the first time. All heads turned to the scared veteran who rarely participated in discussions. "Human ships have technology we've never seen. Half our advanced weapons are human-made. We'd be starting a fight we couldn't win." Smith watched another screen showing reports flooding in from across the galaxy. Human research centers were shutting down. Their peacekeeping forces were withdrawing from joint operations. Their engineers were leaving vital infrastructure projects. "They're not just leaving," he realized aloud. "They're taking their whole civilization with them. Everything they built, everything they maintain, everyone who works for them." The trading world's representative fluttered in distress. "The new medical facilities on my world, they're staffed entirely by human doctors. Who will run them now?" Similar cries began to rise from other representatives as they received reports from their homeworlds. Projects halted, systems failing, markets crashing, centuries of progress beginning to unravel in hours. Smith's assistant looked up from his data pad, face pale. "Sir, we're getting word that some of the younger council races are questioning their membership. They're saying if humans can leave." "Get me any human official," Smith ordered. "Anyone at all." Still no response on any channel, the AI reported. "However, I am receiving an automated message from Earth." "Play it." A simple text message appeared on the main screen. "Humanity thanks the Galactic Council for 3 centuries of cooperation. We will now pursue our own path. Our borders remain open to peaceful trade and scientific exchange with individual species under new treaties to be negotiated directly. Farewell." Smith sank into his chair as the council chamber descended further into panic around him. Through the windows, he watched the last human ships vanish into fold space, leaving only stars behind. "What have we done?" he whispered to himself. "What have we done?" Admiral Thompson stood in Earth Defense Command's main control room, watching the massive wall of screens before him. Each screen showed human ships breaking away from different parts of Council space, all moving with perfect precision. Operation Walkaway is proceeding exactly as planned, his second-in-command, Captain Rogers, reported. "All ships report green status. No Council interference detected." Thompson nodded slowly. 5 years of secret preparation were paying off. Every ship knew its role. Every crew understood their part. Humanity had hoped they would never need this plan, but they had made sure they were ready. "What's the status of the Mars shipyards?" Thompson asked. "Already switched to independent power," Rogers replied. "The new fusion cores are online. Production continues at full capacity." Another officer spoke up from her station. "Sir, we're getting reports from our colonies. All 37 worlds have activated their shield systems. Our borders are secure." Thompson allowed himself a small smile. The Council had never known about the planetary shields. They had never known about a lot of things. Humanity had learned long ago to keep their best technology hidden. On the main screen, a map showed human space glowing bright blue against the darkness. It wasn't the largest territory in the galaxy, but it was the most efficiently used. Every world connected by instant transport gates. Every resource carefully managed. Every citizen protected by technology the Council had never imagined. Message from Earth government. An AI voice announced. The President is ready to address the people. The screen switched to show the President standing at her desk in the Oval Office. Her face was calm as she looked into the camera. Citizens of Earth and all human worlds, she began. Today we have left the Galactic Council. This decision was not made lightly, but it was made with absolute certainty. Thompson watched the speech continue, knowing similar scenes were playing out across human space. They had practiced this too, keeping people calm, explaining the reasons, showing that everything was under control. Sir, Rogers said quietly, we're picking up increased Council fleet activity at their border stations. Let them watch, Thompson replied. They'll soon learn that their sensors can't penetrate our space anymore. Another little surprise we kept to ourselves. The control room hummed with activity as reports continued to flow in. Trade ships docking safely at human ports. Research stations switching to secure networks. Defense platforms moving into final positions. Admiral, a young officer called out, we're getting requests from some of the younger Council races. They want to maintain trade relations outside of Council control. Thompson nodded. They had expected this. Some of the newer species had always been more friendly to humans, more open to new ideas. They would be good partners in the new age that was coming. Message from Ambassador Walker, Rogers announced. He's aboard his ship and heading home. His exact words are, it felt damn good to walk away. A quiet chuckle ran through the control room. Everyone there understood that feeling. For too long, humanity had watched the Council hold back progress. For too long, they had seen solutions ignored and help rejected. Now they were free to move forward at their own pace. Sir, another officer reported, all human citizens have been accounted for. The evacuation of Council space is complete. No one left behind. Thompson looked at the screens again, at the streams of data showing everything going according to plan. Humanity had learned something important in their centuries among the stars. Sometimes the strongest position was being ready to walk away. Send word to all commands, he ordered. Phase 1 is complete. Begin Phase 2. We build our future our way. Around him, the control room crew worked with quiet efficiency, each person knowing that they were part of something historic. Humanity wasn't just leaving the Council, they were proving they had outgrown it. And somewhere out in Council space, old powers were about to learn just how much they had depended on the species they had tried to hold back. 1 week after humanity's departure, the trading world of Blue Haven felt the first real shock. The massive transport gates that had moved ships across their system suddenly shut down. No warning, no explanation. They just stopped working. What do you mean we can't fix them? Demanded Governor Root to his technical team. His blue feathers bristled with anger. These gates are essential to our economy. The lead technician spread his forearms helplessly. The gates are human technology. They added something to the power cores that we never understood. Without their engineers, on the mining world of Stone Deep, similar problems were emerging. The automated drilling machines, created by human engineers, began to slow down. Their self-repair systems, once perfect, started to fail. The rock chief of Stone Deep stared at the production numbers on his crystal display. They dropped lower each day. His people had forgotten how to mine without these machines. They had grown too dependent on human innovation. In the council chamber on Unity Point, Representative Smith read report after report of similar problems. How did we not see this coming? He asked the empty room. His assistant Tom entered with more bad news. Sir, the Trade Federation of New Worlds has just announced they're leaving the council. They've already signed independent treaties with Earth. Smith's head snapped up. They can't do that. The Council laws mean nothing to them now, Tom finished quietly. They say humanity has shown there's another way. Across Council space, the pattern repeated. Systems failed, trade slowed, and younger species began to question the old order. On the frontier world of Green Rise, a Council peacekeeping fleet demanded entry to the system. They wanted to show that the Council still held power. They weren't expecting what happened next. "Sir," reported the fleet captain, "our weapons won't activate. The targeting systems are locked." The Council admiral stared at his own useless controls. They had never known that their best weapons, sold to them by human corporations, had hidden safeguards. Now those weapons simply refused to work against human allies. In the great libraries of the ancient races, scholars made a disturbing discovery. They found that humans had quietly copied every book, every record, every piece of knowledge the Council had collected over thousands of years. But the humans had also added to that knowledge, filling in gaps, correcting errors, advancing ideas that the Council had abandoned. They didn't just take their own knowledge, one scholar realized. They improved ours, and now they're gone. The Council's emergency meeting was interrupted by news from the Galactic Core. The Star Stabilization Project, abandoned by human scientists, was showing signs of failure. The Council's best minds couldn't understand the half-finished work, couldn't continue what the humans had begun. "We need them back," admitted the science minister. "Our civilization has built itself around their innovations, their solutions, their work. Without them." But Earth's response to all messages remained the same. "We welcome diplomatic and trade relations with individual species, outside Council control. All other messages will be archived without response." Some Council members suggested using force. They quickly discovered that their maps of human space were now useless. Their best sensors couldn't penetrate whatever shield humans had placed around their territory. Their fastest ships couldn't follow human vessels through the strange new jump points they used. "They were always ready," Smith said, watching another report of Council authority crumbling. "They knew this day might come, and they prepared for years. While we tried to control them, they were quietly making sure we couldn't." The galaxy was learning an important lesson. Trying to hold back human progress was like trying to hold back the tide. In the end, the water always finds its way forward. 2 months after humanity's departure, the first pirate attack hit the Silk Star trade route. 3 cargo ships disappeared without a trace. The Council fleet, once proud and strong, took 3 days to respond. This route was protected by human patrols. The merchant captain told his frightened crew. Their ships could be anywhere in the sector in minutes, but now, more attacks followed. The pirates had discovered that many defensive systems no longer worked properly. Security networks that humans had maintained now had holes. Emergency beacons sometimes failed to activate. In the Council chamber, Representative Smith faced angry delegates. "First our technology fails," shouted the trade minister. "Now our ships vanish. Who will protect our merchants?" "The Council fleet," Smith began. "Is spread too thin," interrupted another delegate. "And half their ships don't work right since the human technicians left." Outside the chamber windows, Unity Point Station itself showed signs of decay. The smooth artificial gravity sometimes flickered. The air recyclers made strange noises, small things growing worse each day. On the industrial world of Factory Prime, production lines started shutting down. The automated systems that had run perfectly for decades now showed their age. Without human maintenance crews, without their regular upgrades, the machines were failing. "We've forgotten how to build things the old way," admitted the factory chief to his board. "We became too dependent on their technology, their methods." But the biggest shock came from the direction of human space. Ships trying to spy on human worlds discovered something unusual. They couldn't get close. Their instruments stopped working. Their navigation systems failed. Some ships disappeared completely. "It's like hitting a wall that isn't there," reported one scout captain. "We know their worlds are there, but we can't reach them." The Council's best scientists studied the problem. They discovered that humans had created something impossible, a barrier in space itself. No energy readings, no visible signs, but nothing could pass through without human permission. They're not just hiding, one scientist realized. They're operating on a level of physics we don't understand. More young species began breaking away from the Council. The newcomer worlds, barely a century in space, announced their independence. The Rising Stars Federation followed a day later. Each group signed new treaties with Earth. "How are they communicating with human space?" Smith demanded. "We can't even find a way to send them messages." "It seems," his assistant Tom explained, "that Earth gave their friends special communication devices before they left. They planned for everything." The Council's attempts to show strength backfired. When they sent ships to pressure a breakaway world, those ships found their weapons systems locked. When they tried to impose trade sanctions, they discovered that human-designed banking systems no longer processed their commands. In desperation, some Council members tried to reverse engineer human technology. They failed. What looked simple on the surface contained principles they couldn't grasp. Even successful copies didn't work quite right, missing some hidden element that humans had never revealed. "We thought we were letting them develop under our control," Smith said during a private meeting. "But they were so far ahead of us, we couldn't even see it." Reports kept coming. Pirates growing bolder, trade routes becoming dangerous, colonial worlds struggling without human support. The Council's power, built over thousands of years, was crumbling in months. The final insult came when the Council discovered that several of their most secret research projects had been compromised. Not by spies or theft, but because key parts of the work had been quietly done by human scientists. Without them, years of progress became useless. "They didn't need to fight us," Tom observed, watching another angry delegation storm out of the Council chamber. "They just had to walk away and let us see how much we needed them." The galaxy was learning that real power wasn't about control. It was about competence, and humanity had proven they had plenty of that. 3 months after humanity's departure, the Council made its biggest mistake. They decided to show their strength with a military operation against Earth. Representative Smith watched from Unity Point as the largest fleet in Council history gathered. 10,000 ships, reported Admiral Vale, his scaled skin gleaming under the station lights. "The combined might of all remaining Council races. Earth will have to listen now." Smith wasn't so sure. Something about this felt wrong. Have we considered that humanity might have expected this? They're just one species. Vale dismissed the concern. No matter how advanced, they can't stand against the United Council. The massive fleet made an impressive sight as it moved into formation. Ships of every Council race joined together, stretching out into space like a metal cloud. Their mission: force humanity back under Council control. They never reached human space. Halfway to Earth, every ship in the fleet suddenly stopped. Their engines died. Their weapons went dark. Their communications fell silent. 10,000 ships hung helpless in space. Then a single human ship appeared, just one regular-sized patrol vessel. Its message was simple: the Council fleet has entered restricted space. Their systems have been temporarily disabled. They have 1 hour to turn back before their life support shuts down too. Admiral Vale raged from his flagship. "Impossible. How can they control our ships? We checked everything for human technology." The answer came from an unexpected source. A young engineer spoke up from her console. "Sir, they didn't need to add anything. They designed most of our engines in the first place. They built the base technology that everything else runs on. They just never told us about the off switch." The mighty Council fleet had no choice. They turned back. Their pride hurt more than their ships, but the lesson wasn't over. When they returned to Council space, they found things had changed. The younger races had taken advantage of their absence. Half the remaining council members had declared independence while the fleet was away. In an emergency council session, the truth finally sank in. We never controlled them, Smith said to the quiet chamber. We never even understood them. Humanity gave us what they wanted us to have, showed us what they wanted us to see, and kept their real power hidden. Reports from across the galaxy painted a clear picture. Human space was thriving. Their worlds were protected by technology the Council couldn't understand. Their ships used drive systems that left Council vessels looking primitive. Their colonies were expanding, their trade was growing, and their former allies were benefiting from new technologies humans had kept in reserve. Message from Earth, announced the chamber's eye. On the main screen, Ambassador Walker appeared. He looked exactly as he had the day he walked out, calm and composed. The Council's attempt to enter human space has been noted, he said simply. We trust this demonstration has made our position clear. We remain open to establishing new diplomatic relations as equals, not subjects. The choice is yours. The screen went dark, leaving the Council members in stunned silence. They could have destroyed our fleet, Tom whispered to Smith. They could have let our life support fail. They could have taken control of every piece of their technology in Council space and shut us down completely. Smith nodded slowly. But they didn't, because this wasn't about proving they could beat us. It was about proving they didn't need us at all. In the following days, the Council learned of other things humans had kept hidden. Medical technologies that could have saved millions, clean energy systems that would have ended resource wars, faster than light drives that made their best ships look slow. All this time, Smith said, looking out at the stars, we thought we were being generous by letting humanity develop under our guidance. We never realized we were the ones being left behind. The Council had finally understood. They hadn't been dealing with a young, rising species. They had been trying to control a giant that had simply been too polite to show its full strength. 6 months after humanity's departure, the Grand Council chamber looked very different. Where once 12 species had ruled the galaxy, now only 5 remained. The others had either declared independence or signed direct treaties with Earth. Representative Smith stood at his podium, but this time he wasn't leading the session. Instead, he was preparing to welcome a guest. Ambassador Walker has agreed to hear our proposal, he told the remaining council members. Remember, we're not in a position to make demands anymore. The chamber doors opened and Walker entered. He looked exactly the same as the day he had walked out, but now he moved with an even quieter confidence. Behind him came representatives from 20 former council worlds, all of them now independent allies of Earth. Welcome back to Unity Point, Smith said, though I suspect it's we who should be requesting welcome from you now. Walker smiled slightly. The station's systems have been running below optimal efficiency. Our engineers could restore them, if you'd like. Everyone knew this was more than just talk about station maintenance. It was about the future of galactic civilization itself. We have a proposal, Smith said. The Council admits its errors. We acknowledge humanity's right to develop freely. We request a new beginning, not as rulers and subjects, but as equals. Walker listened quietly as Smith outlined the new structure. No more central control, no more restricted technology, no more artificial limits on progress. Instead, a forum for cooperation, with each species free to develop at its own pace. Interesting, Walker said when Smith finished. But why should humanity return at all? We're doing quite well on our own. The answer came from an unexpected source. The youngest remaining council member, barely a century in space, spoke up. Because you understand something we're only now learning, she said. Real strength isn't in controlling others. It's in helping them grow. Walker turned to her, genuinely interested. Go on. You could have crashed our economies completely. You could have shut down all our human-made technology. You could have left us helpless. But you didn't. You just showed us we had a choice. A murmur of agreement ran through the chamber. Even the oldest council races were nodding. And now, she continued, we're choosing to build something new. Not because you forced us, but because you showed us a better way. Walker looked around the chamber, at faces both familiar and new. Then he reached into his pocket and pulled out something that made Smith catch his breath. A council membership badge. But this badge was different. Instead of the old council seal, it showed a new symbol, a galaxy with all its stars shining equally bright. Earth has discussed your proposal, Walker said. We agree on one condition. Everything we've kept hidden, all our advanced technology, all our scientific knowledge, we share it, not just with the council, but with every species ready to use it responsibly. That would change everything, Smith whispered. That's the point, Walker replied. The galaxy shouldn't be about holding anyone back. It should be about lifting everyone up. One by one, the council members stepped forward to exchange their old badges for new ones. As they did, screens around the chamber lit up with data. Humanity sharing its first batch of hidden breakthroughs. There's so much here, Tom said, scanning the files. Medical cures, clean energy, faster ships, better defenses. You had solutions for almost everything. We did, Walker agreed. We were just waiting for the galaxy to be ready to use them wisely. Smith looked out the chamber windows at the stars. Already, human ships were arriving to help upgrade Unity Point systems. In spite of everything, they had never stopped wanting to help. Welcome home, he said to Walker. Or perhaps we should say, welcome to the future. The galaxy was entering a new age. Not one of control and fear, but of cooperation and growth. And it had all started because one species had been brave enough to simply walk away.
The examination hall of the Galactic Academy was a vast dome chamber, its ceiling an artificial night sky filled with swirling nebulae and distant constellations. The air carried a crisp, almost sterile scent, the product of carefully regulated atmospheric conditions, tailored to accommodate the diverse array of species present. The room hummed with a low, pulsing vibration, a subtle effect of the Academy's advanced technology, ensuring that every student, regardless of biological origin, could exist comfortably within the same environment. Cadet Stanley Becker sat in the third row, his posture relaxed but his mind alert. He was the only human among the 100 or so students gathered for the final exam in advanced astrogation, a subject so complex that even the most brilliant species of the known galaxy struggled to master it. The other cadets, representing a multitude of intelligent civilizations, were a collection of reptilian beings with elongated skulls, feathered avian-like creatures with keen predatory gazes, and silicon-based life forms whose crystalline bodies refracted the light in shifting patterns. Their presence was a testament to the Academy's commitment to gathering the finest minds from across the stars. At the front of the hall stood Professor Zilnor, a towering figure of rigid exoskeletal plating and 4 dexterous arms. His deep, resonant voice carried an unmistakable note of authority, reinforced by the quiet clicking of his mandibles as he surveyed the assembled students. His species, the Vraxil, were known for their unparalleled analytical prowess and an almost fanatical dedication to logic. Zilnor's reputation was infamous within the Academy. He had broken more students than any other instructor. His exam, so notoriously difficult that even passing with the bare minimum was considered a mark of honor. Now, as the final exam was about to begin, an expectant hush fell over the chamber. The students sat rigidly in their seats, their focus absolute. Some activated their neural interfaces, tiny biotechnological implants that allowed direct interaction with data streams. Others extended secondary appendages, preparing to manipulate complex holographic formulas. Every cadet knew that this test would determine their fate. Zilnor raised one of his arms, and the air shimmered as hundreds of holographic displays materialized in front of each student. The glowing equations, rotating star charts, and gravitational computations reflected in their wide, blinking eyes. The problem was presented in multiple dimensions, requiring the students to solve an intricate navigational challenge that simulated piloting a vessel through an unstable sector of space, a region where black holes, pulsar winds, and quantum anomalies rendered traditional calculations useless. This was not just a test of memorization or technical skill. It was a challenge designed to break the weak and prove who among them was truly capable of commanding a starship. "You have 7 planetary cycles to complete this examination," Zilnor intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. "Begin." Stanley exhaled slowly and leaned back in his chair. He glanced at the glowing display in front of him, skimming through the problem with mild curiosity. He had been dreading this exam, not because he thought it would be difficult, but because he knew exactly how it was designed. The problem was convoluted on purpose, meant to overwhelm with unnecessary complexity. He had seen this kind of over-engineering before, mathematical arrogance wrapped in layers of equations that only served to obscure a simple truth. Stanley had grown up in a family of astrophysicists, spending his childhood listening to orbital mechanics explained over dinner. The moment he saw the exam, he recognized the core pattern hidden beneath the extraneous calculations. It was nothing more than a basic navigational problem that had been dressed up to appear intimidating. Around him, the other cadets were already deep into their calculations. Some were cross-referencing vast databases of astrogational theory, while others frantically sketched out three-dimensional trajectories in glowing mid-air projections. The crystalline students emitted subtle vibrations, their internal processors working at full capacity. A reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his forked tongue in frustration, his clawed fingers darting over the holographic interface as he tried to stabilize the simulated spacecraft's trajectory. Stanley, meanwhile, pulled out an old-fashioned pen and a small notepad. This earned him more than a few puzzled glances from his peers. While they relied on cutting-edge computational systems, he preferred the simplicity of manual calculations. It wasn't that he distrusted technology, he simply found that writing things out helped him think more clearly. He set to work, quickly simplifying the problem in his head. The key was recognizing that the entire exam was based on a flawed assumption, that conventional three-dimensional astrogation was required for a region of space where relativistic effects dominated. But if he shifted the perspective to a non-Euclidean frame, the calculations collapsed into a far more manageable form. Stanley scratched down a few numbers, ran a quick mental check, and within minutes he had his answer. Silence fell over his immediate vicinity as he stood up, stretched slightly, and walked toward the front of the room. The sound of his footsteps echoed unnaturally in the otherwise focused quiet. Every cadet was still deeply engrossed in their work, oblivious to his movements, except for Zilnor, whose 3 black eyes locked onto him the moment he approached the desk. The professor's mandibles twitched in what could have been confusion or irritation. Stanley placed the completed answer sheet on Zilnor's desk with a casual shrug. "I'm done," he said simply. For a moment there was no response. Zilnor's elongated fingers hesitated over the answer sheet, as if unwilling to accept what he had just heard. The notion was preposterous. No one could have finished in so little time. "You cannot be finished," Zilnor said at last, his voice slow, measured. His secondary hands tapped against the desk in a restless rhythm. "You are mocking this exam. Return to your seat and complete the work properly." Stanley remained unfazed. "No, sir, it's done." The words hung in the air like a challenge. By now, the disturbance had begun to ripple outward. A few cadets nearby, sensing something unusual, paused their calculations to glance toward the front. A low electronic hum emanated from one of the silicon-based students, a sign of confusion. The reptilian cadet beside Stanley flicked his tongue again, his slitted eyes narrowing in suspicion. Zilnor, moving with the deliberate precision of a scholar who had seen every trick in the book, lifted the answer sheet and slid it into the verification system. A holographic panel flickered to life above the desk, scanning through Stanley's calculations. The professor expected an immediate rejection, a cascade of red warnings signaling incorrect formulas. Instead, the system processed the data, ran a full analysis, and then displayed the final verdict. 100% accurate. The moment stretched impossibly long. The murmurs began almost immediately, students shifting in their seats, whispers darting between them like sparks across a circuit board. A professor in the observation chamber above activated his communicator, summoning higher-ranking officials. Zellner's grip tightened on the desk. He was not a being prone to emotional outbursts, but this defied all reason. "Explain," he demanded, his voice now tinged with something dangerously close to disbelief. "How did you—" Stanley just smiled. "It's just math, Professor." And with that, the first shockwave of what would soon become a galactic-wide academic scandal was set in motion. Professor Zellner's three eyes remained fixed on the glowing green confirmation of Stanley Becker's perfect score. His exoskeletal fingers twitched slightly as he reread the verification message, half expecting the system to correct itself and reveal some mistake. Yet, the result remained unchanged, 100% accurate. The murmurs spreading through the room grew louder, a rising tide of disbelief and confusion. The other students had paused their work entirely, their holographic equations flickering mid-calculation. A few had turned in their seats, craning their necks to get a better look at Stanley, who remained standing in front of the professor's desk with a relaxed posture. A sharp chime rang through the hall, a system alert reserved for moments of extreme academic irregularity. Almost immediately, the observation window above the room flickered with new activity. Academy instructors and senior professors, alerted by the anomaly, peered down with interest. The air itself seemed to tighten, the weight of attention pressing onto every cadet. Zellner finally moved, his tall, segmented frame shifting with deliberate precision. He lifted the answer sheet again, this time inspecting it manually as if his own eyes would uncover a flaw the verification system had somehow missed. "Explain," he commanded, his deep voice carrying across the now silent hall. Stanley folded his arms. It wasn't that complicated. The statement was almost casual, but in the charged atmosphere of the examination hall, it might as well have been a thunderclap. A silicon-based student let out a low vibrational hum, a sign of disbelief. A reptilian cadet in the second row clicked his jaw in irritation. "Not complicated," Zellner echoed, his voice as rigid as his exoskeleton. His mandibles twitched slightly before he continued. "This examination is based on the most advanced principles of astrogation known to the Galactic Academy. Every equation, every variable has been meticulously refined over centuries. And yet, you claim it was not complicated." Stanley gave a small shrug. "The problem was over-engineered. Too many unnecessary variables. Once I stripped it down, the solution was obvious." Zellner's upper set of hands clasped behind his back, a calculated gesture of restraint. His lower hands tapped at his console, pulling up Stanley's solution on the central holographic display so the entire hall could see. The equations, stripped of their complexity, unfolded before the audience. The students leaned forward, their eyes darting between the simplified notations and the original problem set. Slowly, understanding dawned across the room. An avian-like cadet with sharp golden feathers let out a sharp exhalation. "Actually makes sense," he muttered, half to himself. He bypassed the relativistic calculations but that contradicts every model we've been taught," another voice protested from the back of the room. "How can something this simple work?" The murmurs grew into outright discussion, but Zellner raised a hand, instantly silencing the students. His gaze returned to Stanley, unreadable. "You are implying," Zellner said slowly, "that our Academy's methodologies are flawed." Stanley hesitated. He had expected disbelief, he had expected questions, but he had not anticipated the sheer weight of the accusation now being leveled at him. The Galactic Academy was the most prestigious institution in the known universe, its teachings the foundation of interstellar navigation across countless civilizations. Suggesting that their methodologies were outdated was not just bold, it was heretical. Still, he had already crossed the line. There was no point in backing down now. "I'm saying," Stanley said carefully, "that this particular method is inefficient. It doesn't mean everything the Academy teaches is wrong, just that there might be a better way to approach certain problems." Zillner exhaled, a low clicking sound that echoed through the chamber. "You are aware of what you are suggesting?" Stanley nodded. "I am." For a long moment there was silence. Then Zillner turned sharply, his movements precise as he tapped a command into his desk console. The main display flickered again, this time summoning an external communication link. A moment later, a deep, resonant voice filled the hall. "Professor Zellnor," the voice said, calm yet commanding, "explain this disturbance." Every cadet in the room froze. The holographic display above the professor's desk now showed the stern face of the Galactic Academy's head chancellor. His features were severe, his dark eyes piercing through the transmission as if he could see into every corner of the examination hall. The weight of his presence was palpable. Zellnor inclined his head slightly, a formal gesture of respect. "Chancellor, we have encountered an anomaly during the astrogation examination. A human cadet has submitted a fully accurate solution in under 5 minutes. The Chancellor's eyes narrowed fractionally. "That is not possible." Zillnor remained still. "The verification system has confirmed his solution." A brief pause. The Chancellor's gaze shifted, locking onto Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice measured. "Step forward." Stanley felt the tension in the room deepen as he moved closer to the display. Every eye remained fixed on him, watching his every movement. The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before speaking again. "You claim to have solved the problem in under 5 minutes?" "Yes, sir," Stanley replied. "And you believe the methodology taught by the Academy is flawed?" Stanley exhaled. "I believe there's a more efficient way to approach certain calculations, yes." Another silence. Then the Chancellor's gaze shifted back to Zellnor. "Professor," he said, "send me the full analysis of the cadet's solution. This matter is no longer confined to a single examination hall." Zillnor inclined his head again. "Understood, Chancellor." The transmission ended. For the first time in his career, Professor Axilnor felt the weight of something far greater than an academic dispute settle over him. This was no longer about a single exam. This was about the foundation of everything the Galactic Academy had built. Stanley stood in the now silent examination hall, his pulse steady despite the weight of 100 eyes on him. The transmission with the Chancellor had ended, but its impact still lingered, thick in the air like static before a storm. The other cadets, who had spent years memorizing formulas and perfecting their calculations under the Academy's strict methodologies, watched him with expressions ranging from disbelief to resentment. Professor Zillner remained behind his desk, his exoskeletal fingers tapping against the smooth surface as he processed the implications of what had just transpired. His reputation, his teachings, his authority, all had been placed under scrutiny because of one human's unexpected answer. The sound of a door sliding open at the far end of the hall snapped the tension like a taut wire suddenly cut. 3 instructors entered, their dark robes marking them as members of the academic board. Their movements were swift, deliberate, and their gazes locked on to Zillner the moment they stepped inside. Professor, the first instructor, an avian-like woman with sleek obsidian feathers, spoke first. "The Chancellor has summoned you." Zillnor inclined his head in understanding, but did not move immediately. Instead, his 3 eyes shifted back to Stanley. "Cadet Becker," he said, his voice even, but carrying a weight of authority, "you will accompany me." A flicker of unease passed through the hall. The other students stiffened slightly, their postures rigid with anticipation. Being summoned by the Chancellor was not a routine occurrence. It was an event of magnitude. Stanley, however, nodded without hesitation. Understood. Without another word, Zillnor turned and exited through the same doors the instructors had entered. Stanley followed closely behind, his steps firm but unhurried. The corridor outside was a vast stretch of polished metal and glowing blue navigation strips lining the walls. The architecture of the academy was sleek, functional, designed to reflect the institution's relentless pursuit of knowledge. They walked in silence, their footsteps the only sound against the smooth flooring. Zilnor led him through a series of passageways, past students and faculty who turned their heads at the sight of them. Word had spread fast, too fast. Stanley could feel the weight of their stares, not of curiosity but of something sharper, doubt, resentment. He was the anomaly in an institution built on rigid tradition, and that alone made him dangerous. Finally, they reached the upper administrative level, where towering doors led to the Chancellor's private chamber. The guards at the entrance stepped aside without question, allowing them entry. The room was vast, yet deliberately minimalistic. A panoramic window stretched across one side, offering a breathtaking view of the binary stars orbiting in the distance. The lighting was subdued, casting long shadows against the polished floor. In the center of the chamber, seated behind a sleek metallic desk, was the Chancellor. His presence was commanding, not through size or physicality, but through an aura of absolute control. His piercing gaze met Stanley's the moment he entered, assessing him with quiet intensity. Zilnor came to a halt and straightened his posture. "Chancellor," he said, "I have brought the cadet as requested." The Chancellor nodded slowly, his fingers steepled together. His expression remained unreadable. "Cadet Becker," he said at last, "you are aware of the implications of your actions?" Stanley kept his voice level. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor studied him for a long moment before gesturing toward the large display behind him. The holographic screen came to life, revealing a series of data streams. Stanley's calculations cross-referenced against the Academy's standard methodology. At a glance, the difference was staggering. "Your solution has forced us to reconsider a foundational principle of our astrogation system," the Chancellor continued. "Our models have remained unchanged for centuries, yet your approach suggests an alternative framework that is both simpler and more efficient." Stanley remained silent, sensing there was more to come. The Chancellor leaned forward slightly. "Do you understand what that means?" Stanley chose his words carefully. "It means that there's room for improvement." A faint smile touched the Chancellor's lips, though it never reached his eyes. "That is an understatement, Cadet. If your calculations hold, it would mean that the Galactic Academy, the institution that dictates navigational protocols across multiple civilizations, has been teaching an outdated method for generations. The repercussions of such a revelation would be substantial." Zilnor's expression remained unreadable, but Stanley could sense the tension in the professor's stance. This was not just about one exam. This was about the Academy's credibility, its legacy, and the power it held over the intellectual foundations of interstellar travel. The Chancellor exhaled slowly. "We have already begun conducting a secondary verification of your calculations. If they prove accurate under independent review, we will have no choice but to address this matter on a wider scale. However," he paused, his gaze sharpening, "that is a dangerous path." Stanley's jaw tightened. "Dangerous how?" The Chancellor's gaze did not waver. "There are those within the Academy and beyond who will resist any suggestion that our methodologies are flawed. If your calculations prove correct, you will have undermined an institution that has dictated galactic navigation for centuries. That will make you a target." The weight of those words settled over the room. Stanley had expected resistance, but the warning carried an edge he had not fully considered. He was not just challenging a test. He was challenging a system that had been meticulously upheld by some of the most powerful minds in the galaxy. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair. "I am placing you under direct academic review. You will work with a specialized team to replicate and expand upon your findings. Until then, you are not to discuss this matter with anyone outside of the review team. Is that clear?" Stanley nodded. "Yes, sir." The Chancellor's expression remained impassive. "Good. Professor Zillner will oversee your participation in the review process. You are dismissed." Zillner gave a respectful nod before turning to leave. Stanley followed, his mind already racing with the implications of what had just been said. As they stepped out of the chamber, the doors sliding shut behind them, Zillner finally spoke. "You have set something into motion, Cadet Becker," he said, his voice quiet yet firm. "I do not know if you realize the full extent of it yet." Stanley met his gaze. "I understand enough." Zillner's mandibles twitched slightly, the closest thing to a smirk Stanley had ever seen from him. "Then I suggest you prepare yourself," Zillner said, "because the Academy will not let this go unchallenged." With that, they walked in silence, leaving the Chancellor's chamber behind. The path ahead had been set, but Stanley knew one thing with certainty: this was only the beginning. The walk back from the Chancellor's chamber was long, the silence between Stanley and Professor Zillner stretching like an invisible tension wire. The corridors of the Galactic Academy, once a maze of sterile efficiency, now seemed lined with unseen eyes. The news had spread beyond the examination hall. Whispers slithered through the air, filling every corner of the towering institution with speculation. Stanley kept his posture straight, his steps even, but he could feel the undercurrent shifting around him. He had disturbed something larger than an academic tradition. The realization had settled deep in his bones. When they arrived at the professor's private research wing, the heavy doors slid open, revealing a vast, dimly lit laboratory lined with holographic projections and complex stellar charts. The moment the door sealed shut behind them, Zillner turned sharply. "You understand the weight of what has begun," Zillner said, his mandibles clicking in measured deliberation. Stanley nodded. "I do." "Then you also understand that this will not remain an academic discussion." Zillner moved toward a central control console, his exoskeletal fingers tapping across illuminated keys. A large projection flickered into existence, an intricate display of the Academy's official astrogation models compared against Stanley's simplified equation. "These are the simulations currently being run by the verification board," Zillner continued, his tone devoid of unnecessary embellishments. "They are testing your solution across multiple gravitational environments. Thus far, every model has produced results in your favor." Stanley stepped closer, watching as the holographic display pulsed with confirmation readings. He had known his calculations were correct, but seeing them verified in real time against the very system that had sought to disprove them sent a wave of satisfaction through him. Zillner observed him for a long moment before speaking again. "You will now be placed under direct scrutiny. That means you will not only have to defend your findings, but also withstand the weight of opposition from those who refuse to see reason." Stanley exhaled. "Let me guess. There are those who have built their entire careers on the Academy's existing models." Zillner's three eyes darkened. "Careers, reputations, power. You did not just present a new formula, Cadet Becker. You introduced doubt into a structure that has governed interstellar navigation for centuries." Stanley processed that quietly. He had never set out to tear down the foundation of the Galactic Academy, but he wasn't naive enough to think that those in control would welcome his discovery with open arms. The professor tapped another command, and a secondary projection emerged. This time, an array of names. "These are the senior members of the Academic Council," Zillner explained. "They will be overseeing your review process." Stanley scanned the list. Some names were familiar. Renowned figures in the field of astrogation, their publications standard reading in every cadet's curriculum. Others were unknown to him, but their titles alone spoke of immense influence. Zillner's tone sharpened. "Some will be open to new perspectives, others will not. One in particular, Professor Halvorn, has already voiced his opposition." The name sparked immediate recognition. Halvorn was a decorated academic, one of the oldest members of the council. His theories on astrogation were considered law, his presence at the Academy untouchable. Stanley leaned back slightly. "I assume he doesn't appreciate being proven wrong." Zillner's mandibles twitched. Halvorn does not believe he can be proven wrong. He will not attack your findings directly, not yet. He will seek to dismantle you as a cadet, as a scholar, as a human. Stanley's jaw clenched. Then I'll have to be ready for him. The professor studied him carefully. Your confidence is noted, but it is not enough. You will be expected to defend every element of your work in a controlled trial before the council. If you cannot counter their scrutiny, they will bury your findings before they ever reach public discussion. Stanley frowned. A trial? I thought this was an academic review. In theory, it is, Zilnor said. In practice, it will be an interrogation designed to discredit you. Stanley exhaled slowly, letting the information settle. He had known there would be resistance, but he had assumed it would be a matter of equations, data, and logic. Now he understood it would be a battle of politics, reputation, and the very nature of power. Zilnor turned away from the projection. Your work is sound, but your presence here is an anomaly. That alone makes you a threat. The moment you step into that trial, you will be on your own. Stanley met his gaze evenly. Then I'll make sure I don't give them any reason to dismiss me. For the first time, Zilnor's expression shifted, just slightly, a flicker of something that could have been approval. Good, the professor said. Then we begin preparation immediately. The weight of those words settled over Stanley, but he didn't let it show. He had never come to the academy to start a revolution, but now that he was here, he would see it through. The days leading up to the trial moved faster than Stanley expected. His time was no longer his own. Every moment was consumed by preparation, counter-arguments, and scenario planning. Zilnor pushed him relentlessly, simulating every possible challenge the academic council might throw at him. Every night he left the professor's research wing exhausted, his mind drowning in equations and theoretical counterpoints. But the challenge was not just intellectual. Word of the upcoming trial had spread through the academy like wildfire. Stanley could feel the shift in the air wherever he walked. The hushed conversations that stopped the moment he entered a room. The way some cadets glared at him with open hostility. Others avoided eye contact altogether, unwilling to be seen associating with him. A few, the ones who had always suspected the academy was built on a rigid, inflexible system, watched him with quiet interest. The real pressure, however, came from outside the student body. Halvorn had wasted no time making his position clear. The seasoned professor had not spoken to Stanley directly, but his presence loomed over the preparations like an approaching storm. He had gathered allies within the council, high-ranking academics who had built their legacies on the current astrogation models. These were not individuals who would simply admit defeat, even in the face of undeniable logic. By the time the trial day arrived, Stanley knew exactly what he was walking into. The chamber chosen for the proceedings was larger than he expected. It was designed for grand debates, its architecture imposing, the high ceiling arched like the hull of a warship. Rows of elevated seating surrounded the central floor, where Stanley stood alone. The academic council sat at the highest level, their expressions unreadable. The chancellor was present, though his face gave no indication of support or disapproval. Zilnor stood at the periphery, allowed to observe but not to intervene. Halvorn sat near the center, his posture rigid, his hands folded neatly before him. His gaze, sharp and calculating, locked on to Stanley the moment he entered. The chamber doors sealed with a low hiss. The trial had begun. One of the senior council members, a woman with silver thread skin and piercing yellow eyes, spoke first. Cadet Becker, you have presented an alternative astrogation model that contradicts the foundational principles of this institution. You are aware of the gravity of such a claim? Stanley stood tall. Yes, Counselor, I am. She nodded once, then gestured toward the holographic display that materialized above the chamber. We have reviewed your calculations. They are, as the verification teams have confirmed, mathematically sound. However, mathematical validity alone is not sufficient to warrant systemic change. We must determine whether your findings hold practical application. A second counselor, a broad-shouldered being with a deep, resonant voice, leaned forward. Explain in precise terms how your model improves upon the existing system in real-world navigation. Stanley exhaled slowly. This was the easy part. The current system relies on multi-stage gravitational calculations that treat every navigational variable independently, he explained. It assumes that all external forces must be calculated in a linear sequence, which creates unnecessary computational complexity. My model accounts for relativistic distortions as a single equation, removing redundant steps and reducing navigational error margins by 32%. Murmurs rippled through the chamber. Halborn remained silent, his expression unreadable. The first counselor tilted her head slightly. A bold claim. If true, such an improvement would revolutionize deep space travel, but we must be certain. Professor Halborn, as the foremost expert in astrogation, do you have a rebuttal? Halvorn stood with practiced ease. His voice when he spoke was smooth and precise. The cadet's work is impressive. I do not dispute that. Silence fell over the room. Everyone waited for the inevitable but, Halvorn continued. However, his approach relies on a theoretical framework that has never been tested under real navigational conditions. The Academy does not operate on theories alone. We are responsible for ensuring the safety of interstellar travel. If we are to trust this model, it must be tested in a controlled environment, not adopted based on mathematics. It was a calculated move. He was not dismissing Stanley outright. He was shifting the burden of proof onto him. Stanley met Halvorn's gaze. I agree, he said, his voice steady. Which is why I propose a live test. A flicker of surprise crossed some of the council members' faces. Even Halvorn hesitated for the briefest moment before recovering. The Chancellor, who had remained silent until now, finally spoke. Explain. Stanley turned toward the central display, bringing up a new projection. There is a scheduled supply vessel departing from the orbital station in 2 days. It is following a standard navigational route through the Lauren Expanse, a route that currently requires 14 course corrections due to unpredictable gravitational fluctuations. He tapped a control, highlighting the trajectory. Using my model, I can reduce those course corrections to 6. The chamber erupted into discussion. A live test was a high-risk proposal. If he failed, his entire argument would collapse in real time. But if he succeeded, Halvorn's expression darkened slightly. An interesting proposition, but reckless. If your model fails, the vessel could veer off course, putting lives at risk. Stanley didn't blink. Then let's run it on a secondary navigation system. Keep the original model as the primary. If mine works, the results will speak for themselves. A heavy silence followed. The council exchanged glances, their deliberation unspoken but tangible. Then the Chancellor nodded. Very well. The live test will proceed. Halvorn's jaw tightened, but he gave a slow nod. Let it be done then. The trial was over, but the real test had just begun. 2 days later, Stanley stood in the Academy's control center, watching the data stream from the departing vessel. The entire Academy was watching. The flight crew had agreed to run his model on a parallel system, tracking both sets of navigational calculations in real time. For the first 20 minutes, the flight followed its standard course. Then came the first scheduled course correction. The ship's onboard systems compared the Academy's recommended adjustment to Stanley's model. Deviation detected, 0.02%. The ship maintained course. Second correction, deviation 0.04%. No adjustment needed. By the third point, the Academy's model instructed a course change, while Stanley's advised holding steady. The ship followed the standard protocol, adjusting as per the traditional method. It created a minor energy loss. By the 8th correction point, the difference was undeniable. Stanley's model had predicted the optimal trajectory from the start. The Academy's system had forced unnecessary adjustments. The final report showed that the ship had used 18% more fuel than necessary under the old model. The data was indisputable. When the results were presented to the Council, there was no argument left to be made. The Chancellor stood before the Assembly. The live test has confirmed Cadet Becker's findings. Effective immediately, his model will undergo full-scale integration trials for future astrogation protocols. Calvorn said nothing. His silence was the only concession Stanley needed. As he left the chamber, Zilnor walked beside him. "You have rewritten history today, Cadet Becker," Stanley exhaled, feeling the weight lift from his shoulders. "Then let's make sure we don't stop here." The universe had just become a little smaller, a little faster, and for the first time, the Galactic Academy had been forced to acknowledge that change was inevitable.
Commander Vex Thor stood at the observation deck of the Galactic Defense Academy, his 4 arms crossed behind his back as he watched the morning drills. The purple sun of Centauri Prime cast long shadows across the training grounds, where hundreds of cadets from various species performed their synchronized combat routines. Their movements were precise, calculated, and backed by generations of proven genetic superiority. "Commander, the Council requests your presence," announced Sub-Lieutenant Krell, his translucent skin flickering with nervous energy patterns. Vex Thor's upper lip curled slightly, revealing a row of metallic blue teeth. "Tell me, Krell, what do you see down there?" His voice carried the distinctive growl of the Centaurian elite. "Sir?" "I see the finest warriors in the galaxy," Sir Krell responded, his bioluminescent patterns pulsing with confusion. "The finest warriors in the galaxy," Vex Thor repeated, turning to face his subordinate. His crimson eyes narrowed. "That's what we've always believed, isn't it? That our combined might, our enhanced genetics, our superior training methods make us unbeatable." Krell shifted uncomfortably. "Of course, sir. The Galactic Defense Force has stood unchallenged for 3,000 cycles." Vex Thor activated the holographic display with a wave of his lower right hand. Images of a small blue-green planet appeared, rotating slowly in the air between them. "Then explain to me, Sub-Lieutenant, why the Council has ordered us to integrate these into our training program." The image zoomed in to show recordings of humans, fragile-looking bipeds with no natural armor, no enhanced strength, and laughably limited appendages. Krell's skin rippled with amusement. "Surely this is a diplomatic formality, Commander. The humans can't possibly." "That's exactly what the Drachnid Empire thought," Vex Thor interrupted sharply. "Before a single human female took down their entire royal guard, unarmed." The amusement patterns on Krell's skin flatlined instantly. "But sir, the Drachnids were apex predators. Their natural armor alone was useless," Vex Thor finished, "as was their strength, their training, their confidence. The human used something they call Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, turned their own power against them." Vex Thor gestured to another holo recording. A human, barely reaching the chest height of a Drachnid warrior, flowing like water around attacks, redirecting force, and systematically dismantling opponents twice their size. "The Council has spoken. Starting next cycle, we will host human combat instructors. They will share their techniques." The commander's tone suggested he'd rather swallow plasma than admit humans had anything to teach them. "But Commander," Krell protested, his skin now showing distress patterns, "our cadets train in 15 forms of guaranteed lethal combat. We have the strongest, fastest, most durable warriors in known space. What could humans possibly teach us?" Vex Thor's secondary arms twitched a sign of deep agitation. "That, Sub-Lieutenant, is exactly what troubles me. We know everything about combat. Everything. Our methods are perfected through millennia of warfare. Our genetics are engineered for optimal performance. And yet..." He pulled up another recording. A human female, small even by their standards, facing off against a Drachnid honor guard. The fight lasted exactly 12 seconds. When it was over, the Drachnid lay unconscious, and the human hadn't even broken a sweat. "The Council believes we've become complacent. They think these humans might show us something new." Vex Thor spat the words like they tasted foul. "And I have been ordered to facilitate this cultural exchange." "When do they arrive?" Sir Krell asked, his skin now a sickly shade of gray. Vex Thor turned back to the window, watching his perfect army perform their perfect drills with their perfect precision. "Tomorrow. The humans arrive tomorrow. And Sub-Lieutenant, if you breathe a word of my concerns to anyone, I'll have you cleaning quantum waste filters for the next cycle." "Understood, sir. But what should I tell the Council?" "Tell them." Vex Thor growled. that the Galactic Defense Academy welcomes this opportunity to broaden our understanding of combat techniques. Tell them we are honored to host our human guests. Tell them whatever diplomatic garbage you need to, but make sure our best warriors are ready. I want to see exactly what these humans are capable of. And more importantly, I want to know their weaknesses. The commander's four fists clenched simultaneously as he watched the sun set over his academy. Tomorrow would bring humans soft, weak, limited humans to teach combat to the greatest warriors in the galaxy. The very thought made his stomach acid boil. If only he knew just how much his worldview was about to change. The landing pad hummed with suppressed energy as the human transport vessel descended through Centauri Prime's atmosphere. Commander Vex Thor stood at attention, flanked by his top officers, their ceremonial armor gleaming under the purple sun. Behind them, arranged in perfect formation, stood 200 of the Academy's finest warriors, a not-so-subtle display of martial prowess. Quite the welcome, Committee Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flickering with nervous patterns. Do you think we might be overdoing it? Silence, Vex Thor commanded, though privately he agreed. The council had insisted on this show of respect, but to him, it felt like throwing a military parade for children. The transport touched down with surprising grace, its silver hull reflecting the landscape like a mirror. As the dust settled, a hatch opened with a soft hiss, and the human delegation emerged. Vex Thor's upper arms twitched involuntarily. He'd studied their files, but seeing humans in person was different. They looked so fragile, like younglings who had yet to grow their armor plates. The first two were clearly diplomatic staff, dressed in what humans called formal attire. But the third... Maya Rodriguez stepped onto Centauri Prime's soil with the fluid grace of a hunting Philid. She wore a simple white garment that humans called a GI tied with a black belt. Her dark hair was pulled back tightly, revealing sharp features and eyes that missed nothing. Despite being the smallest of the group, something about her presence made Vex Thor's combat instincts bristle. Commander Vex Thor, the lead diplomat, stepped forward, executing a passable Centaurian greeting gesture. I am Ambassador Thomas Wright. Thank you for this wonderful welcome. Allow me to introduce Master Sergeant Blake Sterling, our liaison officer, and Maya Rodriguez, your new combat instructor. Vex Thor performed the diplomatic response on autopilot, his attention fixed on Rodriguez. She was studying his warriors with an expression he couldn't quite read. Was that amusement? We are honored, he managed, the words feeling like gravel in his throat, to host such distinguished guests. Though I must admit some curiosity about the training methods you'll be sharing. Rodriguez smiled. Not the practiced smile of the diplomat, but the confident grin of a predator. Commander, I think it's best if I show rather than tell. Would you mind if I gave a small demonstration? Before Vex Thor could respond, one of his junior officers, Lieutenant Krasnaka, stepped forward. The young Centaurian was a prodigy, undefeated in 17 forms of combat. His skin rippled with challenge patterns. Commander, permission to volunteer. Krasnak's tone made it clear what he thought of human combat techniques. Vex Thor should have refused. Protocol demanded it, but his own curiosity won out. Very well. Lieutenant Krasnak is one of our most promising students. A friendly sparring match might help us understand your methods. The ambassador looked concerned, but Rodriguez's smile only widened. Perfect. Standard rules? No weapons? No lethal strikes, victory by submission or incapacitation. Krasnak's skin flashed with predatory colors. Agreed. Though I will try not to damage you permanently, human. The gathered warriors formed a circle, their collective skepticism practically tangible. Vex Thor watched as Rodriguez stepped into the impromptu ring, her movements economical, precise. Krasnak towered over her, his forearms flexing impressively, armored plates catching the sunlight. Begin whenever you're ready, Rodriguez said pleasantly, as if inviting someone to tea. Krasnak launched forward with textbook perfection, his upper arms striking high, while his lower arms swept in for a grapple. It was a combination that had broken bones in 7 different species. Rodriguez wasn't there. She moved like quicksilver, flowing around the attacks as if they were happening in slow motion. Before anyone could process what was happening, she had somehow entangled one of Krasnak's lower arms. There was a subtle shift of weight, a precise application of leverage, and suddenly the mighty Centaurian warrior was airborne. The impact when he hit the ground made the landing pad vibrate. Before he could recover, Rodriguez had his arm locked in a position that looked anatomically impossible. Krasnak's skin flashed emergency patterns. Yield. I yield. The entire sequence had taken less than 4 seconds. Rodriguez helped the stunned lieutenant to his feet with that same pleasant smile. "Thank you for the warm-up, Lieutenant. Now, Commander Vex Thor, shall we discuss the training schedule? I think your warriors might find our methods enlightening." Vex Thor stared at his defeated officer, then at the tiny human who had dismantled him without apparent effort. For the first time in his long military career, he felt something he'd never expected to associate with humans. Fear. The Academy's main training arena buzzed with anticipation. News of Lieutenant Krasnak's defeat had spread like quantum fire through the ranks, but most warriors remained convinced it was a fluke. Commander Vex Thor watched from his elevated position as Maya Rodriguez stood calmly in the center of the combat circle, surrounded by the Academy's top hand-to-hand combat instructors. "The assessment will proceed in 3 phases," Vex Thor announced, his voice echoing through the arena. Phase 1, single combat. Phase 2, multiple opponents. Phase 3, environmental challenges. Instructor Rodriguez has agreed to demonstrate human combat techniques against our finest warriors. And after that, Rodriguez added, her voice carrying surprising authority, "I'll explain exactly why you all lost." A ripple of angry color patterns spread through the gathered Zentorians. Such arrogance, such disrespect. Several warriors flexed their armored plates menacingly, but Rodriguez appeared completely unimpressed. Master Sergeant Sterling leaned toward Ambassador Wright. 20 credits says she doesn't even break a sweat. The first challenger stepped forward. Senior Instructor Malax was renowned for his expertise in pressure point combat. His 6-fingered hands could disable most species with a single precise strike. "Begin," Vex Thor commanded. Malax moved with deadly precision, his enhanced speed making his strikes nearly invisible to normal eyes. His fingers targeted nerve clusters with surgical accuracy. But somehow Rodriguez was never quite where his strikes landed. She moved with liquid grace, each dodge flowing into the next like a choreographed dance. "Interesting technique," she commented casually, as if discussing the weather. "But you're telegraphing your moves through your shoulder plates." Before Malax could process this critique, Rodriguez stepped inside his guard. Her movements became a blur, and suddenly the mighty instructor found himself floating through the air. He landed hard, his nervous system temporarily scrambled by strikes he hadn't even seen. Next, Rodriguez called out, not even breathing heavily. They came at her one after another. Specialist Dren, with his reinforced exoskeleton and devastating kick combinations. Grandmaster Yix, whose fighting style had evolved from his species' venomous hunting techniques. Elite Guard Captain Zorn, whose bioengineered muscles could punch through battle armor. Each fight ended the same way, with a supposedly superior warrior lying defeated, while Rodriguez calmly explained what they had done wrong. "You rely too much on your natural advantages," she told them between matches. "Strength, speed, armor, these are crutches that have made you predictable." The mood in the arena shifted from skepticism to confusion, then to something approaching worry. When Phase 2 began, they sent groups against her. 3 warriors, then 5, then 10. Rodriguez adapted instantly, using their numbers against them, turning their coordinated attacks into chaos. Warriors crashed into each other, their carefully practiced formations falling apart as the humans seemed to be everywhere and nowhere at once. "Humans call this battlefield awareness," she explained while casually flipping a warrior twice her size. "We developed it because we were usually the smallest, weakest species in any fight. We had to pay attention, had to adapt." Phase 3 introduced environmental hazards, varying gravity, obstacle courses, limited visibility. If anything, Rodriguez became even more effective. She used the changing conditions like weapons, turning every disadvantage into an advantage. "Enhanced vision doesn't help if you never learn to fight blind," she lectured, disabling 3 warriors in total darkness. "Superior strength means nothing if you can't adapt to different gravity fields." From his command position, Vex Thor watched with growing unease as everything he thought he knew about combat crumbled. His warriors were the finest in the galaxy, their techniques honed over thousands of cycles. How could this single human make them look like untrained younglings? The final demonstration was perhaps the most shocking. Rodriguez invited any warrior to attack her using any non-lethal method they chose. For 10 minutes, she defended herself while blindfolded, explaining each counter as she performed it. You're dropping your left shoulder before you strike. Your armor plates make distinct sounds when you move. The air pressure changes when you throw a punch. Did you know your bioluminescence has different patterns for different attacks? When it was over, dozens of the galaxy's most elite warriors lay scattered around the arena in various states of defeat. Rodriguez removed her blindfold and bowed respectfully to them all. This is why humans excel at unarmed combat, she said, finally showing signs of exertion. We turned our weaknesses into strengths. We developed techniques that use an opponent's power against them. We learned to read body language, to predict, to adapt. Your warriors are individually superior in every physical way. But they never had to evolve beyond those advantages, never had to think differently about combat. She turned to face Commander Vexthor directly. Give me 3 cycles with your warriors, Commander. Let me teach them to fight as if they were weak, and I will make them truly invincible. The arena fell silent. Every warrior present, from the lowest cadet to the highest master, recognized the truth in her words. They had just witnessed something revolutionary: combat without reliance on superior genetics or natural weapons. Fighting that transcended physical advantages. Vexthor's response would change the future of galactic warfare forever. Lieutenant Krasnake stood before the Academy Council, his skin pulsing with determination patterns. 2 cycles had passed since his humiliation on the landing pad, and he had spent every moment studying, observing, and learning. Now, before the assembled leadership of the Galactic Defense Force, he would reclaim his honor. I formally request permission to challenge Instructor Rodriguez to a full combat trial, he announced, his voice steady despite the gravity of his request. Not a demonstration, not a training session, a true test of skills, conducted according to ancient traditions. Commander Vexthor leaned forward, his 4 arms clasped together. You understand what you're asking, Lieutenant? The ancient combat trials have not been invoked in 700 cycles. I do. Commander Krasnak's secondary arms formed the gesture of absolute commitment. I have spent 2 cycles studying human combat techniques. I have watched every recording of Instructor Rodriguez's demonstrations. I believe I have found weaknesses in her approach. The council chamber erupted in murmured discussions. Maya Rodriguez, seated as a guest observer, simply smiled. Very well, she said before the council could respond. I accept the challenge. But let's make it interesting. She stood, commanding the attention of every being in the chamber. If I win, the Academy fully commits to implementing human combat training across all departments. And if I win, Krasnak countered, you admit the superiority of Zentorian combat methods and leave the Academy immediately. The stakes are acceptable, Grand Counselor Voss declared, his ancient frame rising from his ceremonial seat. The trial will take place in 7 rotations. It shall follow the 3rd protocol of ancient combat. Rodriguez raised an eyebrow. And that would be 3 rounds, Commander Vexthor explained, unable to hide his satisfaction. First, a test of pure strength. Second, a test of tactical combat. Third, a test of absolute skill. Victory requires winning 2 out of 3 rounds. Perfect. Rodriguez bowed formally. Lieutenant Krasnake, I look forward to your challenge. The next 7 rotations transformed the Academy into a hive of frenetic activity. Warriors from every corner of the galaxy arrived to witness the trial. Betting pools sprang up, with odds shifting wildly as rumors spread about both competitors. Krasnek sequestered himself in the ancient training halls, working with the Academy's most prestigious combat masters. His training regime became almost mythical among the cadets. 20 hours of continuous combat drills, genetic enhancement procedures to boost his already formidable capabilities, advanced neural programming to upload centuries of combat data directly into his brain. Rodriguez, by contrast, maintained her regular teaching schedule. She continued instructing classes, sparring with students, and calmly explaining techniques. The only change anyone noticed was her spending 2 hours each morning practicing something she called forms in the Academy gardens. She's not taking this seriously enough, Sub-Lieutenant Krell confided to Commander Vexthor. The 3rd protocol was specifically chosen because it favors our natural advantages. The strength test alone will break her in half. Vexthor finished, watching Rodriguez demonstrate a throw to a group of cadets. That's the point. The day before the trial, the Academy's massive combat arena underwent a transformation. Ancient ceremonial markers were inlaid into the floor. Quantum-locked environmental controls were installed to ensure absolute fairness. Medical teams from 17 species were placed on standby. That evening, Rodriguez received an unexpected visitor. Commander Vex Thor himself arrived at her quarters, his skin showing formal diplomatic patterns. Instructor Rodriguez, he began stiffly. I feel obligated to inform you that you can still withdraw honorably. The third protocol is historically lethal. Even with modern medical technology, the survival rate is only 70%. Rodriguez looked up from where she sat cross-legged on the floor, that familiar calm smile on her face. Tell me, Commander, in all your research about humans, did you ever wonder why we developed so many different martial arts, so many different ways of fighting? Vex Thor's skin flickered with confusion patterns. I assumed it was due to your species' geographic isolation during development. Partially, she nodded. But mostly it was because we had to. Every human martial art was created by someone who was at a disadvantage. Someone smaller, weaker, or outnumbered who had to find a way to survive. To win. She stood smoothly. Your Lieutenant Krasnak has spent 7 rotations learning how to be stronger. I've spent my entire life learning how to beat stronger opponents. The commander left her quarters troubled, his skin cycling through uncertainty patterns. For the first time, he wondered if perhaps they had underestimated not just human combat techniques, but the very essence of human adaptability. As the purple sun set on the eve of the trial, the Academy buzzed with anticipation. Warriors gathered in bars and common areas, arguing about the outcome. Training halls remained lit through the night as cadets practiced moves they had seen Rodriguez demonstrate. Meditation chambers were filled with those seeking insight into this new approach to combat. And in their respective quarters, 2 warriors prepared for battle in very different ways. One surrounded by technology, enhancement drugs, and combat data feeds. The other sitting quietly, breathing steadily, at peace with the challenge ahead. Tomorrow would change everything. The arena pulsed with energy as thousands of spectators filled every available space. Quantum-enhanced viewing screens hovered above the combat zone, providing multiple angles of the upcoming trial. Commander Vex Thor sat in the primary observation pod, surrounded by council members from 27 different species. Round 1. Trial of Strength, the ancient AI announced, its voice resonating through the arena. Competitors will enter the quantum-locked gravity chamber. Standard gravity will be increased incrementally until one competitor submits or loses consciousness. Lieutenant Krasnak entered first, his enhanced frame gleaming with biotechnology. Subdermal reinforcement mesh sparkled beneath his armored plates. Neural boosters pulsed with power along his spine. He looked less like a warrior and more like a living weapon. Rodriguez entered wearing nothing but her traditional white GI and black belt. The contrast was striking. Several council members made sounds of disapproval or concern. Begin at standard gravity, the AI commanded. Both competitors stood firmly as the gravity increased. 1.5 times normal, 2 times, 2.5 times. Krasnak's enhancement systems whirred audibly, compensating for the crushing force. Rodriguez's breathing remained steady, her posture shifting subtly with each increase. At 3 times gravity, Krasnak began to show signs of strain. At 4 times, warning lights flickered across his enhancement systems. At 5 times, his legs began to shake. Rodriguez had dropped into a low stance, her movement minimal but precise. Her face showed concentration but not strain. Impossible, Sub-Lieutenant Krell whispered, his skin flashing confusion patterns. Her species can't possibly. At 6 times gravity, Krasnak's enhancement systems overloaded with a spectacular burst of sparks. He crashed to his knees, then flat onto the arena floor. Rodriguez remained standing. Round 1 victory, human Rodriguez, the AI announced. The arena erupted in chaos. No one had expected the human to win the strength trial. It defied every analysis of human capabilities. How Krasnak demanded as medical teams rushed to assist him. Your muscles, your bones. They should have. Proper structure, Rodriguez explained, helping him up. Correct breathing. Body mechanics that work with gravity instead of fighting it. All techniques humans developed because we couldn't rely on raw strength. After a brief recess for Krasnak's systems to be reset, The second round began. Round 2. Tactical combat, the AI announced. Competitors will engage in armed combat using standard energy weapons. Shields are set to maximum. Lethal force is prohibited. This was Krasnak's specialty. His neural uploads contained centuries of tactical combat data. His enhanced reaction time was optimized for energy weapon warfare. He moved like a blur, his 4 arms wielding blasters with incredible precision. Rodriguez did something unexpected. She charged straight at him. Krasnak's first volley of shots should have ended the match. But Rodriguez moved like water through the energy beams, her path seemingly random yet purposeful. Every shot missed by millimeters. This is a human technique called silat, she called out, closing the distance, developed by warriors who had to fight opponents with superior weapons. Before Krasnak could adjust his tactics, she was inside his firing arc. Her hands moved in precise strikes, targeting pressure points and joint locks. Within seconds, all 4 of his blasters clattered to the ground. And this, she said, executing a perfect sweep that sent him sprawling, is called hapkido, for when you need to disarm multiple opponents quickly. Round 2 victory, human Rodriguez, the AI declared. The arena fell silent. 2 rounds, 2 victories, using completely different fighting styles. The implications were staggering. But Krasnak wasn't finished. He invoked his right to the 3rd round, despite his injuries. His skin pulsed with determination patterns so intense they nearly overwhelmed the viewing screens. Round 3. Absolute skill, the AI announced. Pure hand-to-hand combat. No weapons, no enhancements, no restrictions except lethal force. This time, Krasnak didn't wait for the starting signal. He launched himself at Rodriguez with everything he had left. His 4 arms became a blur of strikes, each blow powerful enough to shatter stone. His movements incorporated every technique from every combat form in the Academy's database. Rodriguez met him head-on, but now she showed something new. Each movement flowed into the next, her style changing continuously. A Muay Thai elbow strike flowed into an Aikido redirect. A judo throw transitioned seamlessly into a wrestling pin. Karate strikes mixed with capoeira kicks in combinations never before seen in the arena. This is what makes humans special, she said, her voice carrying clearly as she countered his attacks. We don't just learn combat forms, we combine them, adapt them, make them our own. Krasnak fought with desperate intensity, his strikes becoming faster, more erratic. But Rodriguez's defense was perfect. She gave ground when needed, countered when possible, and never stopped moving. The end came suddenly. Krasnak overextended on a strike, his fatigue finally showing. Rodriguez moved inside his guard, her combination of techniques flowing together like a deadly dance. A kung fu palm strike to disrupt his balance. A jiu-jitsu grip to control his arms. A sambo leg sweep to take him down. And finally, a simple but inescapable chokehold. Krasnak's skin flashed surrender patterns seconds before he lost consciousness. Final victory, human Rodriguez. The trial is complete. The arena exploded with sound as warriors of every species leaped to their feet, their respect and awe overwhelming any remaining skepticism. They had witnessed something unprecedented, a demonstration of combat mastery that transcended physical advantages and genetic engineering. Rodriguez helped wake Krasnak, supporting him as they both bowed to the council. Her voice, though tired, carried clearly through the arena. This is what I came to teach. Not just techniques, but adaptability. The human way of taking different styles, different approaches, and combining them into something greater. Because that's how we survived. That's how we evolved. Not by being the strongest or the fastest, but by learning from everyone and everything around us. Commander Vexthor stood, his skin showing patterns that hadn't been seen in the Academy for generations. Patterns of profound respect. The galaxy's greatest warriors had just learned their most important lesson: true strength comes not from natural advantages, but from the willingness to adapt, learn, and grow. The medical bay hummed with activity as Lieutenant Krasnak underwent post-combat treatment. Commander Vexthor stood beside his bed, watching as regeneration fields repaired the damage from the trial. Maya Rodriguez sat nearby, sharing a quiet moment with her former opponent. I still don't understand, Krasnak said, his skin showing thoughtful patterns. Even with all my enhancements, all my training, all the combat data uploaded directly to my neural network, you countered everything. Rodriguez smiled, but this time there was no trace of the predatory edge from before. "Tell me, Lieutenant, when you were learning to fight, did you ever fail?" Fail? His skin rippled with confusion. "Our training programs are designed for optimal success rates. Failure would indicate a flaw in the system." "Exactly," Rodriguez said, standing to pace the room. "Humans learn to fight by failing, repeatedly, painfully. Each failure taught us something new. Every defeat showed us a weakness to overcome. We don't just upload combat data, we experience it, feel it, learn from it." Commander Vex Thor's secondary arms twitched as understanding began to dawn. "Your species turned failure itself into an advantage." "More than that," Rodriguez continued. "We turned every disadvantage into potential for growth. When we met stronger opponents, we developed leverage techniques. When we faced faster enemies, we learned to read body language and predict movements. When we encountered superior weapons, we created ways to close distance and disable them." She gestured to the medical equipment surrounding them. "Your technology is incredible. Your genetic engineering is amazing, but they've become crutches. You never had to learn how to fight without them because you never had to." Krasnak's skin suddenly flashed with revelation patterns so bright they made the medical sensors beep in alarm. "That's why you won the gravity chamber. You weren't fighting the gravity. You were working with it, using principles your species developed when you had no choice but to adapt." "Now you're getting it," Rodriguez grinned. "Every human martial art started as a solution to a problem. Every technique was born from necessity. We don't just teach moves, we teach mindset. The understanding that there's always a way to win, if you're willing to learn and adapt." Commander Vex Thor moved to the center of the room, his four arms forming the ancient gesture of profound respect. The Council's decision to bring human instructors here. It wasn't about learning new combat techniques, was it? No, Rodriguez confirmed. It was about learning how to learn, how to adapt, how to take different approaches and combine them into something new. The galaxy is infinite, Commander. Sooner or later, everyone meets something stronger, faster, or more advanced than themselves. The key to survival isn't being the best. It's being able to become better. The commander's skin showed decision patterns. "Lieutenant Krasnake, as soon as you're recovered, you will assist Instructor Rodriguez in implementing the new training program. We need to completely rebuild our combat curriculum, not to replace what we know, but to enhance it with this human perspective." "Gladly," Sir Krasnak responded, his skin now showing excitement patterns, though perhaps with fewer gravity chamber exercises for a while. As laughter filled the medical bay, even the most hardened warriors present recognized that they had witnessed more than just a combat trial. They had seen the future of galactic martial arts. A future where strength came not from natural advantages or technological superiority, but from the willingness to learn, adapt, and grow. The humans had not just proved their worth. They had shown the galaxy a new way forward. One cycle later, the Galactic Defense Academy had transformed beyond recognition. The once rigid training grounds now hosted warriors from every corner of the galaxy, all studying under human instructors. Commander Vex Thor stood at his familiar observation point, watching the morning drills with pride. Below, Lieutenant Krasnake led a class through a fluid combination of Zentorian power moves and human adaptability techniques. His forearms demonstrated holds that would have been impossible before, while his skin displayed teaching patterns previously unknown in their species. "Quite a change from last cycle," Maya Rodriguez commented, joining the commander at the window. "Your warriors are learning faster than any humans I've ever taught." "Because we finally understood what we were missing," Vex Thor responded, his skin showing contentment patterns. "The Council reports that graduation rates have improved 40% since implementing the new integrated combat curriculum." Rodriguez smiled as they watched a group of cadets practicing blindfolded. "The best part is seeing them create their own techniques. They're not just learning human martial arts, they're developing entirely new forms." "The Galactic Defense Force will never be the same," Vex Thor agreed. "And we have humanity to thank for teaching us the most important lesson of all, which is that true strength lies not in what you are born with, but in what you choose to become." Below them, the purple sun rose on a new era of galactic warfare, where adaptability and innovation would forever change the way species approached combat.
The Galactic Council Chamber was an architectural marvel, a vast, circular hall suspended in the vacuum of space, where representatives of the most advanced species in the universe gathered to deliberate the fate of civilizations. Today, however, there was no ceremony, no grand speeches, only grim faces and a growing sense of impending doom. At the center of the room, a holographic projection flickered to life, displaying the latest battlefield reports. Red zones spread across the map like a disease, devouring once secure sectors of the galaxy. The Zarkathi swarm, an unrelenting force of biological nightmares, was winning. Archminister Zalvern of the Zelvarian Dominion, a species of sleek, silver-skinned intellectuals who prided themselves on strategic superiority, adjusted his flowing ceremonial robes and cleared his throat. The projections remain unfavorable. Our forces have suffered catastrophic losses in the last 3 cycles. If this continues, the core systems will be indefensible. His voice was smooth, measured, betraying none of the deep-seated panic clawing at his insides. Grand Strategist Ulten of the Vortani, a race of towering insectoids renowned for their tactical brilliance, clicked his mandibles in agitation. Our finest fleets have been reduced to drifting debris. Our warriors are not weak, yet the swarm outnumbers us 1,000 to 1. We need a solution, not another report telling us we are losing. A low murmur spread through the chamber. Every representative present knew the truth, but hesitated to voice it. The Zarkathi were not just winning, they were dominating. The Council had thrown everything at them. Energy weapons, nanite swarms, automated warships, but none of it had been enough. The enemy adapted too quickly, devouring fleets, planets, and entire civilizations with mindless efficiency. It was then that the human representative, a man named General Elias Walker, leaned forward in his seat, arms crossed over his chest, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Unlike the flowing robes and ornate garments of the other species, Walker wore something simple, a faded olive-green jacket with patches worn thin by time, a relic of wars fought on battlefields long before humanity had ever set foot among the stars. "So let me get this straight," he said, voice carrying just enough amusement to be irritating. "You've thrown your best technology, your finest warriors, and all your fancy battle strategies at these overgrown cockroaches, and you're still getting your asses kicked?" A ripple of offense passed through the chamber. Zalvern's silver eyes narrowed. "This is hardly the time for mockery, General. Humanity may be a recent addition to the Council, but I would remind you that decorum is. Decorum doesn't mean much when you're losing a war," Walker interrupted, leaning back with the ease of a man who had seen too many fights to be intimidated by politicians. "So far, I've heard a lot of talking and not a lot of fixing. You want a solution? I've got one." The chamber fell silent. Dozens of alien eyes locked onto the human with a mix of curiosity and skepticism. Humanity was still something of a mystery to them. They had entered the galactic stage only a few decades prior, an odd species from a small, unremarkable world. Yet their rapid technological progress, stubborn resilience, and unpredictability had earned them a cautious respect. Walker exhaled slowly, as if considering whether or not they were even worth the explanation. Then, with a small nod, he made his decision. "You've been fighting this war like it's a chess game. Calculated, methodical, precise. But war isn't chess. War is a bar fight in a back alley when you're outnumbered, your nose is broken, and the guy in front of you has a knife." Strategist Ulten's mandibles twitched. "Are you suggesting we adopt a less structured approach?" "I'm suggesting you let the right people handle the fight," Walker replied. "You need soldiers who don't just follow orders, but who understand war. The kind that's been through hell, survived, and made hell regret the whole damn thing." A few of the representatives exchanged uneasy glances. The Zalvarians prided themselves on tactical mastery. The Vortani fought with disciplined formations. The Uldraki waged war through overwhelming technological superiority. But humans? Humans had a reputation for being unpredictable. Zalvern steepled his long fingers. "And where, pray tell, do you propose we find such warriors?" Walker's smirk widened. "Oh, we've already got them. We just need to bring them out of retirement." Confusion rippled through the assembly. A young Uldraki lieutenant, with skin like polished obsidian and eyes that glowed faintly blue, tilted his head. Retirement? Walker's grin only grew. The old boys. The ones who fought the dirty wars, the unwinnable fights. The ones who did things that history books conveniently forgot about. You see, in human warfare, technology changes, tactics evolve, but some things never go out of style. Grit, experience, creativity under pressure. You all rely too much on your fancy weapons and perfect strategies. Zalvern scoffed. You cannot be serious. You wish to send elderly soldiers to the battlefield? This is a war zone, General, not a historical reenactment. Walker leaned forward, his voice dropping just enough to command attention. You think age is a weakness? I'll tell you what's weak. Your soldiers relying on their AI targeting systems to do the thinking for them. You know what my guys had? A map, a compass, and a gut feeling. And they won. Ulten's antennae twitched in intrigue. And you believe these old warriors can succeed where our finest have failed? Walker's expression hardened. I don't believe, strategist. I know. The chamber fell into another long silence. The council had faced difficult decisions before, but this was unprecedented. Deploying retired soldiers, ancient by military standards, was more than unorthodox. It was outright reckless. Yet the war was being lost. Conventional tactics had failed. The swarm showed no signs of stopping. Zalvern exhaled sharply, his expression unreadable. Very well, General. You have your warriors. But know this. If your plan fails, humanity's standing in this council will be permanently damaged. Walker stood, rolling his shoulders like a man who had just won a bet. Oh, don't worry about us. He glanced toward the war map, eyes gleaming with something the council had not seen before. Excitement. The real question is, are the Zarkathi ready for what's coming? As the council adjourned, murmurs of uncertainty filled the chamber. The decision had been made. The old human soldiers were coming, and the war was about to change forever. The battlefield smelled of burning ozone and charred metal, a scent that clung to the air like death's perfume. The alien troops had been holding the line for hours, their once immaculate formations now reduced to scattered remnants hiding behind craters and the broken husks of war machines. Plasma bolts streaked across the landscape, lighting up the night like a twisted fireworks display. The Zarkathi swarm pressed forward, their massive, insectoid bodies moving with unsettling coordination, their serrated limbs slicing through defenses like paper. The young Zalvarian lieutenant, Silith, clutched his energy rifle with trembling hands. He had trained for this. He had studied warfare under the greatest tacticians of his species. He had simulated every possible scenario against the swarm. None of it had prepared him for this. The creatures did not think, did not hesitate, did not fear. They simply advanced. Their unrelenting march crushed the bravest warriors in the galaxy, and soon, Silith would be one of them. A thunderous explosion erupted to his left, sending a shower of dirt and body parts into the air. He ducked instinctively, heart hammering against his ribs. It was over. The line was breaking. He turned, ready to signal retreat, and then he saw them. They weren't sleek. They weren't armored in the polished, form-fitting combat suits of the Council's elite warriors. Their gear was mismatched, patched together from different eras of human conflict. Some wore old camouflage fatigues. Others had thick, rugged vests that looked more suited for hunting than war. And yet, the moment they entered the battlefield, the chaos changed. They moved with the slow, deliberate ease of men who had seen hell and decided it wasn't all that impressive. There was no panic, no wasted movement. They crouched low, weapons braced, eyes scanning the horizon like hunters tracking prey. One of them, a burly, gray-bearded soldier with a cigar clenched between his teeth, spat into the dirt and adjusted the strap of the ancient-looking rifle slung across his chest. Well, it looks like the roaches got a little too comfortable. His voice was a low growl, filled with the kind of exhaustion that didn't come from lack of sleep, but from too many years spent fighting wars that never really ended. Another, leaner man with deep wrinkles and sharp eyes, knelt beside a crater, inspecting the battlefield with the practiced gaze of someone who had once mapped out jungles in his head while under sniper fire. He pulled out a battered metal flask, took a swig, and handed it to the soldier beside him, a woman with short-cropped white hair and arms that looked like they could bench press a tank. "You sure this is the right place?" she asked, flexing her fingers around the grip of an archaic-looking shotgun. The bearded man grinned, cigar still smoldering. "Darlin', if it ain't, then some other poor bastards are about to get a hell of a surprise." Silith had no idea who they were, only that the human general had insisted these ancient warriors be deployed. He had expected reinforcements. He had expected cutting-edge weapons and precision strikes. He had not expected this group of battered, aging humans who looked more suited for drinking contests than war zones. Then they opened fire. The sound was different. The Council's weapons were clean, precise, energy-based. But these barked. Loud, concussive thunderclaps echoed across the battlefield. There were no sleek plasma bolts, no perfectly calculated disintegration rays. Just lead, steel, and the unrelenting power of sheer kinetic force. The Zarkathi recoiled. They weren't used to this. Their exoskeletons had evolved to resist energy-based attacks, but these projectiles punched through them like wet paper. Blood sprayed as heads snapped back, chitin cracked, and bodies collapsed. And then came the explosions. One of the older men, a wiry soldier with a permanent scowl, lobbed a small metal cylinder into the air. The grenade arced, bounced once, and detonated with a force that sent bodies flying. The swarm hesitated. Silith's mind reeled. He had studied their battle patterns extensively. The Zarkathi never hesitated. Their tactics relied on overwhelming momentum, on the certainty that nothing could withstand their numbers. But now, they had encountered something different, something worse. The humans advanced. They didn't just hold the line, they pushed forward. The burly, bearded one led the charge, a massive revolver in one hand and an old, serrated combat knife in the other. He didn't fight like the disciplined formations of the Council's armies. He fought like a barroom brawler, ducking, weaving, slamming his knife in his soft spots between armor plates before finishing the job with a well-placed shot to the head. Another veteran, a grizzled man with an eye patch and an expression of perpetual disappointment, lit what appeared to be an actual Molotov cocktail and hurled it toward a cluster of Zarkathi. Flames erupted, chitin cracked, and the creatures shrieked in confusion and agony. A distant council commander was screaming into the comms. "What are they doing?" Walker's voice crackled back, full of something Silith couldn't quite identify. Amusement? Pride? Winning? The swarm did something then that had never been recorded in any previous battle. They retreated. It wasn't a strategic withdrawal. It was fear. Silith turned, still gripping his rifle, staring at the bloodied humans now standing in the wreckage of the battlefield. One of them, the sharp-eyed one with the flask, nudged the corpse of a fallen Zarkathi with his boot and let out a low whistle. "Well, that was fun," he said. The bearded leader grinned, running a hand through his sweat-drenched hair. "Ain't had this much excitement since Grenada." The woman with the shotgun smirked. "You were in Grenada?" "Hell, I was in Panama." "You old?" the bearded man asked, raising an eyebrow. "Older than you, Grandpa." They laughed, actually laughed, standing in the middle of a battlefield surrounded by alien corpses, their faces streaked with blood and grime. Silith swallowed hard. He had always been told humans were different, that their biology was strange, that their psychology was erratic. But nothing had prepared him for this. These weren't just soldiers. They were something else, something terrifying. The battle was over, but the war had just changed. The humans had arrived, and the Zarkathi had learned fear. The Galactic Council's war chamber had never been so quiet. The room, usually filled with the droning voices of bureaucrats and strategists, was now a vacuum of stunned silence. The war map projected before them, once a sea of red marking Zarkathi-controlled territory, now flickered with growing patches of green. Human-controlled sectors. Archminister Zalvern stared at the data, his long fingers tightening around the edge of the table. It was impossible. It had to be. The best fleets, the most advanced warriors of the galaxy, had fallen like sand before the swarm. And yet these humans had turned the tide in mere weeks. He cleared his throat, breaking the silence. General Walker, his voice was carefully measured. Your forces appear to have exceeded all projections. Walker leaned back in his chair, an old relic of Earth's military command seats, brought in as a personal preference rather than necessity. He was flipping an old silver coin between his fingers, an antiquated habit that seemed absurd in such an advanced setting. He smirked. "You don't say?" Zalvern's eye twitched, the sheer audacity of the man. But he couldn't deny reality. Every battle report read the same. Human units engaged. Human units pushed forward. Human units destroyed entire Zarkathi hives with frightening efficiency. Even Grand Strategist Ultan, whose species had prided itself on millennia of perfected combat techniques, was speechless. He clicked his mandibles once, twice. "Your forces do not fight conventionally." Walker chuckled, setting the coin down with a sharp clink. "No, we don't." Ultan hesitated, his antennae twitching. "Our warriors rely on discipline, strategy, cohesion. But your soldiers, they fight like lunatics," Zalvern interrupted. "I have seen the battle footage, General. These so-called veterans of yours do not adhere to any structured formations. They do not follow standard battle doctrine. They utilize ancient projectile weaponry, improvised explosives, and, in one baffling case, a sharpened shovel." Walker smiled. "Ah, that'd be O'Reilly. Man loves his entrenching tool." Zalvern inhaled sharply through his nose. "They are unpredictable." Walker shrugged. "That's the idea." Silence stretched once more. Ultan broke it first, tilting his head. "You understand the implications of this, General." Walker nodded. "Oh, I do. And so do they." He gestured toward the war map. "The Zarkathi aren't like you. They don't negotiate. They don't retreat. They don't adapt. Until now." He leaned forward, his expression losing its usual